you got problems, just let them go. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. A lot of drinks and flashing lights. Don't this make you wanna go and start a fight? Don't it make you wanna dance and hit the floor? Make you throw your hands and drink some more. We tearing up the club until it close. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control.
Call the Babel out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your worst. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving my road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. Out of your league. Everybody wanna hit like me. Better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on, put it on, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we put it on, put it on, put it on, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me.
I don't need you to delay my shine. You know you can't rush no greatness. Sit back and watch while I take my time. Whole arena go crazy, look like I'm Hercules in my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed it right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
We will stay right where we at. We ain't never fall.
This might be it. Here comes the Tyrant's Rage. Gang the backside. Shizo is
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? He the favorite, any race that he enters. Look at their face, they all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Lane atasnya lumayan terdorong ya dari begitu Alpha, tapi Lord Evolve kali ini yang bakal langsung aja nge-inisiasi ke arah base yang cukup terbuka. Super Ken is coming, mencoba untuk memberikan sedikit glimpse dan blazing duet dari Saken mengusir mundur pergerakan dari Alter Ego dan walaupun Super Fin, round wave defensif kembali harus keluar. Masih ada pasifnya, tapi Sally Boy yang berhasil untuk di pick off Pai harus melepaskan kembali dari satu poin mortality dan Super Ken hampir bisa dihilangkan dengan adanya satu efek burn dari Udil. Super Ken hilang dua player dari Alter Ego dan bahkan menyusul menjadi tiga karena Ninonya terpick off. Udil masih punya satu buah winter terancam tapi tidak dengan adanya satu Ocean Oddity yang dilakukan oleh seorang Superfin. Tapi lihat base-nya dari Bigetron Alpha. Rasi one last hit dan bahkan nggak sempat untuk melakukan wipe out tercipta dan Bigetron. Sekarang tidak ada siapapun yang mendefend Alter Ego dan kali ini Bigetron Alpha take the game terhadap purple buff, tapi inisiasi udah mulai terjadi di mana Kabuki bakal coba untuk dimainkan kembali steel cable-nya Hades. Bahkan Kabuki masih bisa bertahan. Wave Dragon dari The Jaivan masih mengejar ke arah belakang dengan ada sebuah pattern execution. Satu hit terakhir dan Fun mengeluarkan retribution-nya untuk membuat dari
And look at how deep Kabuki is. I wonder if they're going to spot him. They know, they smell it. Oh, wait.
No, he cancels it. He's trying to go for the 1v1 against Haji. He gets it in time, flickers away, and now he gets all of him. Oh my god, Kabuki! He finds it, and finally takes him out of the back line. The damage is gone, and Reza with real world manipulation to deter them. It's going to be Bond. That's all they have left. They've got no more damage. They close their marksman, and now it's just Reza slowly chipping away at him.
Boys, it should be a free Lord to take for Sutsujin as that's another dive right now with Veldora in the midst of Minion Fury! From Ivan as a blazing duet comes through! Sutsujin follows it up right now as Nova jumps back to the BMI, but it's quite godlike. Sutsujin chasing them down, drinking his ale and gunning them out! Double kill for Krite, and he is massive, looking for a Maniac right now as he dashes forward one more time. Maniac. It's a Maniac! Warlord, the last man standing, and it's a Savage! The first Savage in the Challenger series of FPS, and it comes from Evo's Icon as they tear down the whole...
Those were amazing clips except for the very last one, but whatever it is a beautiful Monday that has just gotten better because you guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. My name is Ophel, and alongside with me are my lovely analysts, the dude that knows it all, Gani, as well as the lovely man there, Renmar. How are the both of you feeling?
Feeling really good, and I just want to say it feels good to start my day off by hearing someone calling me lovely. So thank you.
You
so
are
much.
lovely, man.
Thank you,
I'll
Lafel.
make sure to say that at night. Wait, what?
What?
No.
I'd appreciate that too.
All right, cool. Yeah. What about you, Gani?
I'm feeling great. It's a new day. It's a new week, right, Lafel? So I'm just trying to enjoy it day by day, game by game. 3 matches ahead. Let's go.
I don't know because, okay, we have a very interesting match upcoming just in a little bit, but from my point of view, I could see both y'all feet and Renmar.
Yeah.
Well, we'll show it a little bit later, but you came here. I kind of feel like I don't need to ask for your prediction, do I?
Yeah, I feel like at this point I've been pretty on brand with my predictions so far and who I usually think wins games. I still give the opposing teams their flowers, but you know where my heart lies.
Yeah, you know what? I feel I'm on brand as well.
Yeah, you are.
It's a bad thing, but you know what? The thing about a talent. You got to make sure you keep consistent. Speaking of consistency, let's check out the calendar to see where we're at because we are still in the challenge season. This is the 26th of June. We're going to have a little bit of break on 27, 28, 29, and we're going to continue back on the 30th of June all the way to the 2nd of July. The reason for this break is because there is going to be a new patch. I kind of feel like 3 days is a testing ground to see how fast do the teams can actually adapt.
It's not a long time, but it's more than enough, right? They're pro players. They should be.
They're forced to have that small time.
Yeah, exactly. They're forced. But then again, we have teams that will see the teams, try to test that new patch out. So that's an advantage already.
And at the same time, honestly, they've been in this situation many times before. But at this, weirdly enough, it is groundbreaking. And this is actually going to be one of the last major tournament days before everything changes. So it's sort of sad, but also sort of exciting.
The debut, man. 30th of June, we're going to see which teams are more smart compared to all the other teams because again
honestly
right now in this current patch y'all are great. You guys train the mechanics of all these interesting heroes, blah 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 blah, but once the new patch comes in, I kind of feel like it is going to be a field day for the coaches as well as the analysts. But we also have to see the challenge finals. The group stages in Jakarta will be on the 17th of July all the way to the 19th. Challenge finals 21st July to the 23rd of July. Right now we got to refresh our memories with the format. Looking at the tournament format here, we've done with the open qualifiers and then we've done with the open finals. Right now we are at the challenge season where 4 teams will go to the challenge finals and then we will have a group E that we can get 2 more teams and again to the challenge finals, and that is where everyone wants to be because that's where the money's at.
I mean, looking at the format itself, right, each phase has a different format. So most of the teams, or well, some teams has experienced the single elimination, open finals or Swiss 6 round. This phase actually is GSL. Meanwhile, for the challenge finals, it's going to be bloodthirsty double elimination.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more close to home for most of us MLBB esports fans. That format for the challenge finals is what we've been following for a very long time now. But this GSL format, I have to say, it's so refreshing, honestly, seeing it. And it's really exciting on the level of action we've been seeing so far.
Again, we're going to look at the challenge finals here in terms of the qualified teams. We do have 3 teams from the challenge season that's already been qualified: Brand eSports, EVOS Icon, as well as Aura. Hoping for a Malaysian team to be there, but we will see because they do have another opportunity in the Group E stage.
Yeah, and the interesting and scary thing is that the teams that are going to be fighting out to see if they're even going to make it to Group E, it's going to be right after the first day of the new patch. So it's a wild, wild west when we come back on June 30th.
Right now, honestly, Bren, EVOS, as well as Aura, they got to be feeling great. It's like, you know what? We have more time to study up on the patch.
Exactly. That's a little bit advantage, right? But let's not forget the 6 invited teams that are waiting in the challenge finals. We got Onyx, EVOS, Legend. So the 2 EVOS will be there. RS, GSG, Burnix, Flash, of course, Todak, and Echo. It's going to be intense.
Yeah, it will actually push quite a few teams because coming from Malaysia, Todak, they changed quite a lot. I would say like 80% of their lineup. I just want to see if they can adjust to the new patch. But now we got to talk about what they are fighting for. Let's look at the money here, guys. This is the prize pool for the entire tournament. It is $150,000 US.
Yeah, I mean, look at the prize pool.
That's a lot of zeros, man.
That's a lot of zeros, way more than I've ever seen my entire life, other than my grades when I was going through school. And then just look at the teams, the caliber of the teams fighting. I love that this tournament has really solidified itself as one of the biggest in between all the MPL seasons. We know we have our M Series tournaments as well, but Snapdragon Pro Series is what I would call spicy.
Just the number of teams, man. Just the number of teams. The final itself, 12 teams. A lot of teams have been sacrificed all the way to the challenge final. So you know what? I agree. This is very refreshing, especially this year. I would say it's very competitive for Mobile Legends.
Very is, right? I mean, a lot of regions itself, they're developing. So not just BH, not just Indo, sure, but we got we got a lot to see of action of the Cambodian teams as well.
Yeah. Amazing.
They're just developing and hopefully more regions, more development. Let's go. Malaysia too. Malaysia
Hey,
too.
come on, man. I'm on the side of your boat there where I want to see a Malaysia team qualify through here also. Yeah. We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it.
I mean,
Langgar,
at least we can say that, you know, our food's the best.
It is. It is.
Thank you very much. Since I'm happy now, thank you, Rem Margani. You didn't say anything. We're gonna
It is
go
great.
watch a video. Let's just go for it.
Masih kosong. Dia pas sekolah. Ayo. Hati-hati ya, YP dia ya. Bentar ya. Kalau lagi sama gua nggak ada pikir juga. YP itu Marvis udah ready.
What was that off of the back of Kabuki's 50-50?
Wait, bawah masih gede. Atas masih gede juga. YP punya ulti ya, hati ya. Yuk, Lord, kita target Evan. Target Lord dulu aja.
Kalau dia keluar bisa fake sini.
Iya, kalau dia fake aja.
Ayo sini fake. Fake. Let's go. Kenapa aja nih? Harus fake. Keluar kita nih, Jo.
Sabar ya, skill 2 gua cooldown.
Cakep.
Tahan enggak?
Tarik fake.
Mata ini tadi.
Aman enggak lu baca? Let's go ya. Kalau itu nih kurang nih, let's go. Let's go, Bang.
Mati.
Iya, harus kayak gitu.
Maniak dong.
Maniak dong.
Saya enggak sih,
Iya, sabar. Boleh.
Kontol mati gua anjing.
Mau enggak, Pi?
Kelas. Boleh ikut game.
But he's gonna be bringing in the back with his fire. Oh, the
That was a small taste of their communications there, and I gotta say, I'm Malaysian, but at this point, I'm actually quite happy that I can understand a bit of
Did you?
Indonesian. Yeah, I
Did you catch
understand.
that one?
Oh, I caught that. That was magnifique. We
I
can tell
wish
Remar later.
I wish I understood.
Oh,
we'll tell you later.
It's for a later thing.
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's a later thing.
I'm excited.
Unless we have a full conversation with the cough button.
Yeah.
That could work. But either ways, those were what happened yesterday. Today we gotta look at the brackets. As we saw, CFU now is moving forward. They need one more win in order for them to immediately qualify for the challenge finals. We're yet to see RSG going up against Udure Giant, and now Dewa, they are waiting down there. I gotta say, I did not expect that, by the way. I thought they will be on top.
One of the surprises indeed, right? I mean, CFU, a Cambodian team, not even the champion, managed to squeak that win with the surprise Guinevere pick. And man, their execution, top level.
Yeah, and what I love about CFU is they're just continuing the on-brand Cambodian impression of we're a region that's growing, we're a region that's improving and learning, and come on, honestly, they draft and play like Blacklist International, but with some Cambodian injection of energy in there. I love it.
Yeah, you know what? This is Group D. We gotta look at Group A as well, where today we're gonna see Brand, congratulations to them, has qualified to the Challenge Finals. Archive is waiting for either Bleed or Flash that they're gonna face up against. And Arc, if they go up against Flash again, then it's just gonna be a repeat of the very first game of 2 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see some action, the first action of the elimination round, right?
Yeah.
Team Flash and Bleed, whoever goes out, well, whoever loses will officially be out of the tournament. It's sad to see, but man, c'est la vie.
And what hurts even more is that these are two teams that I feel like weren't able to show enough of themselves in their previous matches because they were just, we can't say it any other way than outclassed by their opponents and outmatched. This time, they're a little bit more familiar with each other, so this might be a much closer series and a much better showing for these two.
You know, it's not about losing, it's about how you get back up. And we definitely want to see this. We definitely want to see this from Bleed as well as Flash, especially because they're both Singaporean teams. They should have more information about each other, but we got to look at today's schedule where we're starting off with RSG Philippines going up against Udure Giants. Afterwards, it is going to be Team Flash going up against Bleed. CFU Gaming will fight Who again? TBD?
TBD between
RSG
RSG or you do.
Thank you very much. This is why I love you guys.
We love you
much
too.
better than the rest. Don't tell them that, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'll keep it a
There's
secret.
There's no way in heck they would
No
hear that
way
anyway,
they
yeah.
would know.
No
about
way
this.
they
No
would
way,
know
no
about
way, no
it.
way. I mean, we don't get clipped that much, so it's totally fine. It's totally fine. But as you guys saw the schedule, the first game of the day is going to be RSG Philippines going up against Yudu Red Giant. For me, that's going to be a crazy matchup. Number one, because I know what Remar is preparing. As a Malaysian, I just want to see, will the team change with a new coach?
Oh man, Coach Arcadia, wherever he goes, he just turns it into gold. It doesn't necessarily mean they'll become champions right away, but he knows how to bring the best out of their players and at the same time lead them to a path of growth that is sometimes unexpected, but maybe it's what they actually need.
I love it, right? Good point. But to see Coach Arc when he was in Indonesia, like in RRQ, we need more time. He was there for just a season. So that touch of gold we have yet to see. But I bet his impact within the team is also exceptional.
You know what? I want to talk more about the teams for today, but I got to see back what happened yesterday because we're going to talk about the best player of yesterday. So now we're looking at this on... Oh, yeah.
Oh,
the best player. Okay, you know what? There's just one play that I kind of don't want to talk about. Other than that, it's all good.
Oh, man. This hurts. As a Filipino,
You know, okay,
this hurts.
Let's let Gani talk.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
well-
no, wait. I just want to say, as a fanatic, I love it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's high play. And take a look at this, the second play, right? Van, the outplay 1v3 he got to, by the way. And yeah, it was just Van's day yesterday, Lafel. It's such a shame that you weren't here yesterday.
Yeah, Van is giving out some candies, man, and everyone's taking it.
Yeah, and usually you
That's
don't.
fine
You
to say,
don't.
right?
Yeah, you don't take candies from strangers. But Van
wasn't a stranger.
Not a stranger at this point. Everyone knows him. 65%, if I'm not mistaken,
Voted,
for the
yeah.
vote there for the play of the day, and that play single-handedly turned it around in favor of Aura Fire.
Dude, Van is disgusting in all the right ways.
Yes,
And
nasty.
yeah, I'm looking at Nasty while looking at y'all feet, but you know what isn't nasty? Well, it can be nasty in the right way. We gotta say thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where you guys can step up your play. As long as your phone has the Snapdragon chip, you guys are all set. So make sure you guys take that into consideration because, again, mobile gaming, man, it's been stepping up, and Snapdragon is there to be like, we got y'all.
Yeah. Leading the charge is what Snapdragon's doing for a long time now.
Yeah, and speaking of leading the charge, I gotta lead you guys to buy the tickets because it's quickly selling out. The mythic tickets are totally gone. I was surprised. The minute we were like, yo, how much mythic tickets are left? They're like, none. We only have the legend tickets now. So make sure you guys grab it while you guys still can. If it's sold out, you guys have another way of getting it at the raffle. Make sure you guys join because you guys don't just get the tickets, you guys can get the t-shirt as well. So again, get it as soon as you can because when it's too late, it's too late.
It is too late. So, I mean, take a look at the design as well, right?
It could be
Lafel?
3 late.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see you.
Sometimes 4 late.
4 out of 10, Lafel.
You know what? I'll take a 4.
I'll give you a 0.5 to add to that.
You know what? That's why I love you more.
Oh. Got me. He loves me more.
All right, challenge season here. RSG Philippines going up against Yudu Red Giants. Quite a lot to talk about. We touched a little bit on Yudu Red Giants just now. Later on, I do want to hear from Remar a lot about RSG Philippines, but it's going to be very interesting because we want to see for both teams what the lineup is looking like. Yudu Red Giants just acquired a few players.
Oh, yeah?
And RSG Philippines, I also want to see who's their main lineup. Who's their main jungler?
Yeah, because right now it's listed as the Embassy lineup, so we'll see. I think we're about to find out soon enough.
You know what? Let's not wait any longer. Let's introduce RSG Philippines. You know what, Remar? You have the honors for this one. Introduce to us RSG Philippines.
I'm pretty sure people who've been following the M series of tournaments, you know Nats, you know Aqua, M, and Light, 4 out of 5 of the MSC 2022 winning lineup. But that is a new face for most people. Irad, he is one of the sub-junglers from MPL Philippines Season 11, but then he really made a great showing. And actually, one of the few rookies where we were able to give him a nickname quickly enough. We call him the Mechanic. The mechanics he shows with Assassins, Lancelots, Hayabusas, Lynx, that is his comfort. Fortunately, he became a little bit of a meme because he went after Carl Tizzy, but then Carl Tizzy was able to defeat him. But that just goes to show the heart, grit, and passion of this young man, that he's willing to go after the GOAT.
With that nickname, right, it's somehow helped him in this current meta because the Assassin has been starting to show up. The Lancelots, the Hayabusas, the Lynx. Maybe Irad is why now perhaps their main roster.
Honestly, his Lancelot is ridiculous because I saw the games as well. Amazing. But now we got to introduce Yudu Red Giants. All right, now I got this one. Let's introduce Gorgeous, Sakai's, Zach Cutie, and looks like Super Red as well as Pancake is playing. So a lot of debuts here. So for all of you Red Giants fans, you got a lot going on in this first game for them.
Yeah, you know what? That's why I'm nervous, right? They just lost Zorn, their main roamer.
Yeah.
Pancake comes in, a lot of debuts, especially in an international stage. It's promising though with a new coach as well, but that's right. They're just looking for their identity now. Perhaps this is the trial and error. Going up against RSG, who is just stronger on paper, they have a lot to prove.
Yeah, and Super Red and Pancake, these are two players who, with different stories. Super Red played the first half of MPL Philippines Season 11, but then was subbed out. Hence why we saw there the new gold laner, Owl of Blacklist International more. And then on the side of Pancake, we didn't get to see him play in MPL PH, but again, with the guidance of Coach Arcadia, hopefully he finds himself in a much better and more comfortable place here.
You know what? I want to look at the predictions, but don't pull up yet. No, pull it back down. Okay. Oh, okay. Is this prediction? Okay. Guys, cast your votes at Twitch. Say what you want. Say what you think who will win. Don't let out the prediction for us talents just yet, because I'm gonna let Remar do his thing. All right, just camera on the two of them. Tell me about who you're predicting, and then show it off.
Okay, what I'm predicting is a team that has
GG RSG.
This. They have this. Acknowledge them. Season 9 champions. MSC 2022 champions, GGRSG. You know what I'm going for here. And Gani, LaFell, I like that I see you guys acknowledging them too.
You know what?
GGRSG, cool sandal.
Even though I didn't vote for it, but
oh wait,
I mean,
there's a you.
If I had a sticker, you know, I'd put it. If I had a sticker, I'd put it.
Yeah, we'll fight it there. We'll fight it there.
That was dumb. The moment I saw myself on camera, I'm like,
oh
yeah, okay, you know what?
Hey, you have really nice shoes though.
And it's not even that nice. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, you go 2-0, I go 2-0. I gotta ask you, LaFell, why 2-1?
I like Chaos. Speaking of Chaos, we gotta talk about Irad, the Mechanic.
Yeah.
Why is he called the Mechanic?
Again,
does he fix cars or something?
It's the mechanics and the injection of him to the team somehow fixed some of the problems that RSGPH had at some point in the season. Of course, at that time, their main jungler, H2, incredibly dependable. But with some of the rising meta picks, they needed someone who was more into the assassins, those flashy plays. And H2 is a team player. Irad is the type of guy, though, who's just going to go, I got this. Watch me do this flashy thing, and he'll pull it off. That's why he got that mechanic name.
You know what? Flashy things are amazing. Speaking of Flash, let's actually take a picture because I love you guys a little bit more than the rest. Come here. I mean, like, it's not our phone, but, you know, the guy's going to love it. By the way, while we're doing this,
There we go.
You're
getting it again.
Shout outs to Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, because the thing about this phone, it's amazing for games. But the cameras, man, you gotta talk about the camera. I'm gonna take a camera of you guys, all right? So, okay, you guys get ready? In 3, 2, 1, smile.
Smile, all of you watching at home.
1, 2,
Join the
3.
picture.
Oh, dude, honestly, the pictures are amazing.
Yeah,
like you have too many reasons to buy this phone. Again, my favorite one is the fact that you have a pen.
Yeah, the S Pen.
Yeah.
And you can write. You like writing, don't you?
Yeah, actually I do. I just don't like using papers because gamer. You know,
It's
I
not
want to use
practical.
screens. I want to use screens.
Yeah, it's not practical.
Yeah, and there's no RGB paper. There's no paper with a high refresh rate. Nothing like that. You only get that with beautiful technology such as the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, Lafel is a practical person, so they're RGB paper.
Okay. Actually, wait, no, I have to correct myself. There are papers in different colors.
The refresh rate. Okay, I did not see that coming. But we're going into the draft very, very soon. You know what, Remar?
What?
9. 9 out of 10.
Thank you so
9 out of
much.
10.
Thank you. I
I'll-
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
because of your sleepers, that's a 10. I don't care. Going into the draft, this is going to be very, very interesting, especially for me because, again, I want to see Red Giants, how do they draft now that Arcadia is there, Pancake, as well as Super Red, because them as a team before this, they're just like, we're just going to pick heroes that we know how to use very, very well, the ones that is pretty good in the team fights, because basically that's their identity. They don't have that much of an identity, but if you have to choose one out of many possible options, they're a team fight kind of team. We just try to fight it out, and then once the enemy is dead, then we can take objectives, right? So a very straightforward kind of team.
Okay, based off of the lineup that you saw from the Red Giants members from the previous MPL MY season, is there like a specific pick for Red Giants that you feel like might show up or that they'll prioritize?
Definitely gonna look at Sakai's, the jungler, which is gonna be very interesting, right? Because both junglers are very high mechanical kind of players. I kind of feel like Sakai's, if he has any excuse to use a Hayabusa, a Ling, he would go for it. But again, having Super Red as well as Pancake into the lineup, I am interested to see, will he pick up the Hayabusa, or does he have to go utility and pick up something like a Fredrin?
Oh, okay.
His Akai is pretty good as well, but I would say his name rose up because of Hayabusa.
Okay. So more of a comfort in that is Hayabusa pick.
Yeah.
In this current event, though, not a lot of Hayabusas. We know a lot of Lancelot has been picked up.
Yeah.
So very situational kind of hero, Hayabusa. But let's see here, the first opening game of the day of the draft as well. RSG will have the blue side. It doesn't matter. Indonesian, Malaysian team, they will ban the Kadita.
Yeah. Kadita's really risen up lately. I feel like do a lot of pro players don't know how to swim? No, I'm just kidding. Of course, it's because of the damage that she dishes out, the control, and for
flexibility as well.
Yeah, the flexibility. Yeah, the fact that it could be like row mid. Oh, where's he gonna go?
You could iframe your way out of a lot of difficult situations. Just amazing hero. For now, again, looking at the bans, seems pretty standard-ish. Kadita as well as Fanny. For Red Giants, it is going to be the Joy as well as the Varia. Quite interesting to me that Super Red is the new one coming in, and he has the picture, and everyone else is just like, I'm feeling a bit shy.
Just a little bit shy.
A little bit shy.
I didn't wake up pretty today, you know. I say that to myself sometimes, but not all.
You're always pretty.
Oh, thank you, my man. Thank you. I like this band though. That's a pretty band for RSG. The Wanwan, because I don't feel like Wanwan's first pickable anymore.
Yeah.
There's just so many answers for her.
Especially if the Kaja does not get banned, you know?
Yeah.
Still open. So looking at the phase, right, a lot of mages, Valentina, but in this current theme, it's usually the Fredrin, the Arlots that is still open. Perhaps that is what they're discussing as well. Red Giants, what are they going for? There you go. Lafel.
You know what? They're just like,
There
we
they
just
are.
need a bit of time for makeup.
Yeah.
Now that the makeup is done, it's all good. I kind of prefer just to let Arla and Fredrin go. Yeah, so they're betting out the Kaja. So sure, RSU can have one, but then Red Giants, they will have the other.
Yeah, I'd rather see them first pick an Arlot here, mainly because it's Nats. We know the identity of Nats as a player. And actually,
I don't agree. I kind of want Red Giants.
You want the Nats for your side.
Yeah.
Because I think you were talking to me about this before we started, that Gojes,
yes,
he's the type of player to make plays on his own.
Yep.
Oh no, but you guys might actually get the Arlot. Is that a pick that he likes?
Honestly, yes. Any kind of hero that he can make a play or he can get a kill, he likes that. Like, if it's a hero that's like setting up for his team, sure. But he's like, I want the highlight, please. I want to use damage Martis, you know, from minute 1 up until the last. I want to snowball. If I don't snowball, I'll try again. Eventually, I'll get something.
Yeah, but at the same time, RSG, they're happy to get the to give the lance to the mechanic, right?
Yeah,
to
yep.
a rod. So it seems like they think Lancelot's more expensive. Let's just pick it. And yeah, let's all it in Valentina. Here is my guess, because Valentina has been popping off in this current event. But let's see here. It seems like they're still taking their time here in that second pick.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a Valentina. That makes a lot of sense. Perfect call there, Gandhi. And Aqua, I wouldn't be surprised if he's willing to pick up the even this scenario. He loves that hero, one of his favorites. But if it's not that, and they might save their mid lane pick for later, I wouldn't be surprised if he calls it back to his previous picks and ends up picking something like a Kagura, because he's also great at that too, and the playstyle of RSG. Yeah.
I mean, if it's a Kagura, I think they will like wait it out just a little bit, because
like
we
second phase.
Yeah, because we don't even see a lot of Kagura bans, so probably gonna look at the matchup if there's a lot of backline heavy coming in from Red Giants. And yeah, picking out the Kagura would be great, because you kind of don't care who's in front. Now that you have the Lancelot, it is gonna be quite interesting if you pick up something like who wins Arlet in the lane. Honestly, the glue is still up, but
Yeah,
people don't use it that much. So you called it the Eve as well as the Beatrix now.
Yeah, comfort's there for both of Eman and Aqua. So ours here just going the comfort approach. Does you do? Oh wait, no, because it's Pancake. And
Yeah.
Pancake's usually known for those setup style roamers. Because I'm thinking, I
So
wonder
Lolita
if
is fine?
Lolita is fine, but I'm also thinking, does he have a Diggy available for him eventually? I think that's something that's still up in the air.
It's I'm in the dark as you, man.
Yeah.
Even I have no idea.
I'm just tossing questions out in the universe.
But looking at the composition, no need to pick up the Diggy just yet. There you go. We've seen this a lot, right? Beatrix going up against the Claude. Both of the marksmen here, win rate wise, in this current event, very positive. So that's why I think they just want to rely on that fact. Second phase, here we go. A lot of roamer ban besides what I expected.
No, you know what? I just love this, because light on this Franco is
true.
Really MSC happened in Malaysia, man. I remember all of those hooks. I had to get myself checked. I called the medic. I'm like, yo, I'm not ready for this.
Yeah. The man is disgusting, and I'm feeling sick. What he does with that Franco, and I'm actually kind of surprised.
He
that
made
they
me
banned it
see
out.
the light.
Whoa.
Oh, I like that. That's a 9
That's a bit scary though, Lafel, honestly.
Yeah, it's scary. Yeah, not
that
gonna
is
lie.
pretty scary.
Yeah. I remember my childhood days. It wasn't that great.
Oh no.
I like the me now.
I'm trying to think of a way to twist this into something funnier, but I feel like if I try to do that, it's just gonna be sad.
Drock's a good band, probably.
Yeah, it is a great
All
band.
right, good. Let's move on.
Yeah. I wanted to say that I'm surprised that Yudu took away the Franco, because they could have picked it up for themselves, and then their jungler pick is still open. They could have picked something tankier. But I think that just goes to show that they don't want to put so much pressure in the jungle in terms of like someone who can soak damage. So they most likely will go for a traditional, more beefier tank.
Like a Kufra?
Like Kufra, which is something that, as far as I know, Pancake loves to play.
Okay, there you go. Will they commit to a roamer ban? It will.
They
Good
ban
call.
the Kufra?
Great call.
Okay.
Yuzong ban perhaps next? They have the Beatrix, Yves, weak backliners.
I mean, they have the Arlet, unless
Arlet
Sakai
Roam.
wants to use Arlet in the
True.
jungle.
Or Arlet Roam.
Or Arlet Roam, that's a good call as well.
Yeah, that's an option. Okay,
True.
I like this.
I like you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm blushing. I love Arcadia though. Arcadia, he's calling back to his drafting style of expect the unexpected. So many questions going to the second phase. This is typical Coach Arcadia style drafting. You're just going to be asking yourself a lot of questions, and I feel like it's good for him even more, and you do, that people don't know much about Pancake. So they're hopefully RSG aren't overthinking this, because if they do, they will fall into the trap of Coach Arc.
Hopefully they do not go into that rabbit hole here. But with this current lineup here, what do they need? They have DPS, they have semi-burst with that Valentina. Maybe they need someone that can soak in a lot of damage. March is here, just makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, what a call, Gani.
Going up against a Lancelot in that jungler, good for contest, good for setting up as well, and that decimation can cause a lot of trouble within the composition of RSG.
Yeah. It's interesting that we always see that. We've been seeing this combo a lot in SPS, wherein if you have a Valentina and then there's a Claude in the gold lane, they almost always go Valentina plus the Martis. They have the chance for the early to mid burst just to make sure that they can bridge it to the late game. So that's interesting. Meanwhile, RSG, the Roamer pickup, I wonder what it's gonna be. Because I'm thinking of ultimates that they do not want to give the Valentina.
Oh my god, a lot of roamers are off the board.
He might just end up picking Cho. Light loves going for pincer maneuvers for the Cho. So there it is. Cho and the Yuzong. So this is classic RSG as you can get.
The debut of Yuzong as well here, 0 times being picked. So
All right.
quite deep in the stage or in this event already, but first time seeing Yuzong, wow.
Honestly, Yuzong 0%, that is very interesting. And honestly, we have a lot of crowd control here. Now it's kind of okay for you to pick up the Diggy, but again, this is one of the situations. It would be kind of good if someone could go to the backline alongside with the Claude, because if the Claude goes in alone, I don't know. Right now, it looks like they already know their roamers. They're just like strategizing what they're going to do for the early and mid game. So, come on, 13 seconds in.
Maybe a Minotaur?
Oh, Minotaur is still available. A lot of engages that can be denied by the Minotaur. So I like it. Yeah, go for Minotaur.
Yeah. It could mess up the flow of a Cho, Lance.
Oh! Okay.
My god.
Wait. Wait.
Oh my god.
Rome.
Arlet Rome.
Is that's an XP lane Guinevere?
Yes. Wait, hold on. They're still okay.
They're not switching.
Arlet Rome.
Arlet Rome.
It's a good thing we touched on the possibility
Yeah,
of Arlet Rome.
Yeah, we called that, but I don't think anyone called this Guinevere XP lane. It feels like I'm playing ranked games again back in 2019. Not that I'm hating on it, I am excited to see it.
Want to see how the changes, because again, damage buff, maybe the Gwyn can work, but quick predictions here. Still with RSG?
Yeah, still with RSG.
Still
I
with
love
RSG?
the Gwyn draft, but yeah, I'm still with RSG.
You know what? I don't want to say anything. We're going to jump straight to the casters. Who is there? Who are you?
I ask the same question to myself every single day when I look into the mirror. I'm not really sure who I am. Oh, it says there. It says there. I'm Eternal. All right. Thank you, fellow analysts as well as nerds. But yeah, this is our caster prediction. What? You do Red Giants, Miracle?
Yeah, you know me with the curse. I gotta try to curse these teams, and I honestly think RSGPH with Red on a Lancelot especially, you do Red Giants, they're playing with fire.
Yeah, I mean, you even mentioned, right, behind the scenes when we were looking at the drafts, you even said that he is a generational talent?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means it's a talent that you don't find a lot. It's a very rare kind of talent, and RSGPH, they've finally been able to find another. They had Demon Kite already, now they got Irad, and we've been seeing him in MPLPH. We've seen how special this kid really is, pulling off some crazy Lancelot plays, just like that.
Oh, okay. It's going to be a very interesting showdown here between RSG and Yudu Red Giants here for the first game. And what I find very interesting is how aggressive Light is on the show. That is his signature, right?
Yeah, Light's always been the aggressor. He's always looking for proactive moves, and we actually also called the Yuzong. Very early on in the draft, we said, these Chad XP laners from the Philippines, they really like to go for the Yuzong, and we're seeing it here. Irad, whoa, very aggressive, gonna get stunned up, jumps in with the Thorn Rose, and defensive execution to the back, picks up first blood, and that's the lethal Lancelot we were mentioning.
I mean, it's only been 1 minute, right? It's only been 1 minute, and you can already see what Irad is made of. Already at 1-0-0, even with the Demon Slayer emblem, even before his items are even developed. And at this point, it looks like he is winning it out on the rotations. But looking at Sekis, he's not that far behind RSG, though, putting a lot of pressure onto this Claude in the bottom lane.
Good pressure. This is really good. One of the best things for the Claude, as the reasons as to why you want to go for the Claude is the fact that you are probably the best pick for a weak side laner to just farm up. If you get bullied this hard by already a bully laner in a Beatrix that snowballs pretty fast, it's going to be dangerous. More engage. Black Dragon formed by Nats as well. Sek is going to be petrified right now as he jumps in. Red Tree battle. Irad jumps in with a phantom execution with a puncture as well. The Thorn Rose picks up a kill. Defensive way of the dragon by Zach Cutie as Light tries his best to get into range.
Okay, and you can already see the impact of the pressure coming in from RSG Philippines onto the members of Yudu Red Giants. Already a 1,300 gold lead here in the first 2 minutes of the game. And like you mentioned, right, it is going to be a little bit of a... Whoa, wait a minute. Man, Irad, stop!
No.
Give Sekis some room to breathe.
I mean, then it wouldn't really be fun for his team there. Oh, Retri, he still got it with a little bit of DOT on the bloody retribution, but Light has to fall there.
He's flexing at this point, right?
Yeah.
He's flexing. And honestly, with the amount of pressure that the Martis can have in the early game, losing your roamer that way, I don't really think that that's a bad trade for RSGPH right now.
No, not at all. Especially considering Yudu Red Giants, the reason they go for the Martis is to, again, try to outfarm the Lancelot, try to put some pressure on the map. Light dying, no problem. It's a Cho anyways. He's going for a play here. Just jumps in the G Kundo. Doesn't want to commit any more resources to it.
Yeah, as of yet, right, even Sekis 2 levels below of Irad. So, like you mentioned, already you can see that the idea of Yudu Red Giants to snowball from that early game is severely lacking. They're going to rely heavily on this on the bottom lane.
Well, Super Red, beautiful BMI to the back, good clear. And Mando, look at how low he's been able to get that turret down, just constantly shoving, not giving Super Red any space to play. An early BOD, wow. 3 minutes in.
That's quick. That's super quick. And you can even see how far ahead he is, right, in terms of that EXP lead. Super Red 1 a level behind already as Irad once again goes for an aggressive engage in the mid lane, just zoning, just trying to prevent this Valentina from popping off as well. But what's going on here in the top lane?
Oh, phantom execution, Red Tree, and a Thorn Rose. That's what's happening. A killing spree for Irad.
I mean, we gotta talk about this, right? Oh, wait. They're all going for the turtle now. The objective gaming is real, but is this wise?
Yeah, I think it's not the wisest move, but for Red Giants, it's the best move they could take. They know that the XP has been slain. They know Irad's up top and use Red Tree, so go for a trade, and it's honestly in favor of Yudu Red Giants.
Yeah, that was... Oh, wait.
Light, Way the Dragon locking him down as well. Good pick off with the vengeance by Pancake.
All right, now the Yudu Red Giants, they're really picking up these trades, and it was really smart, right? They saw that Irad was in the top lane, and so they go for the retribution onto the turtle, realizing that if they go for a 1v1 in that retribution battle, seeing as he's 2 levels behind of Irad, it's not going to be something that they can go for. And what I really wanted to touch on was this Guinevere pick for the EXP laner of Yudu Red Giants. Very interesting. Against the Yuzong, who's supposed to win that trade?
It should still be the Yuzong, and that's why you're seeing just no pressure at all from Gorgeous. I think they're really banking on the fact that they get mid-game power spike. I really thought the Arlet also does pretty bad in lane against the Yuzong, so maybe that's why they give the Guinevere open. For the all-ins, the Guinevere could definitely have a little bit more to say compared to the Arlet, as the versus crazy cancels going on in the mid lane. RWM also committed, but that's an RWM responded over. Zach QT forced to flicker out, but Aqua is hunting them down. This is a signature pick as well, by the way. Remember?
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful cover by Aqua as well, right? I mean, that would have been a really good pick onto Irad if not for the Yves themselves. 2,000 gold already here in the first 6 minutes of the game, and it was cool to see the Guinevere once again. I mean, we saw it only once before, but him using it as the last pick hasn't really worked out for the Yudu Red Giants.
No, last time we saw it was a jungle pick, right? No, Light flickering out to safety. A good final slash there to disengage, but back to the point, was in jungle yesterday. The Guinevere by CFU.
We'll see now. Both of these teams already centering their focus. Pancake, getting petrified.
Good petrify. Pancake just bursted down. Good combo as well from the Bennett's Rage. And now it's just Nats doing a job. Black Dragon form zoning Sekis away, who's just going to be forced on that purple, but Irad didn't use Red Tree. He's going to go for another good secure by Sekis. That could have been a disaster for this jungle, but Red Giants, they make the best of what they have been given.
I mean, at this point, right, RSG, they're already snowballing out of control. They don't have pressure, and they're going for the mid lane again?
Oh, RWM just stands there. Zach QT takes it like a Chad, but ends up dying. Sekis as well in the midst of it all right now. Gets out with the Mortal Coil. Violet Requiem chaining Irad and Aqua, and asking for the Thorn Rose. He won't be able to escape. It's a shutdown, but Pancake, the roamer, takes it in. Light, though, now with Way to Dragon. Bennett's Rage popped in. That's Gorgeous, who just disappears from the map. Pancake is well gunned down. Good conceal to get out.
No way. Trades after trades, but still in favor of RSG. It looks like Light, even Amon already has that damage already. I'm quite curious as to what items he has already built in his kit here in the early stage of the game. And once again, RSG with the quicker rotations, putting pressure in the top lane, looking for more objectives on the board.
That's a lot of damage from Iman. I really want to see his items right now. It's actually just pretty disgusting.
Oh, there you go. These are the
Malefic
items.
Roar?
Already?
Pretty fast.
That's BOD Malefic Roar. A lot of damage, a lot of penetration as well. Earlier on, even before. All right, okay, I guess the Claude has the steel leg plates, right? So the warranted Malefic Roar does make sense, but that's a really early call. And the thing that you can say here, even though it feels like RSG is leading quite a bit. Whoa, Lights!
Rage. Oh, good cancel with the final slash. Good disengage, but Pancake just dashes into the Nibiru's Passion. Black Dragon form from Nats getting out. The Violet Requiem there, still held off. Gorgeous doesn't want to commit to this losing fight for Red Giant. They will disengage under the turret when their RWM comes down. Iman with a good snipe in, threading the needle, finding Zach QT in the midst, and even the tier 2 falls.
Iman's playing out of his mind, right? That ability to sniff out where the Guinevere was going to jump in with her ultimate, being able to flicker out before it even lands, was a beautiful play by him. And now they are going to be free to get this Lord, seeing as they are one member down from the side of Red Giants. Sekis doesn't really have much of a say with how he's being zoned away by Light.
It's interesting to see the fact that RSGPH Irad, he's so far up ahead. He is right now 2.6k ahead of Sekis. And he's still
3 levels.
Yeah, 3 levels as well. But he still goes for defensive items. He goes for the War Axe, Thunderbelt, and then the Sky Guardian Helmet. I would expect him to just go for the Endless Battle a bit earlier instead of the Sky Guardian Helmet. But it shows you how much respect he has for Red Giants, who are still able to defend.
Yeah, I was about to say, right? I think that's respect at this point. I mean, things could still change at this point of the game. We're still 10 minutes in. Nats here, putting some pressure, zoning out the members of the Red Giants as RSG take all of the second-tier turrets away from RG. 7,000 gold lead already here in the 10th minute of the game, but they still need to be careful, right? I understand a 7,000 gold lead at this point is insane, but look at Super Red, right? Despite being at that much deficit in terms of the economy, he is still looking for the plays on the board, still being able to get the farm. And initially, I think he was 1 or 2 levels behind of Iman, but he's actually caught up.
And they need him to. Super Red, the reason he was given the Claude, again, was to play that weak side, to get farmed up towards that mid-game. Well, at this point, they can't really play for mid-game. For late-game, team fighting is what they need to do, but Light doesn't want to let that happen. Bennett's Rage not connecting. The way the Dragon knocks Sakyuti out, and right now it's going to be the engage. But the winner from Iman very early on, able to escape, but a decimation finds him in the back. Aqua going to get gunned down by the Blazing Duet under the turret, but Super Red is forced back, finally completes the corrosion side as Nats is now going to be the target. He might fall, but he has the Furious Dive to dash through the wall. Gorgeous and Sekis hunting him down under the tier 1. One more decimation, but he does not have it. Nats with Petrify, perhaps, but no! The decimation comes through. It's still a kill over. Irad clearing out the mid lane, and Red Giants, they find a way back into the game.
That's what I was afraid of, right? That power spike that they are able to get here in the mid game, right? Super Red, like you mentioned, already with the corrosion scythe as well. So the damage, the attack speed, it's coming through for them. And let's not mention Sekis, right? He was a huge factor, but Light goes in and tries to stay no.
Yeah. Can go for the Mortal Coil. You can anti-CC a few things, but you will still take damage, and he took a lot of damage. Okay, I'm sorry. I want to see the items again because I saw Iman pick up a very weird item. Winter Truncheon! He used it in the last team fight. I was so confused. Winter Truncheon, 3rd item.
Wow.
As a defensive. Just
wow.
so that he can actually evade from the Viola Requiem, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's pretty smart, right? That's respect, because at any time of the game, especially when the Guinevere gets more items, and she already has the Divine Glaive already, right? So that's more magic penetration. There's a lot of magic damage as well coming in from the other items, and you know, Guinevere can one-shot you in the end. And if you are the only person that's building damage, because like you mentioned, Irad went for more defensive, then the team relies on Iman. If he dies, then that's it for the team fight.
Iman never fails to surprise me with his crazy itemization. Every single time, one of the smartest itemizations from a gold laner. But right now, RSGPH, they're just taking the discipline route. They have the gold lead still. It was 7k, now down to 5k, but it's still a 2-level lead given to Irad here. Hans Kwan's finally built. He has more sustain as the Black Dragon form gets popped in. Sex with the Mortal Coil, but the burst is too much to handle. RSG make quick work of the Lord. This time it is the enhanced one, Luminous. And it should be RSG playing it slow once again, unless Light wants to go for something. Final slash onto Irad. Iman with the Meter's Passion, but now the gun down comes through. Immortality being popped, but Decimation onto the back line is there. That's for the cover. Meanwhile, the back, Irad once again dealing a lot of damage. Doesn't have the puncture anymore, and he should fall. It's a shutdown. Winter truncheon by Iman, but he gets knocked up. Not about Requiem, but Iman with a flicker back. He positions himself very well with a blazing duet now from Super Red as he marches forward to pick up the 3rd kill, and he equalizes in this team fight.
Yeah, that's a 3-for-3 trade. It would have been in favor of Yudu Red Giants, but you can see that Irad says otherwise, and so did Nats, right? An initial 6,000 gold lead for RSGPH has now shrunk to only 3.8k. They do and will be able to get that lower in the mid-side, so even though Yudu Red Giants level it out in terms of kills, they do still have the objective in the bag, and it looks like, come on, Nats, they're on the way.
Good shot onto Super Red, good BMI as well to the back. Nats does not have the Petrifying, and it will just be Yudu Red Giants who actually finds better value with the Lord that was taken by RSGPH.
Yeah, let's take a look at what exactly happened before that, right? Because initially it felt like RSG were in control of the team fight, but look at Sekis' positioning and how he's able to target it really perfectly. Unfortunately, because Sekis was too busy trying to go for the backline of the side of RSGPH, you can see Irad going crazy in the backline of Yudu Red Giants, but look how free Super Red was with the Blazing Duet, just dealing that damage. And this is what I was worried about, right? Even if RSG Philippines control the early game, if and only if the Claude can stabilize that lead, get the items that he requires, then he's still that factor that RSG Philippines need to take out first.
Now it gets really tough, Eterne. It gets really scary if you're an RSGPH fan, because Super Red has hit that item power spike, full items, even more gold now than the Beatrix. So Iman's early lead has completely been, eradicated. Funny because Irad's on RSG. Yeah.
10 out of 10.
Oh, that's very generous. Yeah, even LaFell doesn't agree. Yeah, no, I think that was more
nice.
yeah, you are very nice. That was more of a 3,
mean, man.
But it's fine, yeah. LaFell is pretty mean. That's why he's not a good roamer. Anyways, back into the game here. It seems like they're still going. They still have more map pressure despite Yudu Red Giants finding the power spike here in the 15-minute.
Because you got to think about this, right? I mean, even if RSG Philippines want to go for an engage, right? Yudu Red Giants has a lot of combos to work with, right? Gojes, you can still use Gojes in order to go for it. But the problem is, I feel like the Guinevere still needs setup. But that's exactly what you can get from Pancake. So, like, Aman himself needs to think about a lot of factors, and that's when vision becomes really, really important. They need to know where Pancake is, they need to know where this Guinevere is, and on top of that, depending on how Zach QT plays the Valentina, there is still a possibility that they can also utilize that combo for their favor in these team fights, and that's why these team fights perhaps always kind of fall in favor of Yudu Red Giants.
Because the composition was built to team fight, so much AoE, but when the pickoffs happen like this, it's not really going to be good for Red Giants. They lose their roamer. The 16-minute, just as the Lord spawns, Irad wants to keep going. Super Red dealing a lot of damage onto Nats. Wow, 60% of his HP just taken out. He does still have the regen, and he's a Yuzong, so it should still be fine for him, especially the fact that he has an Oracle. But this one-man advantage is going to be massive for RSG.
You can already see the setup here coming from Irad. Already focusing. Look at Gojes, right? This is going to be very scary. I hope they know. I hope they understand where he is. But he opens up with that Black Dragon form.
Good zoning onto Sekis with Light as well. Aqua finds the Lord as Gojes now is forced to run away. Rad jumping to the back with another puncture. Unable to connect on a target, so that will not be reset. It's Sekis.
nice, secure on the orange buff.
Luckily, right? Being able to get what you can is at this point really important. That Lord is already marching there in the mid side for RSGPH, and they are trying to make sure that all these 3 lanes crash at the same time to get the most out of it. I'm worried about the high ground for the Udo Red Giants when it comes to the defense, because unless they do have a spot onto Aqua, there's not really much that they can do.
Irad, okay, jumping all the way, just making a big U-turn there with the minions as the second base turret down below falls. It's a good snipe back onto Pancake, just providing some poke as RSGPH look to take it slow.
Oh,
Super Red with the
Red,
BMI forward, what? Irad now jumping back in, Run Nature gonna be bought by Super Red, but Light might want to go for the jump here. He has the Jikundo, forces Super Red back, and then finds it in the back. It's gonna be a kill onto Super Red as Irad now buys the winner, buys the time, dodges away from the Thorn with the Thorn Rose. But it's not going to be enough for RSG to end the game. Very uncharacteristic from Super Red.
Yeah, but they get 2 in favor of that, right? So, yeah, Super Red does get taken down. That was, I don't know, an overcommitment, a misclick. I don't like saying misclicks because they're pro players. But at the end of the day, Udo Red Giants gets Nats plus Irad. Is that an equal trade, or is it still in favor of Udo Red Giants?
I would say it's actually still in favor of RSGPH because sure, it's 2-1, but they did get 3 base turrets, and you know, heroes can respawn. Objectives, they're not really gonna respawn.
Luckily, it's still the 18th minute, right? Because, you know, later on, those kinds of trades are going to be detrimental to how this game actually ends.
You're right.
Especially with the respawn timers coming through. And man, Guinevere is also already full build, and it's scary, right? Iman has to be very careful in her positioning.
And you know what's crazy?
Uh-huh.
The Guinevere didn't go for like a semi-tank build. Usually we see
full
Guinevere's
damage.
Full damage.
Calamity, Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive.
It's a
just
burst,
everything.
Literally. Even penetration, Genius 1 and Divine Glaive. So he really understands that, you know, there's a lot of tanky members on the side of RSGPH. I'm going to deal true damage to them. Not just Divine Glaive. Divine Glaive and Genius 1, because he's a genius.
Ooh.
And he has a wand.
Okay. Yeah, he does. But I find it interesting, right? Because why would you need that much penetration when the only person who made magic defense is Light?
He just likes penetration,
All
right?
right, man. Yeah, I can't argue with that.
Yeah, no.
I can't argue with that.
Seriously, it's all about just because of the rose gold. It's also very good, but wow, Light finds a random pickup again. You don't usually see that. Oh, Gorgeous in the back with the Battle Requiem. Iman has the rose gold, and that's why he was able to survive. Just as I called it, literally before the fight. Divine Glaive and Genius 1 is to penetrate that rose gold. And man, it did. Even though Iman got the rose gold, he still had to rely on his immortality to survive that one.
Luckily he did, right? And now with that being said, with 2 members on the side of Udo Red Giants taken off the board, RSG going to be very comfortable in getting this next neutral objective in that Lord here in the 19th minute of the game. And still the map is blue. They still have control over the map, the pressure all over the map. And Aman now with the Wind of Nature as well. And it makes sense, Gorgeous is still not up yet.
Oh, Light again. He's looking for it, dumps in. Oh, good winner from Sai. Iman gets brought back with the final slash, but he's still able to dodge away. Udo Red Giants didn't capitalize on a caught, isolated Iman. They instead wanted to go for a Light, and this might just be it.
Okay, with the waves crashing in here in the bottom and those side lanes, this might be looking like the last stand for the Udo Red Giants.
Nats again with a Black Dragon form, just going in. Petrify ready, but he does not use it. Super in the back, jumping in. Iman is going to be taken down by Gorgeous. The base wide open. Irad targeting it down, but will he be able to do it? Yes, he will. RSGPH starts strong with game number 1.
They lead the series here 1-0 against the Malaysian representatives. And wow, that was pretty intense, man. I mean,
didn't expect it to be that close.
Was it though?
I mean, I think it was still close. The fact that Udo Red Giants were still able to find these crazy fights that could have turned the game. It's like you mentioned, it was very lucky for RSGPH that was the 18th minute of the game. That timers were still okay. If that had happened later, oh man, 2 man gone like that, it would have been a bit more that they could punish with.
I mean, that was pretty brutal, in my opinion, still from the RSGPH, right? They were able to control really well from that early game. I think maybe in the next game, I would expect the Udo Red Giants to kind of make it clear what they want, right? Because they went in for the Marcus, they wanted to commit to that snowball. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. And maybe starting to respect these heroes, right? Because Light already in the early game, you know how Cho gets. A Cho as a signature pick onto someone who's very comfortable on it is very, very aggressive. But it was GGWP for the Red Giants. Let's see what they can polish on for game number 2. With that, Lafel, take it away.
Few things. It was 20 minutes. It wasn't that brutal, but it turned out we need an intervention.
Yeah.
What is up with your sense of humor? How was that a 10? Guys, back me up on this.
It's way too generous.
No,
I mean, like, yeah, I believe in generosity and
if
support.
I'm being generous,
but
it's 2.
1.5.
It's a 2.
1.5.
What is wrong with you? And Mirko is just sucking
No,
it
it's a
all up.
10.
Just
It's a 10. All right, shush.
No.
It's a 10.
I have to protect my fellow Indonesians.
Even Mirko was
Okay.
like, he's Indonesian too.
1.5
agrees.
Eterna.
1.5?
Yeah.
Dude, okay, here's
He
the
said
thing.
eradicate.
Even
That's so
Mirko-
cool.
Even Mirko is like, yeah, that was not
Yeah.
a 10. But now
Yeah.
going back to the game, here's the thing. Third item, Winter Truncheon for Eman. That's cool, but I think that's kind of a nerd move.
You like what?
Mirko would say that was a nerd move, but because his casting is trying to be professional and stuff, you know what? The real Chad, gorgeous. Full damage.
You called it, right? They're a team that likes to
They
attack.
like damage.
They like damage. Doesn't care. No winner, no immortal.
Yeah. How do you live? Kill someone else.
Spell vamp.
Yeah, the Spellbam, it's like Gojo just wanted to go with the health that he can take away from the members of RSG and the damage he does. But I still really feel like he could have gone for at least one defensive item, maybe an Immortality instead of a Calamity Reaper. But I understand.
Honestly, I'd say Genius 1 is enough. The rest should have been defensive
Yeah,
items.
it should be all defense.
It should be all defense, honestly.
Yeah, that too. But then I get what Udo Red Giants were going for. They knew that RSG are a dive-heavy team. Their composition, and even not just their composition, their identity as an entire squad. So that might mean Eman and Aqua would be put into situations where they have no one to peel for them. So they picked an XP laner that's like more kill-minded, assassin-minded in a way. But it just came back to bite them because the rest of the map was just taken over by RSG early on.
You said one word, right? Peel. That's what I feel like what they're lacking. But then again,
That's what you feel like?
Yeah,
that's why I feel like that's a 7.
See, that's how you do it. That's a 7. No, because they were talking about feel. It's like, is that how you feel like?
Yeah, that's good.
That's a 7.
Wordplay,
Thank you very much.
Mirko.
All right.
Udo Red Giants, right? They need Peel perhaps, but then again, it's not their identity. So I don't know. RSG played textbook, looking at their composition.
Yeah, textbook RSG, that's what we call it, the Pandamentals, and the Pandamentals are still there. You have the signature RSG pincer maneuver movements, like coming in from the off angles and taking Udo Red Giants off guard. I do have to give the flowers to Super Red here though. I feel like he improved greatly. He usually does struggle in the laning phase, but you saw there, despite one mistake late into the game, he was great with team fighting. His entries were perfect.
Honestly, we're going to talk more about that, but for now, we're going to look at the MVP of the game. The MVP is going over to Aqua for 1-11. Honestly, a lot of the plays that really impressed me weren't even all that flashy. Just a good time placed, real-world manipulation, stopping majority of the engages coming in from Red Giants. For me, that was insane.
Very good, wise, I might say, itemization as well. He does not went for the Ice Queen one first item, Enchanted Talisman, and take a look at the highlights here.
Yeah, just Aqua. What I love about him as a player is that he always just looks to make a splash. It doesn't have to be flashy. He'll go for the plays that just... You can describe them as wet, man. It's just swish for Aqua. This is the play that you were mentioning, if I'm not mistaken. You're going to see him pop off for real-world manipulation at just the right time to make sure that they don't chase Eman here. After he pops the Winter Truncheon, that is perfect placement. Because if that was moved just a little bit more to the right, the members of Udo still could have chased Eman.
He died, but Eman was alive.
Yeah. And that's the life of a support. Sometimes, yeah, you're the second damage option, but you still have to be able to take in damage as well, just so that your marksman will shine. You saw Gojas actually go in for the backline there, but again, great itemization coming in from Emma, switching it out to a rose gold meteor did mean he had enough to survive, along with the help of the immortality.
I mean, it took 20 minutes, LaFell, but don't get me wrong. It was just all RSG.
I mean, the goal difference wasn't that much. Like what? At the end of the game, like 3K-ish? Okay, so congratulations to RSG Philippines winning the first game. Now, I want to transition back to what Redmar actually said. Super Red looking very good. Pancake, not so much just yet.
Yeah, it's because
We need-
also of the fact that
Arlet Rome,
Arlet Rome.
You talked about it?
I dislike the Arlet Rome, but then again, they need to deliver something more.
Yeah, and for you guys, if you guys want something in terms of delivery, you got to remember DHL. We got to say thank you very much, DHL, for actually sponsoring the event. And guys, FEBot Dash Cup, 5,000 euros. Make sure you guys go to asl.gg/FEBot. But again, 5,000 euros? That's way more euros than 4,000 euros.
Yeah, that's like around 900 something more? 1,000 maybe?
Yeah, around
1,000 exactly.
Oh, it's exactly. Okay, cool. Thank you.
You know what? DHL is great, but we also got to thank Walmart. What was it again?
It was to unleash the
Monster
beast.
Energy. Unleash the beast. Sorry, producer. I didn't hear that well just now. But yeah, Monster Energy, I think at this point, I think we've been clipped for quite a few times.
Yeah.
It's not a secret. We love Monster Energy.
We do love it.
It helps us unleash the beast.
Pancake needs it.
Pancake
Talk
needs a
about
bit of
Arlet
that.
Rome.
Arlet Rome, right? What is the clear job for Arlet Rome? Sure, you can initiate, but then again, it's such a short range that effective-wise, it's not really. I'd rather have other roams.
I think it's more of the fact that you drafted an Arlet Rome alongside a Claude Gold that is expected
synergy.
to receive a lot of pressure. So Arlot couldn't match the rotations of light around the map early on because he had to keep taking care of Super Red. I feel like if they're gonna go into a draft here where they want to see more of Pancake, they need to put another gold laner or a more favorable gold laner matchup so he can go around. Because as far as I know, from what I've heard from other casters and other people who follow Pancake's career and know more about him, he likes being able to go around the map, match the rotations of the opposing roamer. That's how he becomes effective for the team.
Well, so for this one, we're talking about Pancake, but I guess we got to talk about Arcadia as well.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting draft. That's why I don't hate on it so much, because I like the innovation coming in.
Exactly.
Innovation is great. But in this current lineup, it does seem perhaps not the very best, but to be fair, in the best of 3, if you lost the first game, it gives you a lot of opportunities to really read what your opponent is about.
Yeah, they need to adjust right, and ASAP as well. It's a best of 3, so let's see. I like the variety. I like the sauce that Coach Arc brings in Game 1, but perhaps now Game 2, just be more, I don't want to say conventional, just do your own thing.
Maybe
Again.
Go just needs some defensive items.
Because Go just going for that hero, which again, I love the hero, I love the idea, but it puts so much more unnecessary pressure onto guys.
You know what the developer said when they adjusted Guinevere? Is like, we want Guinevere to do well even with defensive items. So we buff all of her damage, every single, like the first skill, the ult, everything. So it's like, now you don't have to go for damage, you can go for defense. I guess Go just didn't read that part of it.
No, I felt like he read it, but then he just took it as, oh, that means I will build more damage, so I can do more damage.
More damage. My goodness.
Sometimes you just gotta play just a little bit defensive.
I kind of feel like at that point, I think even his teammates like, yo, Gojas, maybe you can do 1 or 2 defensive items.
No.
And he's like, I'm in too deep, man. I'm 4 damage items in. I'm in too deep.
I can't get out of here.
I can't get out.
I want magic penetration for my
I
boots.
promised my mom.
Yeah. Mom, I will do damage.
Forever.
Yeah, forever. But I mean, hopefully not. There's only a 3-game series.
But I mean, props to Eman as well, right? The winter transit. I know, LaFell, you don't like it.
No,
but
it's good, but you know.
You don't like it because it outplays him.
No,
Yeah,
man. You know why I don't like those defensive items?
Why?
I'm not traditionally a gold laner. I play mid or roam. And then this one time I was using a Brody in the gold lane.
Yeah.
I still remember I was going up against an Irithel. I was winning the matchup. And then I was like, okay, HP very low. I'm gonna all in. He first item a win of nature.
First
item, win of nature. The choke came, kicked me, and I started feeding my lane. I hate that.
Okay, so it's trauma.
It's traumatizing.
Oh no.
Just build a Bazooka Fury or something. I don't know. Why have go for first item win of nature? That was tilting.
PTSD.
If the Irithel that played against LaFell is hearing this, I'm so glad you did that. Not because you traumatized
That's
my friend.
why when I saw him
because
using Winter, I'm like, oh, come on, dude.
The aftermath of that win of nature, man. Goodness.
Never again. Never playing gold lane again.
I get that vibe. I'm not a gold laner, but now switching sides are the two teams. It's Kaja getting taken out by Yudu from the get-go. Interesting because usually, based off of how I understand, Arcadia likes to see his teams play. I would have thought that they'd gone for a first pick Kaja, but I think they're thinking of something else here for
maybe
for the
they
first
wanted
pick.
1-1, but 1-1 instantly banned out.
Yeah,
I mean, like, to be fair, a lot of heroes don't want to go up against Kaja.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, that makes the first pick spicier, but it might just end up becoming an Arlot or maybe even a Fredrin as the first pickup.
Lancelot. Why don't take the Lancelot out of Virad?
Great call. Actually, I do that. Is that that's a Skies thing to do?
Yeah,
right?
Skies can do that, yeah.
Okay, so Lancelot's first pick does sound good for you, dude.
Honestly, I was hoping he would have picked up the Hayabusa the previous game.
I just imagine Assassin.
Yeah. I mean, the Martis was okay, but maybe he was like
he wants to go damage.
Maybe he was forced into that situation.
Okay. Yeah. Even considering Gojess was already
All
the
suppressed
Guinevere.
heroes are getting banned here.
Yeah.
So maybe it is going to be an
the
assassin.
Lancelot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lancelot first pick, and then maybe for RSG, I wouldn't mind.
Arlit Valen.
Arlit Valen
again.
The typical play style.
It's just like switching up the first pick, second pick.
Yeah. Although I wouldn't mind if RSG decide to pick up Akufra as one of their first 3 picks. More third pick than anything.
Got it. Yeah, so let's see here. It's going to be the Fredrin here, so it's giving you the Red Giants a green light to pick up the Lancelot. Just taking it away from Irad, and it's Seki's playstyle.
And if they do go for an Arlit, maybe not a Roam this time?
Please.
Yeah. Put it in
Please.
the EXP lane. Or, okay, again, I'm on the boat,
EXP lane,
though.
first item, Blade of Despair.
Damage again. But again, I'm in the camp of if they're gonna go Arlot Roam, it can't be a Claude, or at least just make it a very favorable gold lane matchup, just so Pancake can go around more. Because he was in the early portions of game number 1, he was a babysitter pretty much.
Time to drop the beat.
Joy.
Forgot about
That's
Joy.
right, yeah, forget about Joy sometimes too. Then
Instant
Kira
pick
gets-
Lancelot.
Okay, it's quite similar here, right? The Lancelot Valentina joining in, but the Valentina does switch the team. But with the 2 suppression, Joy can actually pop off.
Yeah, the Joy can definitely pop off. So Iman might have to build a Winter Truncheon early again. I mean, like, again, that's the Joy's job. Like, I see Marksman, I go for Marksman, right?
Yeah. So that begs a question, will RSG pick Marksman third like a Beatrix, or will they pick it later on?
It sounded different in my head. It's like, do they want to pick up a Marksman third pick like a Beatrix?
Oh, okay.
Like, that Bea was so slow in my head. And it's like, Beatrix. I was like, was he going to press the cough button? It's like, all right. Melissa and Kadita picked up. Whoa!
Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm careful.
My brain, man. I think it's too corroded at this point. Yeah.
We mentioned this. We talked about this, LaFell, right? The Rome Pancake is it Kadita Rome, their identity?
Yeah.
But it seems like with Kadita being left open, they want to pick it up. With Melissa, though, it seems like they're trying to bait RSG to clump up. So I expect them to draft 2 not clumped up heroes here.
So Marksman, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a Marksman pickup. If it's not that, it's already the Roamer for light.
Again.
Just on point. They pick up the Cho, And yeah, it's just gonna be the rotational speed, be more active around the map. This time around, we might see Light just being more on, I will stop this Kadita duty rather than I will look for the backline responsibilities.
So now RG, what are they looking to ban out? I prefer this Joy to go to the EXP rather than the jungle, as some teams have been trying out, because I don't know, I kind of feel like she really needs that vengeance.
Yeah, very important for her kit.
I almost don't mind being mid Joy as long as you have an opportunity to use the vengeance. Yeah.
Actually, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that. Whoa, a Ruby. Okay, that's a respect ban onto Pancake.
Is this a Go-Just thing to pick up the Ruby? But you have to
honestly can, but like I said, damage. Damage. But still, it's like, to be fair, in terms of matching up, it is good going up against the Joe. Just stop him from actually getting in.
Yeah, it will also mess up the flow of Irad, who's just going to be dashing around close to them. So you do take away the Beatrix. They will most likely take away either another gold laner or an option for Nats in the scenario.
I don't know. Is Leslie good going up against Melissa? Because Leslie is still up for grabs here for RSG.
Yeah, she's pretty good.
Very hard, yeah. I think if it's not banned out, it's an option for RSG to pick up the Leslie.
It's one of those relationships in the gold lane where it's just which one of us is going to get hit by the respective ability first, who can get out first. Like if Melissa tosses Muddles, how fast can Eman or the Leslie get away from the Muddles range, just things like that. It's more of a... It's a 50-50 and
a skill matchup.
Skill matchup there.
It's a very dynamic lane.
Yeah. I mean, range-wise, Leslie has a slight edge if the Muddles is on cooldown. So let's see here. Second phase, Marksman ban. Will they commit to this? Or perhaps Nats? Yeah, you're right. On point, right?
Okay.
Nats hero.
I will be honest, usually I will say, yeah, I was on point, but no, I was saying Lapu. I will be honest.
Because he was giving it to you, you should have just taken it.
I know.
Ganya's being good guy Indonesian to a Filipino.
It didn't feel right, man. I gotta be honest at times. Or all the time.
I love you when you're happy.
So fourth pick here, what do they want to take, right?
Lapu.
They banned out the Uranus?
Yeah.
Wait, they banned out the... Oh!
Probably that means they'll go for Leslie, yeah.
So that means they are thinking about the Joy not being in the EXP then, right? Because Ruby is...
Yeah, they're considering that.
Yeah. Okay. Or they're forcing, saying, we're not going to give you any other options, so you have to put Joy there. And now the Harif has been picked up. Not too many good matchups here.
It's a debut for Harith as well here. Right?
Oh, it is?
It is a debut for Harith. So Harith gold lane in APC finally.
Yeah.
And it's good. Going up against Joy, you don't mind. As a Harith, you want someone to engage on you.
Conspiracy theory.
What
if we see Nats?
Whisper it.
What if we see Nats pick up a Minzathar in the XP lane?
Nats, Minzathar.
Because right now this
honestly,
Harith
it's okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have the Harith doesn't have enough setup for him other than its own Zamban Force. Yeah. So the King's Calling plus the Zamban Force will be great, especially means
Melissa doesn't like the King's Calling.
Yeah. Melissa hates it. The
Joy
will
hates
hate
it.
Yeah. I hate it.
Yeah, see. Oh, hood hood.
Uh-oh.
You did say quite a lot of people don't like to hear hood hood.
Yeah. And that's why I brought it up as an option. That's a beautiful pickup. I'm not gonna lie, that is a beautiful pickup by you, Red Giants. But that means the Diggy and the Kadita really need to do so much of the heavy work early on.
We talked about this. What is Red Giants about?
Fighting.
Damage. Impure Rage Diggy.
Who's here is going to be a front line. Even the Bane, I think, would suffer quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they have no front line.
Masha!
Okay, so that's their approach. You do love damage, love fighting. To make this lineup work, they have to be together as 5.
Yeah.
So just send Nats to split push the lane.
And someone then can peel a lot of the damage of the build from the side of Red Giants.
Yeah.
So what do you guys feel about this?
I peel sticking to RSG 2-0. I think it's going to be a clean sweep here.
That's
Not
a nerd
gonna
move. Nerd move. You know what? That's such a nerd move. RSG, just go full damage. We're going to throw it over to the casters. What do you guys think about this?
Thank you, Lapel. We think that that's a 0.1 out of 10. That pun, that was so bad. Okay,
Yo.
Eradicate is so much better.
I agree, yeah. Eradicate is so much
What is appeal about this?
And you know what's fun? You know what's crazy? The fact that Irad, once again, was given the Lancelot. We were talking about how you should try to respect ban or at least take it first, but they were prioritizing Joy all the way from the start of the tournament.
And that's the problem, right? Because we saw what the Cho could do. How much pressure in the jungle from just 0.01 second, right? So let's take a look back into the drafts. And it was funny, right? Because you had like this whole analysis, so I'm just going to give it to you.
All right, okay. Joy, the Cambodian special. The Kaja and the Franco set up for the Joy, and obviously, I honestly feel like it's a weird kind of front-to-back composition because they have dive as well into the back, but RSGPH kind of answered with more dive. They're like, if you want to dive and front-to-back, we're just going to focus on one thing. We're going to dive with that Masha pick as well. As a Melissa player myself, it is so annoying to go up against as a Masha because of the cancel of your basic attacks. If that hits, if you get this arm like that, the team fight is going to be gone for Yudu because they're going to rely so much on this Melissa to be the one dealing DPS in the team fights.
And that's the thing, right? Because if that's the case, sure, they lose the Melissa. And if they wanted to bank on the fact that the Bane can use his deadly catch to try and disengage from all that dive or the front to front from the side of RSG, they also have the Hoot Hoot.
Hoot Hoot.
With the Valentina.
Yeah, that's the thing is, but that's why. When they picked up the Diggy, yes, it was a very good pick. It really enables the composition to do whatever they want, and the thing is, yeah, the enemy team can just steal it away. So it really comes down to how they execute these team fights. It's a very skill matchup, so if you lose, it's a skill issue.
Okay, resource allocation is going to be very important here for game number 2 between the Yudu Red Giants as well as RSG Philippines. And that's something that we really need to pay close attention to, right? And I don't know, in the early game, sure, I guess the Cho doesn't really have much to say, right? In order for him to try and put some pressure because he doesn't have that level 4. But even then, actually, wait, Seka seems to be all right. Oh, because maybe they're anticipating that Yudu Red Giants would go for the blue buff first.
They wanted to try to go for it. I mean, you can already see Light just opening up the map, and this is what you do on Cho, right? Early on, you try your best to just be a nuisance because of your mobility and your pretty strong base damage. The fact that he went for Concussive Blast just, you know, pushes that agenda even more. He wants to deal damage, and he gets a good Jikundo in, but Sekis on the Bane. Yep, he's clearing the lanes, he's clearing the jungle very, very fast. Let's see who gets this one. It's going to be Sekis with a Retribution.
Oh, he actually retries for that. Very interesting. They're now rotating towards this top side. They want to punish this Harith even more already. It's already a bad matchup here for Iman himself. I'm actually curious to see how he's able to make it out alive, right? Because Iman, sure, right? The burst is going to be there. In the early game, I don't think that the Harvest damage is going to be that big. Well, wait. Huge aggression coming in from Light. He doesn't actually connect it just yet. Pancake was still able to flicker out. But that's what I was worried about, right? Because Pancake, not only does he have the damage, but he also has the ability to open up the map. And the lack of range from Aman is going to be severely punished.
And RSGPH understand that fact. They understand that the Melissa will have a better time in lane. That's why they're trying their best to send members up top to clear that freeze going on. Yudu Red Giants, if they continue at this pace, are going to have gold control. But they will lack a little bit of this neutral objective control, which was why the Bane was picked up. Irad's already first here. Let's see if Sekis can make a miracle play, but with Light jumping in, there's no way. Retribution for Irad, clean. RSGPH strikes first.
Good try from Sekis, trying to alleviate that pressure coming in from Light as well. Don't know why Light was given once again his power hero in that show. But so far, things are looking a lot less aggressive here in the early game. And it's interesting, right? Because I thought that after level 4, a lot of action would happen.
The action just simply can't happen right now. Because both of the compositions were built to, well, not both, but Yudu Red Giants mostly was built to kind of disengage with the Diggy. And now, when they go in like this, it's just going to be a time journey and a reset once again. Super Egg clears out the wave, but Iman's doing pretty well in this lane, clearing out minions and farming.
2 minutes in, 3 minutes in. Only a small gold lead for RSG. It looks like Light is going to look for an engage here onto Super Red, but he was still able to recall, giving a lot more information perhaps for Irad in his rotations. But look at Joy here. Very, very aggressive stance, trying to cut those waves. And I don't think at this point he can be punished yet.
No, both Masha and Joy, it's kind of a dead lane here. They're just both going to be clearing each other's lanes.
not much kill threat from both. I don't think Nats can really even pressure or threaten a kill on the Joy. So it's just going to be a very passive game. Thing is, I'm not sure who actually gets more value out of the slow roll game. Because if you do Red Giants utilize the slow game to slow tempo to siege like this, it's going to be great for them. But if RSG are able to do the same thing better, then it's going to be really bad. You can see right now, Gorgeous just zoning in the back as the turret is being taken out. Whoa, my goodness, that's a lot of damage. First blood, the Petrify connects though, and it's a good trade over. You do Red Giants. They trade in the XP for the mid lane.
All right, already a 1-for-1 trade here. RSG, once again, not too much of a gold engage, but Pancake.
Baiting out the time journey is going to be good. Light still has the flicker. Irad wants to go back in. Good Thorn Rose, but he's going to be brought back with the reverse time. And Iman is doing what Super Red has been doing to him the entire game, trying to freeze it up now.
And it's going according to plan, right? Because initially we thought that it would be really bad for Iman, but how things are going, they're actually at the same level lead. So he's not too far behind. And I was quite interested with the fact that ZachQT actually opted for the Kadira. I thought there would be more pickoffs on the board. But look at this. Oh, okay, I guess there's attempts.
Well, Jikundo, good one. Rough Waves connects, and he's able to escape. Both teams have so much disengage to play with. They have anti-CCs across the board, and again, they're just trading really well at this point. The gold lead is pretty insignificant.
Super fun, though, to watch, right? They're all waiting for that item power spike, but Pancake.
He's going to be pinned down now. Light has the way. The Dragon doesn't even need it. Just picks up the kill with a good kick in. Aqua is trying to pinch Super Red. He does still have the go away, but I don't think RSG can dive.
Oh, they're going. Look at Light. Look at Aqua. RSG, they already have a 1,700 gold lead, right? The way that they were able to rotate, the way that they were able to get a pick onto Pancake even, actually propels that gold lead a little bit further ahead. But look at this, Seikis, he's been trading really well, right? Because they saw and had the information that RSG Philippines wanted to put pressure in the top side, and so he was very quick to respond with that turtle take in the bottom lane. But there you go, a turret falls to you to Red Giants. They're trading really, really well.
Yeah, with the Marksman and the Bane, they understand that the Siege comp for them is going to be really good, so they're already threatening that. The fact that also the Turtles have gone pretty equally for both teams is pretty beneficial for Yudu Red Giants. They're waiting on the power spike to hit for the Melissa. He's already on the corrosion side, building to the DHS, and then later on the Golden Snap. As you see, a little bit of a trade in lane. Super Ray gonna be dove by Nats. Time journey forced out. Nats still going, forcing the go away, but Nats is gonna fall. And wow, I mean, he does get a turret for it, but I don't know if that's worth it.
Well, I guess you can say that turret is permanent damage, right? But sure, it does get traded back. I feel like RSG Philippines are trying to look for more objective trades on the board. And looking at this, 85% for RSG Philippines. I wonder why, right? Only a 1,400 gold lead. I feel like structures are quite equal. Even objective takes, right? 1-to-1 in Turtle as well.
But on paper, RSG Peach are just, I would say, the better team, right? I mean, the predictions from the people out there. Light now with Way to Dragon could Vengeance pop to just deny the damage, but with the Rough Waves, I don't think you're going to survive that one. Go just gets picked off, and it should be a turret for RSG. But you do Red Giants. This is why they're the Giants here. They want to keep on trading. They're not going to let the enemy team just stomp them in. It's the first time Irad will be able to trade it back. Nats has 3 HP bars, but that's what the Melissa is built for. Once you're in there, Nats falls again. ZachQT picks up the kill, but it's going to be a tier 2 turret as early as the 7th minute.
No way do they get it. No way. Light goes in.
I think they can. Just a few more hits here. It might be they'll just go on to Light now with a dash forward. Aqua cannot defend all alone. They can wait for another minion wave as Go just clears out the wave. So it's not going to be a trade tier 2 up top. It's Yudu Red Giants with a big win.
Yeah, but the lanes are still pushing there in the bottom lane. They get the mid on top of it as well.
Winions.
Wow, Yudu Red Giants are playing their mobility a lot faster. They're rotating a lot quicker than RSGPH, and that 1,800 gold lead has now shrunk to only 1.2k. And on top of that all, they have more kill pressure with Gojas already picking up that Holy Crystal as well. So more magic damage, even if RSG Philippines want to go for a split.
At this point of the game, again, it's a very low kill game, I would say. We're just at like 1 kill per minute. And it all comes down to Super Red, I feel. This power spike, once it hits, especially considering the front line for RSGPH, Nats has died 2 times. He doesn't have enough Oh, tanky items. Pancake is really getting chunked really low. He has to be forced to use a time journey, but Nats will just scratch him down. Deadly catch coming in. Super Red trying to peel. He doesn't pop the go away to save his roamer. Gorgeous to the back though now with a vengeance as well. And Mon will be taken out. Zek is still trying to dish out damage. ZachUT gets out with a massive execution. Goes through the go away. Super Red still with a double kill. And now Irad is all left isolated by the likes of Yudu Red Giants. Now Super Red jumps forward. Nats with his HP Thunderclap back, and it's a kill back and a shutdown for Nats. But once again, it's Yudu Red Giants who get much better value.
Yeah, that was a 3-4-4 trade, and they get Amon as well, right? The person that you're supposed to rely on to the damage, the person that you'd expect to farm as quick as possible to get that power spike as soon as possible. And this is it. 0 gold difference, only 200. At this point, it barely makes a difference. And with 4 members taken down, the Yudu Red Giants very quick on the Lord.
Let's see. Oh, he got knocked out. Way the Dragon as well. They have a chance to steal this thing.
No way!
He finds the kill on the Lord, secures it for RSGPH, all on the back of Light's Way of the Dragon.
That's so unfair. That's so unfair. That's so unfortunate for the Yudu Red Giants. Come on. They had it in the back. They had the better setup. They were outnumbered. And Amana goes in, still able to get the Lord off of the backs of the other members setting up. And that's an instant 2,500 gold lead off one play.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Yudu Red Giants, but it was massive for RSG. Light, again, is giving the vision. You know, RSGPH's motto has been follow the light for a long time, and that's exactly what happened there. Light showed them where he was.
The end of the tunnel.
The end of the tunnel, there's always Light. He's just standing there with his glorious hair.
Oh, Nas very aggressive onto Pancake.
That's a lot of damage, man. The time journey gets him out. Nas is going to be chunked quite low with Aqua, but the Lord here shouldn't really be a big threat to Yudu Red Giants. It just takes out the tier 2 and the tier 1 in the mid lane. It's still all good if they can defend this, and they're doing a really good job in micromanaging the waves. Now with the rhythms as well, Gojes is able to just clear out that mid lane.
3,500 gold lead, and oh, who got the...
It's Irad, bro. Oh, Light now with the Jikundo and the Way the Dragon. What is that damage? ZachUT got deleted as Zaman now. Pops in his Zaman Force, but Super Red now with the Inspire melts him down, even with his Zaman Force. Now he's going to get chained down. The go away comes through with a Thunderclap as well. Will be used. These Nats take it from him. Gorgeous running away. Phantom Execution. RSGPH with a massive team fight win.
3-4-1 trade, 3,700 gold lead, and they're taking all the buffs away. Gojes here trying to clear the wave as soon as possible to prevent any more from being traded back for the side of RSG Philippines. And you can see the look on LaFell's face. Okay, you can't like literally see it, but I'll describe it to you. He looks really worried. His eyebrows are scrunching. It looks like he's getting a little sweaty over there. But yeah, because, you know, it's unfortunate, right? I mean, let's take a look at this instant replay, right? The fact that they were able to play around this, right? Super Red was already really good, being able to hit from the back. Iman goes down. That's already a win condition taken by Yudu Red Giants. But look at Aqua, right? He goes in, flickers in, he uses that ultimate, that burst potential as well, coming in from Irad. And that's it. A 3-4, what? 1 trade? 2 trade?
I think... Yes, it was good position, good pickoffs from RSGPH, but it was a very, very big mistake by Super Red as well, getting a bit too over-aggressive, dashing forward on a Melissa. A very risky move, and it did not pay off at all. Usually you would want to try to do that, but again, that was against a Masha, someone who can actually disarm you. And with Super Red completely disarmed, there was no way of fighting back. And again, for all the way from the start, we called it, it's this Yudu Red Giants composition is built around the Melissa.
And even here, right? Yudu Red Giants, even after suffering that really huge loss, they still want to try and contest this. It's worrisome because Irad is 2 levels ahead.
That's a lot of damage. Iman, though, pops into Purify, gets out. No Zaman Force, no Purify. I think Yudu Red Giants won on that front with more resources to burn for this Lord fight.
Oh, it looks like Gojes is looking for another tower there. That's all they can do at this point. Irad goes in, though.
You can see the damage piling in. Oh, what's ZachUT going to be caught, but Light's going to be brought back by the reverse time. Good peel from Pancake. Could have been devastating to Yudu Red Giants. Now Gojes taking a... Wow, that's a lot of damage from just one rotation from Aqua. Nats now jumping in. Time Journey used. And that's it. Now RSG have the resource advantage.
Uh-oh, it's not looking good here. Gojess already super low. I don't think they should commit onto this, honestly.
Well, right now, he's waiting for the way to dragon. He wants to go and lock Gojess down. Sekis wants to jump forward despite it all now, and it's retribution to secure it. Gojess falls in desperation to look for a miracle play. And RSGPH, they just wipe Yudu Red Giant's dreams.
3-0 right now. It's not looking too good. Super Red here picking up the scraps, trying to take away, but did Nats get... Oh my god, Nats got the orange buff.
RGPH are ruthless, man. That's why they even call their fans raiders, because that's exactly what they're doing here. They're raiding Yudu Red Giants' jungle like it's nothing.
Super brutal. This is super brutal. 8,000 gold lead already in the 14th minute. The Lord already marching down in the top side. They do still have options to play around Super Red, but if Super Red gets taken out even before the team fight begins, then that's just GG. They don't have the damage yet.
Deadly catch used up. Imando in the midst of it all right now is Iman for Super Red! Deals so much damage, but he gets bursted down as well. Aqua does the same amount in burst. Irad now with a BOD onto the back with a Thorn Rose, gets cancelled out, still able to disengage as the second base turret falls in the bottom lane. RGPH, they've cracked open Yudu Red Giants' base.
Iman, oh my god. Even without Iman, they are still able to put this much pressure onto the board. And to make things worse, we were screaming about the damage coming in from Aqua, right? Just the burst alone. And that was on Gojess. And now Aqua already built in that Holy Crystal. So there you go, right? Just one spit.
One spit.
One spit onto Pancake brings him to 50% health. It's insane. Okay, I understand, right? Pancake built in damage, right? With the Glowing Wand, Divine Glaive as well, and the Enchanted Talisman to make sure that he's able to spam those skills. Even then, right? Look at this! Oh, the Divine Glaive as well!
They have a lot of damage to play with, but I'm more impressed with the Chad Irad. He went for a Chad move here. Milfic Roar, War Axe, Endless Battle, and BOD. This ain't utility Lance. This is damage Lance. This is assassin Lance.
He likes it when it hurts. Oh. All right, and there you go.
And he's hurting a lot right now. Super Red forced to go away. Irad, bit too much than he could chew, but he still buys the immortality. Even the winner, fast hands from Irad, but he still falls in the end. Nat jumps into the back line. Aqua doing the same thing, now with the rhythm as well. But Aqua should fall. Rough Waves brilliantly played. Light now, dealing the damage, and that's it. When you kill some people from RSG, another head will come through. Sekis now getting scratched down by Nats, and he will not be able to survive this one. He gets solo killed. Zach QT, the only member left standing, but his Amon Force will take him out like he's nothing. RSGPH with a clean 2-0 sweep.
Wow. RSG showing the world what they are made of. Showing what it means to be world class. And that was class that we saw in game number 2. Game number 1, it was in 18 minutes, right? Okay, sure, I understand what LaFell meant. But this was what, 14, 15 minutes?
This was 20 minutes too.
20 minutes as well?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Probably, because...
It feels better then.
Yeah, because you think 20 minutes, it's not that long, right? So
no, it's average.
It's average timing, especially for an MLBB game. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so RSGPH, once again, they do it efficiently. They were able to just keep calm, I feel, because a lot of these fights that Yudu Red Giants forced on them look really bad, especially when Iman was already caught.
Yeah, I agree. Oh man, what do you do if you're Yudu Red Giants?
You do.
You do.
Red Giants. You just
lose.
do Red Giants.
Oh, sorry, what?
Whoa.
I mean, they lost.
Yeah, you can say
I'm not being mean.
I can't take offense to that. Because,
wait, so is there a Malaysian team that went to the upper bracket?
Homeboys went to the upper brackets.
Oh, but they lost, right?
This is just a roast session.
No, I'm not roasting. I'm actually asking.
All right, well, we can ask
See,
LaFell.
don't take my stupidity as sarcasm. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
See, I know you behind the scenes. I know you're not that stupid.
I'm pretty stupid. I think my IQ is like 90.
Let's
80.
ask LaFell.
Let's ask LaFell.
If you're that stupid.
Okay,
in his eyes.
Okay, LaFell, take it away.
The death stare.
She ain't that stupid. She's playing. 20 minutes is an average?
You know, I gotta back you up.
Nice, man.
I gotta back you up. 17, 18 is average. 20 is above average.
Yeah, it is.
She's not that stupid. The game. Let's talk about the game.
The game.
Super Red. Honestly, doing very good. But that just puts a red target on your back. Everyone's just going after you.
Yeah, a literal red target on Super Red on him. And you pointed this out behind the scenes, Lafel, how Nas was playing this Masha. As he's delivering the death stare to Eterna once again.
Just talk, I can listen. I got headsets on.
Is that the disarm from the Masha actually multiple times just stopped Super Red from being able to basic attack? And then at the same time, Nath was also just baiting out
That was
the
throughout
Time's
the entire
Journey.
game, by the way.
Yeah, all throughout the entire game. The Time's Journey was also getting baited out frequently by Nats. If he wasn't split pushing, he knew that was his job. Just take key abilities out of the back line of UD Red Giants.
You know what? I think Nats just understands what he needs to do, right? Early game, he does not care. He lets the other four to just do their thing. I'm going to focus on lane. After that, getting that tier 1, that is when we start seeing Nats is just everywhere and across the map.
Honestly, if you want to disarm your opponents, you need a lot of processing speed. So shout outs to Snapdragon. Make sure you guys get that chipset. But now, looking into the itemization, I gotta say, Pancake took something off of the books of Gorgeous. Even he didn't go for defense. That magic rope, that was at the end of the
Towards
game.
the end.
Even Gorgeous, that dominance ice, that was end of the game while he was dying. Well, while he's dead.
Yeah, and that's really smart itemization by Irad because he knew that the members of Red Giants, especially the key members there,
They don't do defense.
They don't do defense. They're all squishy. He's not going to go after Sekis. Yeah, he'll poke Sekis for just a bit, but then once he gets vision on Zac, Super Red, Pancake, even when Goja shows up, that's when he'll be really effective. So great itemization and decision here by Irad to not go for defensive items that much.
And looking from the drafts, right? I mean, they picked up the Diggy to a minimum C only. Technically, only Cho that can deal out crowd control, and that is a very good understanding from the side of RSG as well. Okay, you pick up Diggy, let me pick up the Masha, the hero that can tank you up, but no CC whatsoever.
Yeah, and it's also unfortunate that there were not the best timings with the use of Time's Journey by Pancake. If it's not too late, it's too early. It was rare that there wasn't the perfect timing from a Time's Journey coming in from Pancake. But it's also a testament to how RSG played this. They made that one of their key indicators of when to fully go in.
The one that I want to talk about is the Bread Maker. Nice naming scheme, by the way. Haven't addressed it just yet, but you're right. Honestly, in this game, we really have to look at the pathing of the junglers, especially when they're using the Lancelot. It really does seem that they're going to be invisible in the game up until the 6th, 7th minute, and then all of a sudden, they're three levels ahead.
2 games, both games. Game 1, there was a 3-level gap, and in the second game, there was a 3-level gap as well. So, yeah, pathing-wise, Arad got into the bag, and UD Red Giants, I feel like they adjusted, but it wasn't enough.
They dealt more damage than RSG.
Oh, yeah, they did.
They dealt more damage.
True.
I mean,
Somehow,
at least, on brand.
Yeah, on brand for Red Giants.
Yeah.
So they lived up to what they want to play, deal more damage.
You don't win, but
at least you dealt more damage.
You dealt more
That's
damage.
a flex.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta be
Win the
able to
league.
get the things you want to happen to you. It's not what you need, but you want it, and you got it. And RSG just got the win here, mainly because of you were the topic of the pathing here of Irad. It's because on the side of Red Giants, the Bane is so integral to their early to mid game playmaking with those sharks that, of course, the time where Sekis could be going around getting more farm, he's with Super Red, he's with Pancake, sometimes Zac QT trying to get pickoffs that way. But because Ira knew that, he decided to invade the jungle of Sekis more frequently alongside Nats.
And now we're looking at MVP, Emma 9, 3, and 6. The damage, whew, unfair. Talk about the power spike here, Redmar, for the Harith.
Oh, the Harith, we've seen it all throughout MPL Philippines Season 11 and even all around the world. He just needs one item and he's good to go.
5,000 damage per minute?
Yep, that is Harith at its finest. One of the quickest, if not the quickest scaling gold laner in the game right now. Because of how well he can just match up with a good amount of marksmen. Even up against a Melissa, Eman's timing with the dashes were really on point. And of course, Light just helped Eman get to that point where once that Calamity Reaper dropped, that was the moment for Eman to frequently rotate more.
If you really think about it, why I really love this Harith, it is the head-to-head is Melissa. You want to clump up to be effective with a Melissa, but going up against a Harith, you don't mind as well, right? Because of the shielding, because of the Shaman Force, you will be able to have enough sustainability.
Right now, we got to look at the highlights, and Pancake should have 100% used the time just way early. I was looking at his ult, he had it. He preemptively used it before, but doing that, it's alright, it's over.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. And as you see here, RSGPH, again, Nath's doing a really great job of baiting out key abilities outside of you Red Giants, and Aqua answering at the right time. Just great synchronization by RSG in terms of what abilities they have left and when they're going to engage. See, the moment that one dropped or the moment they saw they had no more abilities, that's when they went all in because they still respected the potential comeback capability of you Red Giants.
Man, 16 minutes and 7,000 gold in the highlight itself is just a little bit too much there for you Red Giants. And you know what? I feel like we give Eman enough credit. I want to give credit to the silent killer as well. The mid laner, Valentina, was also silently doing his job.
By the way, congratulations to RSG Philippines winning this game 2-0, very clean. And if we're just gonna mention like honorable mentions, Nats is an enabler.
Yeah.
He just goes in and beats everything out and then just letting his team go. No, it's like, yo, green light. There's no skills left for the team, just go in.
It's been a signature of Nath's in his growth. Before, we knew him as the playmaker. We knew him as similar to Gojis in MPL Malaysia, wherein he'll look for that star play. It doesn't look like it's the right decision, but somehow it will work out. But then this time around, he's really grown into the type of player, as you mentioned, as an enabler, willing to go down for the greater good, the greater sacrifice, which is taking out the opposing team's key abilities.
In this current situation, he doesn't even need to sacrifice himself, right? He's just there soaking the damage, baiting, disarming, and man, this guy was just on point, especially if we're talking about game 2.
I mean, he died 3 times. Let's see, who else died 3 times? Aqua died 3 times. Eman died 3 times. Light only died once. Romer, by the way. He's playing it smart. It's like, just because they die doesn't mean I have to die.
Yeah.
It was their fault, not mine. Don't bring me into your death conversation.
Yeah. I think there were multiple times where we saw it was Nats and the rest of RSG definitely fighting, and you saw Light go like, okay, Time's Journey. This is how it looks like for a Cho. He's just there in the bush. Time's Journey, am I going to go in? Kick? Okay, no, you guys are all dead. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
See you guys in the next team fight.
Great impersonation, by the way.
I think I saw something flash up behind the screen. That scared me for a moment. I saw a huge face, by the way. I think we might...
Huge face?
Yeah.
Are we like ready for an interview or something? I mean, like, if they're just like, what are you guys doing? Okay, yeah, apparently we are going into the interview. No wonder you saw a huge face. So
there we go.
This is a huge face. How are you, Rad?
Hello, I'm okay.
So let's just assume he saw us dancing.
Yeah.
You got this.
Irad, kumusta ka dyan? Kamusta yung preparation nyo dito para sa Snapdragon Pro Series?
Okay naman po yung preparation namin. At yun nga, dahil nga nakapagpahinga na din ako.
Nakapag-rest well ka na?
Nakapag-rest well na rin po ako.
Okay, pero going into this, of course, alam natin nandyan si Demon kahit sa roster, pero dito ka pinalaro sa unang laro na to. Sobrang saya ka ba nung sinabi sa'yo, uy, Irad, ikaw mauuna dito, at paano ka nag-prepare personally para sa laban na to?
Masaya po ako kasi hindi ko naman po iniisip na ako yung maglalaro ako po yung maglalaro. Kasi po nagtutulungan po kami dalawa ni Demon Kite para makapag-prepare po na maayos.
Okay.
Tas nung sinabi po na ako na maglalaro, edi go na lang po.
Ask him about the 3
Wala na.
levels as well.
Alright, I'll ask him another question, pero
Okay.
sandali lang muna, Iran, kailangan ko muna mag-translate. So the first question I asked him was, how was their overall team preparation for this? And he said, yeah, of course, typically they worked really hard, and there's a meme with Irad in the Philippines and resting well, and he said he got to rest well to prepare for this, so there's that. And then I asked him about how he felt knowing that Demon Kite was in the roster, but they chose him to play for this first game, and he was very happy. But behind the scenes, him and Demon Kite actually work a lot to get with each other, like
that's good.
giving info, giving feedback. So he was really happy that he got this opportunity to play for this first game and that he was able to show off his skills. Do you guys have any questions you want to
Yeah,
ask?
the 3 levels. Like, how does he always get 3 levels ahead?
Okay, yun. Kasi nakita namin nung game 1 at saka game 2, parang lagi kang 2 or 3 levels ahead kumpara dun sa jungler nila. Ano ba yung nagagawa mo? Paano mo yung nagagawa na laging 3 levels ahead ka?
Nakuha ko po yung pride na yun kay Carl kasi ayoko pong magpalugi sa level. So, parang ina-adjust ko lang po ng konti. Kumbaga, kung kailangan po ng tulong ng gold, mag-a-adjust po ako. Pero pagka hindi naman po siya masyado kailangan, i-invade po ako ng kahit mga green, ganun. And sinisecure po talaga namin yung turtle para mas lamang po talaga kami sa objectives.
Okay. So what he said was, it's actually something
He acted like he understood, but okay, go ahead.
Did you understand Filipino, Gani?
No.
Okay. No, what he said was, it's actually something he learned from Carl TZ, that, or from Carl, that you should never, as much as possible, always be ahead in levels. And then, we assumed that it's because Sekis is going around with the team.
He's just invading.
Yeah, for Irad, he chooses, if you need help, I'll help you. But if you really don't need it, I'm taking your green camps. I'm even taking your orange buffs if it's available. So that's why he was able to get it.
One half question real quick.
Okay.
One team you are going to want to meet in this current event. One team real quick.
Yeah, sino yung gusto nyo malaban dito sa Snapdragon Pro Series?
Siguro PH pa din po kasi marami pa nagsasabi na PH po yung pinakamalakas.
Okay. So he wants to go up against Philippine teams because he still strongly believes, and he hears a lot of conversation saying that the Philippines is still the strongest region, so he wants to be able to prove that. And we have to ask this, of course. This is a tradition. Ano ang mensahe mo para sa mga fans ng RSGPH?
Maraming salamat sa mga Raiders at sa mga sumusuporta sa buong RSG, and shoutout sa mga family ko na sumusuporta at lalo sa girlfriend ko.
Yeah, okay. Sana all talaga. Kaya pala lumakas ka ata, Irad.
Okay, terima kasih.
Thank you, Irad. Thank you. Congrats. So what did he say?
Okay, what did he say?
What did he say? For the last one?
Yeah.
He just thanked the supporters, thanks the fans, his family, and his girlfriend.
Oh, sana all. No wonder he says sana all. You know what?
Yeah.
Thanks for handling the interview. Let's do a leg shake. Let's just show your RSG again.
Okay, show the RSG there. Oh, there we go. Yeah, GG,
Very nice.
GG RSG.
GG RSG. That was an amazing game. Let's just recap a bit. 2-0. So right now, CFU is going up against RSG Philippines. So that's going to be at the end of the day. Dewa United will be facing off against Yuru Red Giant. So that's going to be very interesting for me as well.
Are you scared or worried? Confident?
It's a mix of emotions. Mostly negative though.
Mostly negative.
It's a mix of a lot of things, but none of them is making me go, yay.
Don't worry, we'll make you go
Lafal
yay
is
after.
nervous, ladies and gentlemen, for now. Man, but okay.
You know what? Eterna's not that stupid.
Wow, she really got to your head, man. She got you with the mind games.
Just you wait.
Malay classic indeed. But with that, it's official. Third match of today, it will be CFU and RSG.
Yep. Can't wait for that one. Honestly, if CFU wins, that's going to be quite the story as well. They defeated Dewa United, but...
Yeah, and okay, I just want to add to that.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
CFU plays like Blacklist International. Blacklist International is the team that sent RSG down to the lower bracket in the MPL playoffs. So it's a style that RSG is familiar going up against. So it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. And even though, of course, yeah, y'all know my heart is with RSG, CFU, man, they gained a fan in me. So much respect for CFU and Cambodian teams coming from me.
Yep, you know what? It's been great. We have another series right after this, but before that, I gotta say, the Snapdragon Pro Series has been amazing, and we gotta thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming again. Without you guys, this would not be possible. For you fans, make sure you guys get the chipset. It is amazing. If you're not sure which devices have it, well, one of them is the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Again, we've been trying out here in the studio. The pen's great, the gaming experience is great, the camera is great. Speaking about all of that, honestly, if you need more energy, Monster Energy has got you. Step up your game, unleash the beast with Monster Energy. I mean, you have all of that energy, and you want to win more money.
That was energy, by the way.
5,000 euros is up for you guys. Just join the DHL FABot Dash Cup. Again, 5,000 euros. Amazing. ESL.gg/FABot. We're going for a break. Our comrade here nearly fell down, so we'll go to a quick break. We'll see you guys right after this. Goodbye.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes, I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue? Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open
bang, bang, bang. 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 Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one that bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang. Bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang bang. 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 Bang. We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish the push to the limit and work, 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 work.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Back with me again, Eterna, alongside Goni as well as a Reptar. It's nice to see you guys once again over here.
Thank you so much. After a crazy first match, I'm ready for a second, Renmar. How about you?
Oh, I'm ready too. Let's go.
All right, and with that in mind, I love the passion. I love the, what is that? What's the word?
Energy?
I love the energy.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had 2 Monster Energy drinks behind the scenes. And now I'm kind of hyper. I'm feeling it, guys, because this match is going to be insane. It's going to be a Singaporean to Singaporean civil war brewing here between Flash as well as Bleed eSports. Now, both of these teams, unfortunately, had to suffer an L in their previous run, 2-0 respectively. What do you think is going on? What do they need to repair, and what can we expect here in this match?
You know what I expect personally here? We saw glimpses in their first round where they can actually somehow find the mini outplays. So I feel like what they need to do is amp it up a level, so to make it a mini outplay, to make it a grand outplay.
Yeah, and most importantly, you said the keyword glimpses. I hope to see more of these two teams. I actually want to see this go to game 3 because these both suffered 2-0, heartbreaking 2-0 losses in the first round. So hopefully they were able to reset and now they're ready to take this to the distance.
Yeah, alongside that, right, on top of that, in addition to that, I'm just going to throw all the jargons out there. They also need to up their device, right? Because what I'm holding right now is the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and this has just been a treat. It spoiled me. I can't use any other device ever. The camera is amazing. You can even see it. The color is my favorite color as well. And you know, oh man, I just love this phone.
If that goes missing, you go to Eterna right away. Eterna, no, don't go with it.
Wait.
Sorry.
Where are you going?
I just put it in my pocket.
Yeah, to keep it safe, right?
Yeah, I need to keep it safe.
Yeah, okay.
I'm scared it's gonna run out. I mean, run out.
Yeah.
Not the ticket. Are you talking about the
Oh yeah,
tickets?
I'm talking about the tickets, ladies and gentlemen, because the Mythic tickets are all sold out. Only the Legend tickets are left, and you guys need to grab that as soon as possible. For those of you who are wondering where to get it, you guys can go ahead and check that website down below, Goni over there, as well as understanding that it is so affordable because SPS, they love you, right? They want to make it as affordable as possible for all of you MLB users. And not just that, right? Because you guys can get an opportunity to win free stuff. Who doesn't like free stuff, right? You got free tickets, you got free merchandise, you can wear the SPS drip. I even want to wear it now. I just got mine. I wish I could use it.
Wait,
I wonder if I'm allowed.
Wait. Backtrack.
Hold on.
Sorry.
You got yours?
Yeah.
How did you get yours?
Didn't we all?
Excuse me?
Come on now, please. Now I want one.
Okay. I see how it is then. I see how it is.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, back to this next upcoming match. We are going to sneak peek into the brackets and finally get to go back to Group A. So as you guys already know, Bren have already qualified to the Challenge Finals, and now we're wondering who is going to make their way from the lower bracket to get a step closer towards that. Who is going to be head-to-head with Archives, who are already waiting? Is it going to be Flash or is it going to be Bleed?
Let's see indeed, right? Yeah, previous match, as we all know already, was a 2-0, 2-0 against both of them Philippines team. And now it's going to be a civil war, so it's going to be a bloody, I might say.
It truly is. It's truly going to be bloody, right? Because whoever loses this match, that's their tournament lives.
True.
They can't continue.
First elimination
Yeah.
match.
Yeah, and this is also a bit of a revenge match for both of these two teams, specifically Bleed eSports. Going back to MPL Singapore Season 5, Team Flash actually eliminated Bleed from the playoffs in the lower bracket final 3-1. So yeah, these two teams have the history. These two teams have that relationship. So this is going to be a spicy matchup.
And honestly, if Flash actually wins this match, they're also going to have a little bit of a repeat themselves, right? Because it was Archives who sent them down to the lower bracket, and with Archives being there already waiting, it's going to be another repeat or rematch. We've had a lot of rematches this tournament, and it's super fun to see how when they go for the rematch, they usually up their performance. And with that in mind, let's see who is going to be defending the Singaporean flag from the side of Team Flash. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Vex, Kyrie, Shocker, West Mode, as well as KZP.
Ooh, okay, that's interesting. I honestly did not expect KZP would be playing in this tournament. I thought they'd get more reps in for Jay, but then again, Jay is a mid laner main from the last MPL Singapore, so they're getting in someone with more roaming experience here in the form of KZP, maybe to help guide Shocker here, of course, who is the Filipino amongst Singaporean teams alongside West Mode. So having that experienced member, having someone who already has championship experience as well, would be really great in terms of leadership in game for Team Flash. Something that I felt like a lot of us mentioned looked as if it wasn't quite there yet in terms of the chemistry. Maybe there's something just still not completely building with Jay and Shocker or Jay and West Mode. So this, I feel like, is a good change. Let's just see if it can reflect into a great result.
All right, we'll see. With the switch up, will it be working here for Flash, especially now that they're going against their opponents here in Bleed eSports? Let's bring up their main lineup. Let's see from the side of Bleed eSports. It's going to be Sagitnu, Deck, Kill, VJ, FMM, and JPL.
Now, if we're talking about Bleed eSports, right, it's such a new team because we have the transition of new rosters coming in from the PH. So I'm looking for them to use this match to look for their identity, their chemistry, their synergy. Because Sagitno and Kill VJ, it seems like based on their first match, they have it in sync. Whereas JPL, they need to connect more because he's a roamer. He likes to play the pickoff style, and they just need to be more synchronized, more coordination within their side. Then they have a great chance to take this match.
And it's interesting because Bleed eSports and Team Flash, the more we think about it and how we talked about their two teams, their lineups playing here today, it seems like they both have the same problem or the same thing that they haven't learned to solve just yet, which is how well can we actually gel with each other.
Mhm.
Fortunate that their first test for new faces and new lineups were two PH teams that were absolutely bloodthirsty in their goal of making it to the challenge finals.
But it's interesting, right? Because that main lineup, sure, Blood Esports in itself is a new organization, but they call them the bloodline of greatness because most of these players have a lot of experience. They've been in the league for quite some time. And if we compare both of these teams, right, Team Flash as well as Bleed Esports, does anything stand out for you in particular here? Let's start with Goni.
Well, looking at the numbers, right, it's quite equal. Damage per second, damage taken per second. But if you take a look at the Bleed Esports, they have a higher KP, which means Bleed Esports, they look for more pickoffs, they want to look for more fights as well. Whereas perhaps Team Flash, they need to balance that out. Sure, they can go for the objectives. Maybe they can increase in the team fight department.
Yeah, looking at the numbers though, it might be slightly inflated or inaccurate because Bleed Esports in 2 games got a total of 5 kills. That was telling. And of course, they went up against a Brent Esports squad that were just hell-bent on making it to the challenge finals already. So for Bleed, again, we didn't get to see enough of them compared to Team Flash, although we also didn't see enough of Team Flash. I feel like if you're a fan of MPL Singapore, what you know of these two teams, you'll see shades of it. But of course, with the elements of new Filipino players, 2 new Filipino players for both sides specifically, then it's also going to be just a little bit of different things that we're not used to seeing.
Hopefully there's a lot of insight as well from these players, right? And there's a lot of highlights as well when we go down to it per role. And I'm wondering how it is between Sagitno here as well as Vegs, seeing as they kind of share a similar most pick.
Yeah, they love the glue pick, but again, in this current meta game where XP laners are so incredibly important, someone who I thought was going to pop off for Flash, Vegs, was just completely shut down in 2 games. Sagitnu struggled to keep up with FlapTZ, who just outclassed him in lane. Now that they're up against each other, they're both going to be looking for redemption for themselves.
Indeed, right? Both EXP, both data-wise, not looking great, not promising, but I believe they have something more to offer. And again, Sagitno and Vegs here, they are not really familiar with each other, right? So perhaps with that in mind, they can somehow abuse that fact. So Sagitno, Filipino player, great. He likes to really think, and I believe not just the glue or the Masha, he can definitely pick up the Yuzong. Perhaps that can be utilized.
Yeah, that's a secret weapon that they have right now, right? Because so far, they've only shown 1 or 2 heroes so far, and they can play around that, use that creativity to be able to have a bit more of an impact in the game, which we honestly saw was a little bit lacking in their previous series. And it's funny, right? Because Masha has suddenly been a little bit more popular than the Yuzong. We can actually talk about that a little bit more here. I think the only person who's picked up Yuzong was the game we saw before with RSG.
Yeah, it was Nats. It's the changing of preferences now. You see teams willing to give up the early turtles so that they can split push the map more. That's what Masha brings to the table really well, alongside another popular pick in the arenas. But most importantly, I feel like we learned something as well from the last game with RSG, was that it's so great with baiting out key abilities from your opponents, and that disarm, when used against marksman, is just so juicy. It takes out so much damage from your opposing team.
It's so critical as well, right? Going up against marksman, you can't basic attack where you rely heavily on those basic attacks. So Masha on the rise, I love it because it's so tanky that even it can't be one combo with your roamer. You need time to take that Masha, and it just makes sense in this current patch where XP lane now is just so active. And man, I love to see more action with this Masha.
I'm pretty sure we are going to see more action, and it's so exciting to get into it. But for those of you watching at home, we love you and we want to know what you think. So let us know your Snapdragon match prediction, especially for those of you over at Twitch, because we do see it in the game and it's really actually quite fun to analyze that when we're seeing a little bit more context as to how this is going to go down. So don't forget to put that in Twitch. Don't forget Twitch, okay? Okay? All right, cool. And for you guys, right, for our analysts, our intelligent analysts, I also want to hear your thoughts on this match, right? Are you a little bit hovering over to Flash, or are you a little bit hovering over to Bleed? Because honestly, for me personally, it was a very difficult decision to make.
Yeah. Because we got to see more of Flash, I lean more towards Flash here. But that doesn't mean I'm counting out Bleed Esports with finally being able to play their game a little bit more.
You know what? I do not agree with you. I'm leaning towards Bleed here. Oh, wait. Okay. Never mind.
You're a liar.
Never mind. I
Gonny.
thought I
Gonny
voted
liar,
for
bang, bang.
Bleed.
It's fine. It's
Let's
fine.
do the
it's
one
fine.
for Flash.
It's fine, man. There's nothing wrong with going along with everyone else. You don't always need to have the different prediction, man. It's okay. It's okay.
Now I feel
Where's the consistency?
It's okay, man.
My guy.
You had commitment issues the other day.
No,
Now perhaps
no,
it's-
it wasn't commitment issues. It was my heart telling me something and my brain telling me something else. And then because I'm casting, I had to follow my brain, right?
Please stop fighting. Please.
Aura fam.
But they won.
They won. Yeah. But again, going back to the topic here, Flash. Sure, both teams, right, facing the same problem, identity crisis, because there's such a new team. I feel like they need time to just formulate what are we instead of what are them.
What are the... Yes, you know what? Let's go with that. That's your major headline of this game. What are we? No, it's... Oh, wait, no. It's what are we? Yes. What are them?
No.
I like that. That's a beautiful headline.
I'm so confused right now.
No, you don't get it? It's a deep philosophical question.
Okay.
Plato asked it. Aristotle asked it. What are them?
What are
now
them?
Gonny's asking it.
Okay. I like these questions. And the question is, do you think that they have had enough time to repair the things that we mentioned earlier, right? So chemistry, gelling together as one team. I mean, even Flash, right?
Yeah.
They brought in a new person into the roster.
True.
It could be good. It could be bad. It could be good in a way that finally they get someone to look up to shot call, to be that driving force, the anchor for the team. But in another way, if you want to see it in a different light, I would say, maybe they're not gelled as well. Synergy could be definitely a problem.
Yeah. It's also a very good chance that maybe they haven't found a way to unleash their inner beasts yet. They haven't found a way to unleash the beast just yet, Eterna.
Wait, that reminds me of something.
What?
Are you talking about Monster Energy?
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, see, perfect timing. It's like we summoned it.
Oh my god, yes! Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to unleash your beast with a Monster Energy, because of course, without it, we wouldn't be standing here today.
Yeah.
That's absolutely correct.
It helps me to stand and function in general.
That's true. After yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Monster Energy 2 in the morning, and I'm
True.
like, I'm ready to work. And I bet the players feel the same way. Once they get a drink, they're like, I'm ready. Ready to conquer.
They need Monster Energy to find their identity.
Wow, you're putting so many deep things into a lot of things. It's just what I'm gonna say. You're a very deep guy.
Are you okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're a happy guy.
I am. Very philosophical. I never knew I could find my own identity in the bottom of a can of Monster. But you can.
You can.
Says Gonny.
Says Gonny. So back into this, right? We're taking a look at Flash, I think. Is this Flash?
This is Bleed.
Oh, this is
madam.
Bleed. All right, I got it swapped with one another. But yeah, we're taking a look at Bleed, and it looks like the energy there is quite positive, no? I mean, they're talking, they're discussing, maybe just like we mentioned, building that synergy, building that chemistry here for this next upcoming match.
Very positive tone. I like it. Very relaxed as well. And again, maybe the first match was them figuring out their quote-unquote crisis, but now they have time to adjust, they have time to recollect. Going up against a similar team within the same region, maybe they can have the upper edge. You're trying to find the tweaks that they need, find the missing puzzle.
Yeah, and you see here representing the side of Team Flash, if I'm not mistaken, that is KZP.
Why is he alone?
So we're getting a nice good look at him. Hopefully he's fine. He's got a nice fan. He's not alone. He has a fan behind him. Well, that's a literal fan. But I'm not wrong. There is a fan behind him.
I like this. It's giving us a little bit more
personal
highlight towards these players, right?
It's like a player cam.
It's a player cam. You're right. I wish they had a caster cam.
Yeah, I think KZP's like risen on the viewers right now though.
We got 3 caster cams.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got 1 camera committed to you. What the? Okay.
Let's commit on to the draft first. We're getting a little bit sidetracked. We're having a lot of fun here on the analyst panel. But here it is, game number 1. Flash here with the first pick, Bleed with the second, and already a very quick Valentina being banned out. It looks like Flash, they're starting to respect the potential that Valentina can have.
Yeah, it's a great pickup for KLVJ as well. Loves playing heroes that are built to be able to outplay, but he is a very versatile player. But a Valentina ban is telling. That means they're looking at picking up heroes with key abilities that really change the game. Maybe an Eve, maybe a Kaja, maybe a Franco, something along those lines.
You know what? I love this Valentina ban because it's so different. Usually what you do, you rarely pick up the Valentina first pick, and the second pick team usually pick up the Valentina. So with that, Team Flash, they're trying to limit the option for that second pick. Meanwhile, Bleed here, pretty straightforward. Glue is your favorite pick. Vegs, let me take that out.
Yeah. And I'm actually wondering why Bleed would take out a Glue, because even though Vegs in MPLSG was fantastic with the Glue, he's just struggled with it. And there's something about the Glue, and if Glue gets its lane cut at least twice early on, you already lose lane. You aren't as active around the map compared to your opposing XP laner. Maybe Bleed is just thinking of making a lineup that is very built for their marksman. So that's probably something that they're already thinking of. Team Flash, Joy's still actually open. They could first pick it.
Joy, Arlet, there's Wanwan even if they do want to pick it up. I'm hearing that West Side Killer, he loves the Wanwan, right? So that's definitely an option for him to pick up for himself. Sorry, I was kind of tweaking with the roster, right? Because with Yon and KZP, so that they changed their jungler. Right?
No, it is
Wasn't it Kyrie before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you
it's
for
2
pointing
roster
that out.
swaps.
Yeah, it was Kyrie the last one, and if I'm not mistaken, Yon is actually their main jungler from the MPL SG Season 5. So, great. Thank you for calling that out, Eterna. So that means they will pick up the Kaja. I won't be surprised if they'll pick up a Martas later on, because Yon loves that pick, and it just plays very well alongside a Kaja.
It really amps their play style, right?
Yeah.
And with that Martas, it's just fast rotation, can kill, but yet so tanky and hard to catch. So let's see here, what will they pick here? Bleed, second pick, looking at this situation. Arlet is very good. And perhaps a solid pickup here for if they really want to go and all in, a Fredrin.
I think Fredrin is really safe. Both of the junglers should be able to have that in their kit. I think Bane is also an option, honestly, for deck. It is a little bit more situational in a sense, but maybe they want to save it for later, right? So they go for the safer pick. They have the Arlet. It can flex into several different lanes. And they go for the Lancelot this time around. So very different style here for Bleed.
And this time they have the capability to be more active, specifically Sagitnu with an Arlot. I think a little bit more closer to what he wants to achieve, which is just be really present in the map for the team. Do well in the lane, be able to rotate, and then Team Flash will have a hard time. I'm still really looking at a Marta's pickup here though for them alongside their Kaja, and then they might just pair it up already with a Valentina if they're feeling confident going up against it, considering that there's already a Lancelot on the other side. Claude might be the pick there for Bleed, but Team Flash decides to prioritize the Beatrix.
Okay, we've seen this a lot, right? The Kaja and Eve combo where you can definitely pick up the Divine Judgment to pull it back to the real world manipulation. And with this in mind, they already have enough CC here from Team Flash. What are they going to go for? You know what?
Yeah, they may need more peel for the Beatrix, right?
Yeah.
Definitely. And of course with Bleed, Perhaps with the EXP and Lancelot already open, sure, Arlet can be flexed, but I'm not sure that it's within the playstyle of Bleed. They can go for the marksman instead. Just go for the Claude pick here. See a classic Beatrix and Claude matchup in that marksman, in that gold lane.
In addition to that, it also helps alleviate the pressure coming in from the Eve, right? So very safe, very straightforward as to the motive of picking up this Claude. And now we're entering the second phase. You brought up the point that what are they lacking for the side of Flash, right? Peel. Someone to be able to frontline that damage, to give Beatrix the space to be able to dish out that damage. So Blood now can actually start to make things a little bit more difficult for that EXP lane. For sure, right? Vex, with the glue being banned away, what does he else have in his arsenal? I'm not sure. Is he a Masha player?
I don't recall. His iconic pick is actually a Benedetta. But now that you mentioned the Masha, I wouldn't be so against it. The Masha would actually put a lot of pressure on the Claude in team fights.
That's right. Somehow forced to really build up the Win of Nature early.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Let's see here. But then again, they have the second pick here. The second phase.
Yeah.
Maybe they can bring in the Masha and put that Arlet in the side, the roam position. But for that last ban, will they commit to another jungler? All I'm seeing here, a Martis ban if they really want to commit to eliminate the options for that jungler position.
Yes, please, Bleed. Just take away the Martis right now. It meshes so well with their lineup. But that doesn't mean that Team Flash's lineup will completely suffer without a Martis. It's just right now the Martis looks so great with them. And of course they take it out. Great call, Bleed.
Very wise to try and alleviate that jungle presence coming in from Flash, right? And that's going to put, honestly, KaiZP here in quite a pickle. Oh, a Lilia ban. A Lilia ban by Flash.
Wow.
We haven't seen the Lilia being picked nor banned just yet. I understand the power of Lilia. It is going to have a really good say in that mid lane control with the way that she's able to clear so fast as compared to the Eve. So are they betting on faster rotations here for the side of Flash?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Benedetta now definitely for Vex.
Okay.
But that will put a lot of pressure on their jungle pick. Their jungle needs to be someone tanky. And Varia's picked up by Bleed.
Okay.
Yeah, great pickup actually by Bleed. That's going to be their mid laner. They have enough wave clear. The roamer's going to be set up for JPL. Cho Novaria would work well together. Team Flash here. Yeah.
The way I see it, right, second phase, it was a Lilia and a Pharsa ban. It seems like they want to take out the high ground burst hero.
Yeah.
And looking at their composition, there you go. That's why they want to pick up the Khalid, who is weak against Lilia and that Pharsa. And to add to that, they pick up themselves the Ling.
In true Singaporean fashion, we finally see a Khalid here being picked up by Team Flash. Shout out to Diablo there with the Ling. So yeah, we kind of called it, right? So they want to go for faster rotations around the map. They want to go for that early presence in the early game, put the pressure onto Novaria, who is very susceptible, honestly, to the Ling. So how does Bleed close this off?
They need to stop it. Someone can deny the rotation from Ling, from Khalid, because fast rotations.
Kufra, yeah.
Kufra can work, even Cho maybe, but it's just a little bit too single locky for me if they really want to commit to Cho.
They need someone that can go along the dive of the Arlot. If it's not that, it's going to be the Minotaur.
Minotaur.
Yeah.
Okay, Cho.
Cho. Okay, now this puts a lot of pressure onto, if I'm not mistaken, Deck? Is this? Oh, no, not going to be Deck. It's going to be Sagitnu and the Arlot. Yeah. Wow. Interesting. This is as MPL Singapore Season 5 as you can get into a draft. Minus a Novaria. Novaria wasn't available for picking then. But yeah, somewhere Diablo just screamed and is now crying tears of joy that someone's going to be playing his signature Khalid in the XP lane.
I mean, especially because he wasn't able to use it like almost throughout the entirety of the playoff side, the knockout stage, right? So in true Singaporean fashion, like I mentioned, both of these Singaporean giants are going to collide here as quick prediction. Let's start with you, Gani.
I got to go with the Khalid pick. I love that Khalid pick, so Flash.
Okay.
I'm leaning a little bit more towards Bleed. The Cho and Novaria vision will help Help with the early to mid game.
Okay, 1-1. I'm not going to say anything because I have a little bit of a curse going on after the draft when I make predictions. So with that being said, let's throw it over to our casters. Take it away.
Holla, holla, it's Leo and Mirko at your service, bringing you this best of 3 between Bleed and Flash.
Yippee-ki-yay! And honestly, looking at the draft, Leo, I feel like it's gonna be Bleed's game to win.
I agree. Flash is a little too spicy for me, and lineups with Ling, especially in the current metagame with this landscape that we have, it might be too much to put all your eggs in one basket. Looking at the XP lane here, we got a double start. Astral Meteor thrown out, Shocker gets spotted.
Whoa, JPL very aggressive early on. Doesn't have enough damage despite going for the concussive blast. But you know what's enough? Your money to buy tickets right now because it's really cheap, 20,000 IDR, but it's fine. You can always just join the raffle to get free chance for tickets. Sagitno, 2v1, good sustain, gets out.
Here's one thing that at least Team Flash has. While Kyrie and West Mode are ramping up to a solid mid-game, more late game for Kyrie, at least they're very sustainable, right? Shocker's a battle mage, can pick up an RWM early and then just plant themselves to wait for more backup. Well, Vegs looking at Bleed eSports here, it's only really JPL and Sagito who can stop him from the healing, right? So there's that. It's refreshing to have a lineup that has a Khalid and that knows that, all right, we're going to lose a little bit of the early to the mid, but eventually we will spike back up. So expect that kind of tempo, folks. Expect for Bleed to actually try to pick up the pace. Because, again, they have the vision, they have the pickoff, they also have the ways to invade, but if this goes late, Team Flash.
It is going to be very hard for them to, you know, contest, especially later on, if it's a full front-to-back composition. See, if they're able to utilize the poke that Navaria brings, the vision as well, it should be okay. But I want to talk a little bit more about the Arlet here, because after the patch, a few weeks ago, right before MSC, we did see a little bit of a nerf towards the Arlet. So in emblem choice, there's been a bit of a change where usually would go for the Tenacity emblem, always on the Arlet. Now a lot of teams will go for Unbending Will. So Arlet going Tenacity here is already pretty interesting because the base damage has been nerfed before this. What do you think about this? Because I actually asked Chicken why the Unbending Will becomes or became the just most used for Arlet. It's
what did Ian say?
What did Ian say? Mr. Hole
That's right.
said that the Unbending Will just kind of, what's it called? Covers up for the little hole.
It makes up for it.
It makes up for it. That's the word. That's the term.
What I'm picking up from the Tenacity is, again, my opinion is much less informed as one Mr. Hole, given his professional experience. I think the Tenacity just allows for you to set up for a better final slash. You're there for longer, you're chunkier, and you can actually tank and peel a little bit more. So it's very clear what they're going for here. Vegs very low.
Flickering out. That's going to be the Thorn Rose and the Phantom Execution. Good sustain. Vegs gets out.
Not today, says Vegs. I really do miss it. More than the Sandstorm, it's the quick sand guard that really makes me a Khalid lover. More than a Badang lover, actually. Because Badang, very swingy. Unless you're Diablo, then yeah, let's get talking. But if you just really want to plant yourself and buy time like that, who wins a 3v1 like that?
No one, not really a lot of people here, but Sagitno surely is pushing the pace with that Tenacity emblem, able to get out of the Bind Judgment, buying the time, and again, acting as a distraction for the rest of the team to pick up a free neutral objective.
All right, as impressed as I am with Vegs and his Khalid, the truth still stands, a reality check. Bleed is still going to go much, much faster. And I'm surprised that they're not pressuring Kyrie, now Vegs. Again, see? Sagito has to confirm. Stuns, has to commit an ultimate slash, a final slash to stop Vegs. But now, here we go.
That was a Blades by Kyrie trying to go for this orange bomb. And it's still Deck who finds it with a red tree. Wins out the red tree battle. And he wants to go for more. He knows that Kyrie already used his retribution. So Deck just took control completely of the bottom side jungle.
Yep. Luckily though, is it just me who's bothered to call him Kyrie? It's spelled different, but you know what it is?
Yeah.
Anyways, this Ling on Kyrie actually got his orange still. So he's holding on. How did he do that? He didn't use retribution. It was on cooldown.
Oh, he did, but Deck has a lower cooldown on it.
All right, anyways. Good to see that Team Flash is holding on. Still no first blood. This is unexpected to see. There's a kick.
Wait, the Dragon there by JPL. Deck coming in to follow it up, but it's a good Finch poise by Kyrie to get out of that situation. Bleed still holding on to that gold lead.
Yep, still no first blood. I was about to say, for a team that's known to be very aggressive, look for trades very quickly, such as is the metagame in Singapore. Bleed and Team Flash understand that we can't push the limits. It's a different metagame here we're playing in the SPS, and with their new additions, their Filipino imports to each side, obviously you can see some adjustments despite our tournament having run for this long already. Looking at the items so far, Vegs, he's going to try to make the most of that Master Assassin. He's rocking a Fury Hammer, and look, KLVJ picks up the COD already. There's a spotted one. There's a kick.
Wait, the Dragon bleeds to the wrong side, but it's not a problem at all. Divine Judgment still goes out from KZP, trying to just look for a desperate comeback in that play, but it is first blood. 4 minutes in true Singaporean fashion, a slow tempo game that builds up to a first kill in the 4th minute.
So Bleed eSports now has 1,000 gold ahead. Sagitnu spots Kyrie. Whoa. There's a full combo on him, forcing out a Tempest of Blades.
And a retry.
He was just afraid. He was just like, no, please don't. And they score a turtle right off of that disengage. All this time, it was Vegs farming up. What's Vegs doing with all this space? Vegs already has his Blade of Heptases. I wonder, who's his best target here? Kiel, if he finds Kiel? At best, he can get Kiel. FMM's already rocking a pair of pants. Not so easy. Is that another kick?
It is. Wait, the Dragon. Pork and beans. It's still them getting out. KZP unable to get picked off there. Good play from Team Flash to deny the pickoff.
Hey, you get what you can, man. But just the same, KZP, how'd he survive that? Again, a pair of pants. Usually that's all you need. The only real source of magic damage for Bleed eSports is KLVJ, and Kel's only, again, rocking that COD. I guess that's why he built these penetration pants right now, penetration boots, that is. And KZP, the sustain on the Kaja, he's loving it. JPL looking for another kick!
Way of the Dragon. Brutal game from JPL. And again, it's just a follow-on. Even here, 1v1, Sagitnu finds Kyrie down below, even takes the gold buff away. And look at what they're doing. Converting instantly, punishing Kyrie. Dex still has the retry, he can go for the orange buff.
No, he's happy to pressure top. I wonder if Kyrie's going to be able to come back in time. He also has his retry, and they're keeping Vegs busy down bottom. It's interesting. Bleed eSports, they're tempering their expectations. But oh wait, one more. Can Sagitnu get this? Forcing out a flicker. Oh. And there it is. Sagitnu gets the 1v1 victory. Bob's your uncle.
Wow, under the turret too. Well played by Sagitnu. Good opening as well on the other side of the map by Bleed, just stopping any sort of trade from happening for the side of Team Flash. FMM walking forward with the Blazing Duet clear, jumps back. There's no real threat as JPL has already opened up that part of the map. Oh, good read. And it's a good cover. Deck just clears out this midway. Final slash again. Kyrie forces the Tempest Ablaze. That's the Divine Judgment, but it's canceled out by the way the Dragon as KZP gets brought back. JPL with the conceal, and Bleed are playing it clean.
That was a 5v5 just waiting to happen. Could have been bodies littered all over the mid lane tier 1 between Bleed and Flash, but given the commotion there, it seems like Flash have spent quite a bit of resources opening up the last turtle of the game to Deck. 2,000 and change ahead for Bleed eSports, and none so far going over to Team Flash. Not a turret, not a kill, and now Shocker forced to use a flicker.
Good flicker out. JPL also with a flicker, bringing KZP back to the Blazing Duet as FMM picks up another kill. 2-0-1. Say goodbye to your purple buff here. Kyrie, I don't think he'll have enough resources to contest. He's 2 levels below the Deck. And that's another G-Kudo. Time to Blaze used up, but Deck steals it away like it's nothing, and it was another retry battle. But again, 2 levels ahead, that's what that gets you.
It's going to be difficult. The math, the numbers are just against you. Speaking of math, look at how much FMM has garnered. This is good news, I think, for Flash, given that West is only 200, 300 gold behind, while the rest of Bleed are swimming in it. They're eating good, as the kids say, while Shocker and the rest of Flash are just struggling to stay in this. And slowly but surely, they're going to lose their tier 1s, shrinking the map for West mode. Look at KZP, goes for the conceal.
Let's see if they will get it. Nice Vengeance. That's Divine Judgment. Now West Mode onto the Nibiru. Final Splash onto 2. The Tenacity to win work right now. He's able to sustain back up. A flicker from West Mode, but it's a 1-4-1. Shocker traded in for Sagitnu. Never mind. Kyrie in the mid lane as well with the Tempest of Blaze. Gets out. Good angle. But will he be able to escape? Kill's waiting there. Astral Meteor. No, just the basic attack was enough. Kill VJ picks up the kill, but Team Flash, they're finally on board.
Yep. With 1 kill. The shutdown on Sagitnu, who's been winning 1v1s since the early minutes of this game. Again, that's what you get with the tenacity. I think if you're an unbending will Arlott, you kind of have to wait for the mid-game power spike. If you're tenacity, though, you're able to force the advantage early. And KelVJ popped by Vegs. Dear Lord, he's rocking that Master Assassin and as well Malefic Roar.
Big Vegs energy. That's what I call it.
Big damn, as a good friend of ours would say.
It really seems like Vegs has really taken Mr. Big Dam's energy with his practicing. He's been practicing his mind off.
He is. And he's one of the anchors that Team Flash can actually hold on to, given that Kyrie is struggling. Vegs using this little corner of the bush. Going for it. Oh no, Deck and FMM. And the kick!
Oh, KZP locked down, but the RWM is actually going to be engaged on Deck. Just dives into the back. FMM with the lethal blazing duet as well. Bleed eSports now looking for the first Lord of the game.
And it looks like it's a free take. Kyrie, it looks like the call is I'm just going to split the map. Y'all do what you can. But we can't do anything about that Lord. Team Flash, they're down about 3.5k. Oh. Here's a little bit of space. Kyrie in trouble. Put down to half health by a single Astral Meteor. What's Kyrie? What's KL packing right now that made Kyrie hurt? Oh, it's just the COD still and the Lightning Truncheon.
Does that much damage because mostly Kyrie's just so behind. Look at the goal differential between Kyrie and Deck. It's around 1,500.
1,500, yeah.
Wow.
And again, the level difference at 3 now. So yeah, don't expect retribution battles for Kyrie. He's going to start splitting the map. That's his priority right now. As Tier 2 goes down, JPL gets a kick!
Way the Dragon brings West Mode back! Bleed eSports with another beautiful kick as the final smash connects in the bottom lane. Tempest of Blaze used up. Oh, Sagitnu! With a flicker, the Divine Judgment locks him down, but JPL tried his best to save his XP laner.
But again, Sagitnu is as soft as it gets when it comes to magic damage. So yeah, the fact that Shocker held quite a bit, maybe took a few hits from KZP, is definitely going to be a big factor here. I just gotta say, we haven't really sung his praises, but wait! FMM!
Nice solo kills. The way the Dragon was a bit too late, but it still locks him down for the Astral Sphere to connect.
All right, I was going to say, could as well have been a death on JPL, right? But no, homie hasn't died. JPL just delivering these kills on a Bleed eSports like he's DHL. 4,200 up for a Bleed. Astral Echo spots 2. This is just an Astral Echo to make sure that the rotations from Bleed are as clean as it gets. Thunderbelt, War Axe, and then the world is his oyster. This is what Deck is building. All compared to Kyrie, who's sitting at 2k behind, struggling with a Windtalker, struggling with a Corrosion Titan. What was he doing there?
He's trying to split push. I guess he's just trying to find a way back into the game. Very desperate plays happening here for Kyrie. 0, 4, and 1 on the Ling. Still building full damage because that's literally what you can go for. JPL, though, is hungry for a pickoff. Doesn't get the Jikundo. KZ able to escape. No Divine Judgment from KZ onto Deck as well. It's too hard to even go for him. No one can actually follow up with the burst.
Yep, hard is an understatement. Hard doesn't even speak of half the situation Team Flash is in. We've seen 4K gold leads here in the SPS so far. 3 days of competition in the challenge season. And we've seen smaller 3 to 4K gold leads, but this is huge, folks. This is a colossal 4K gold lead. Light years away, Bleed eSports is. Thinking of a comeback? I don't know, maybe if they can hit Deck or JPL with a Divine Judgment, that should stop the bleeding, right? But then again, you're thinking, what's Sagitnu going to be doing here? Oh, this is dangerous. Oh!
Boy, the Dragon, KZP with a misstep, and it's instantly punished down. He bought the Immortal just earlier, and now he loses it. Vengeance still ready. The resets as KillVJ picks it up with the Meteor. puts it down. A free Lord should be for Bleed, unless Kyrie finds a tier 2 up top.
It's a worthy trade. And again, they're sending Sagito up there. Oh no! JPL!
No, it's all good. It's all good for JPL. He's trying to distract me. Whoa, he's looking for this. He finds it, but is he able to escape? Now it's Sagito locking him down. Keel just picks him off. Purple buff for his life.
All right. There is a rampant DS in the streets right now. Desperation syndrome. I've seen it on Kyrie. You've seen how he tries to steal those buffs. You see how he tries to split the map and then just ends up dying. And just recently we saw it on KZP, wherein he was going in and flickering where there was nothing to find. There were what? 2 members of Team Flash tops nearby, but there wasn't enough burst. So yeah, I'm hoping that the Desperation Syndrome doesn't reach the rest of Team Flash because somebody has to hold it down. And so far, I'm only looking at Vegs who can do it. This is a Lord crashing on. Tier 3, this mid lane inhibitor. All the waves are going over for Bleed. This is so hard. Team Flash, they can only really stay in their base.
I think it's still a good effort from Team Flash. The fact that they were able to defend an enhanced Lord. But now the second wave comes through. Renner's Apathy already charged in to clear out this mid wave, but they need to be very careful. Final Slash even used up to zone them away. Deck in the bottom lane. Gotta be careful of KZP. Divine Judgment. No more from Bleed. They walk back.
Yep. Even if somebody does get caught by the DJ, there has to be some level of commitment, right? And oh, that is the most massive Astral Echo we've seen in a while. All 5, Final Slash.
Vex unable to even heal back up, just melted down by FMM. That's what the DHS Golden Staff Corrosion Side combo does, and now even a Melfic Roar.
And all of the turrets fall. Just the bottom lane inhibitor left. Bleed eSports are living inside. Oh, an inch off of Kyrie there. KLVJ smelt his quarry. This is the wave. This is it. Bottom lane's gonna fall here. There's a wave in mid. Kyrie's trying to stop the bleeding.
JPL with the way the Dragon, good winner as JPL gets locked in by the Divine Judgment. Oh, the RWM doesn't matter. He gets bursted down despite it all. FMM now in the midst of it all. Tempest Blaze used up, but Sagito was able to stun him up. Oh, it's a Raging Sandstorm flicker onto the back. Now, Deck is still alive, trying to deal some damage. 2-4-3 trade in favor of Bleed still as they cracked the base open.
Even if Team Flash lost that trade, this is the most that they've gotten from Bleed in this whole 16-minute game. Now Vegs struggling to survive, down to a 1/5 of his health. It's just Kyrie and him and Kyrie.
Kyrie instantly just melted down, unstoppable from Deck as he takes up all the turret hits. He bought the immortality, so it's all good. Game 1 secured for Bleed.
16 minutes, all it took for Bleed to come right through and starve Kyrie, take away everything. And with that tough last push inside their base, which was the most fight we've seen from Flash in this whole game 1, there's a lot that Flash can actually work on. A lot that they can pick up from game 1 and then reset for in game 2. But again, this was all Bleed.
Literally, it was all Bleed. Nothing much they could do about the game. I mean, I think in the first 3 minutes, Flash lost the game. They were giving every single objective over. A few purple buffs as well were stolen away, and Kyrie just was not able to get to those item power spikes fast enough. Usually when you go for the Berserker's Fury into the Windtalker, you want to have a lead. He still tried to force it despite being super behind. Again, super behind.
Yep, and being behind as a Ling lineup rarely works out. I've seen games won that way 1 out of 5 times, and that's being very generous. Let's see what our analysts think, and of course our host. I like them apples.
Yeehaw.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Mirko. And I did not expect the outcome of that game. That was brutal, right? You could even say at a point that it was a 4v5. Kyrie on the Ling had 0 to little impact. It was so difficult for him to have the space with a very dangerous build that he went for, which was full damage, very glass cannon. And Sagito just had the time of his life. He even won a 1v1 against the Ling.
It's just a yippee move, right? From the side of Bleed, where it was just dominant, showing they understand. Again, going up against the Ling, you want to pressure the jungles. It's very hard. Sure, I voted for Flash because of the mobility.
Yeah.
But Ling behind pressure, there is nothing much to play around with.
Yeah, and I just have to mention here, Mirko mentioned it was over it by minute 3 or close to the first 3 minutes. In my opinion, this was over in the draft. Bleed just has something more. Conceptually, they just gel together better as an entire lineup. Meanwhile, the draft here of Team Flash felt like they, especially for their latter picks, just ended up becoming picks for specific hero matchups. That's it. Like, in terms of gelling together, this does not gel together for Kyrie on the Ling. Barely any support. We mentioned here the XP laner matchup is crucial. Sagitnu, you mentioned Eterna was able to win a 1v1 in certain moments. Vegs here, we saw there again the idea of being able to just catch off anyone in the backline, either KelVJ or FMM. That works. That's why they picked the Khalid. But in the grand scheme of things, the overall picture, Flash's lineup just does not mesh well for the Ling.
It didn't at all. It was brutal. It was a brutal game for Kyrie for the Ling, right? Because, all right, sometimes you pick the Ling to be able to split the map, right? If things don't work out, you can't go for picks, which they couldn't at the end of it. They go for split pushes. But even Kyrie, if they go for a split push, you are certain that Sagitnu would be there to try and do the same thing, to try and alleviate that pressure in those side lanes. And even when they do that, Kyrie can't win it. 1v1 Sagitnu, and even at the end, Kyrie was looking for very, very desperate plays on the map, looking for the trades, and Bleed were just there waiting to capitalize over it. So now we're going to crown the MVP for game number 1, and I would give it to Sagitnu, but we'll see. Okay, this is what I found very interesting. I really wanted to highlight this earlier on about the choice of emblem, right? Impure Rage on the Novaria. We usually see the mystery shop so the Novaria can get to those power spikes a lot quicker, but she went full damage, and finally even just one Astral Meteor onto the Ling was enough to deter the Ling from going in for those objectives anyway.
On top of that, right, sure, it can deal much damage on towards the Ling.
Yep.
But if you see the composition from the side of Flash, it was Kaja. There was Khalid, someone that can peel with Impure Rage. It just makes you harder because you want to build defense, but with Impure Rage, it will deal more damage, right?
Yeah.
The Scorch will be more than enough, and it's just rotation. And with this Novaria, it outranges the Khalid, it outranges the Kaja, so it's just so hard to catch this Novaria alone.
Yeah, and you also see that just how well it meshes with the Cho robe of JPL. We know this as a signature pick for JPL, the Cho. He wasn't able to play to full effect up against Brent eSports, but now here, with a much better draft, it looks like a much better and well-prepared strategy. KelVJ and JPL were just on point when they were going to invade, how they were able to make the most out of the vision that each other was providing. KelVJ landing those key Astral Meteors. Well-deserved MVP here for the man we call the king in MPLPH. Bleed eSports just again went into this. They didn't overthink anything. They saw the Novaria was open. They ended up picking it fourth. They play around their jungler so that deck can have free reign and that Kyrie will always be behind. They were always looking into the purple buff of Kyrie, trying to find where Kyrie was. This was one of the best Nova games that I've seen in a while, mainly because of just how well KelVJ gave info and vision with the Astral Echo.
And to add to that, it's just a disconnect from the side of Team Flash.
Yeah.
It's from the drafts, from the gameplay.
Yes.
It just seems like that they weren't really communicating in that game.
And not just communication, right? I would say even decision making. And they were making quite questionable, I would say, decisions.
Yeah, indeed.
As soon as it felt like Bleed was able to control the rotation and control the tempo of the game. So those are the things that they need to repair for game number 2, right? Communication, decision making, even the drafts, as you mentioned there, Reptar. Because once again, if they lose this next game, that's it. That's over for them here in SBS.
They drafted a greedy lineup. Let's be honest here. When you pick up a Kaja and then you have a Eve as well with you, but then you're playing it up against something that has a Lancelot, a Claude, and then an Arlott as well. You need someone with a little bit more of a tanky presence to offset the fact that someone will just always keep diving towards to the back line. Hence why we were screaming, Mortis, Mortis, and Bleed eSports took it away. If I'm going to change just one key thing about the drafts from Team Flash is that I'd pick the Beatrix later, maybe even give it already to the side of Bleed eSports onto the hands of FMM, and then pick up the Mortis. Because again, they've played that combo before with great success. Kaja in the roam, even the mid, and then the Mortis on their hands. Yon, or now he's called Kyrie, has pulled off some crazy decimation chains in the past with that. So hopefully we get to see that side of Flash and not the Flash we saw in game number 1. Again, I'm still holding on to the fact I want to see game 3 here because I want to see more of these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you really look at it again, right, dissect the composition, it was a quite squishy lineup because the only member that can really tank was Kaja. Fegs, all that Khalid builds damage. His emblem was damaged, so not enough peel in their composition. And he popped up for a Ling, so Ling will definitely build damage. Only one member that can soak in, quote-unquote, the damage. There you go. That was a thin lineup. So every member from the side of Blade knew that. They exploited it.
Yes.
And that's just, it's so hard to watch.
It was one of those mindsets, right? When you come into games where you're like, you know what? The best defense is a good offense, right? So that's why everyone built damage. There was not really much that they can do when they go in for these team fights. They were trying to think, you know, let's just strike them first. Let's get them first before they even can deal out the damage. But unfortunately for them in this regard, it didn't work out with how many pick-off presents that Bleed had, right? So even if they wanted to go for that, they had the Cho to work with. They had Arlott with the final slash to prevent even that damage from coming through. So it was very difficult for Flash to be able to take that game. For game number 2 here, it looks like both of these teams are discussing right now. We're moments away from the drafts. And I would expect Flash this time, like you mentioned, to go for a better draft, but also play to their strengths.
Yeah. It seems like they all individually wanted to achieve something, but then if you put all their goals together in terms of what they wanted to do with their individual picks, it just really doesn't mesh. So again, we know Team Flash made it to great heights in MPL SG Season 5. Yes, we know this isn't exactly the same roster, but majority of your players who made it that far, going down the lower bracket finals, securing 3rd place, they're there. And I just hope to see that side of Team Flash.
Hopefully do, right? So let's jump to the drafts here where they do not really switch side here.
Okay, so they opted for the same position here. Flash once again with the first pick, Bleed with the second. And so far, right, we even mentioned this, right? For Flash, they swapped out their rosters. They put KZP in the roam. Jay's not there. And so far, there's not much of a difference. Or even, it looks even messier, I would say, unfortunately. So they still commit to the Valentina ban here in the first phase, trying to shut down Kill VJ, like you mentioned, the King, or so he is called. And how will Bleed respond to this? Because honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I think they should respond the same way here, right? But the right adjustment from Flash here, perhaps they can pick up the Lancelot themselves and try to play around with it, taking it away, denying it away from the side of Deck, and just see the drafts from then and there.
That would work. That would work. A Lancelot first pick isn't something that is new or something that is too incredulous. It's something a lot of teams do. Yeah. So hopefully we do see that on the side of Team Flash, change up their priorities. However, if they decide to first pick the Kaja again, totally fine with that. Kaja first pick it's hard to go wrong there, but considering that they do ban out the Valentina, I wouldn't be surprised if they're gonna go that route again.
Literally no differences.
No.
Not yet.
Still the same.
Still the same. Sure, it was a glue ban earlier on for Bleed. Oh, there you go. The glue gets banned. It's exactly the same.
Yeah. Now the question is, will Bleed ban the Faramis and will Team Flash ban the Fanny? Those are their last bans that we haven't seen yet. Oh, they're banning the Fanny. Still the same. Exactly the same so far.
Still the same here from both teams, but expect a different first pick. We mentioned the Lancelot, but what are the other options here, right? If they don't really want to go the Lancelot, I think second option would be the Arlott.
Yep. the Arlot, but I'm
Maybe.
still leaning towards them picking Kaja. They took away the Valentina, and if they're gonna give the Kaja, then they might pick up a Franco for themselves, because if one other team has Suppress, it's good to match that Suppress as well. It's not necessary, but considering the picks that we have floating around with a lot of dashes, you'd also need that catch. Team Flash can also pick up the Cho for themselves if they're gonna be picking up the Kaja on the side of Bleed.
I honestly think that the Arlet was one of the main problems, right, for the side of Flash.
Yeah, it's a good move.
I don't think that they should leave it open, honestly. They go for the Lancelot ban this time around, and that actually puts Flash in a very difficult position, and there you go. Arlet, the priority.
Yeah, good. We're going to be seeing a much more active and present Vegs. We got a glimpse of it as one of the bright spots of Team Flash in game number 1, and you take it away from the hands of Sagitnu. It's going to be interesting to see what Sagitnu picks up. They don't need to pick up their XP laner until later. They can save it. Their XP laner pick. Kaja is wide open for the taking here, as well as the Lancelot. If not, they can also go maybe even Kaja Nova or Fredrin, actually. Yeah, Fredrin also still up.
Fredrin works here, right? I mean, being Lancelot already banned out, so
yeah,
Arlet should be the first pick there. No-brainer, but Bleed has the option for Fredrin. And as well as you mentioned the Kaja here, if they do not want to commit the Kaja, perhaps they can switch up the marksman. They can steal the marksman away, but no, it's not even the Kaja nor the marksman. They secure that heave, so they take it away in a sense in the hands of the Flash.
And Fredrin, like I mentioned, right? It's so safe. It's so safe. You can even flex it into the EXP lane if you want to have that surprise factor and save the jungle for later. And it actually puts Flash in a blind spot. I would go for Novaria here.
Oh yeah.
Novaria Kaja.
Yeah, Novaria
or Novaria Franco even.
Novaria Franco, Novaria Claude might work.
Yeah, Claude, that works too. You all mentioned very great ones, but it will be the Farsa. They just want to match artillery for artillery. Here, Kaja, I'd like to see the Kaja, honestly. But let's see if they'll go for it. Martis. Much better.
That's what you wanted.
I like to see the Martis.
Martis.
Yes.
Kyrie.
It's a
now.
comfort. It's a comfort. He will, if he's not gonna shine here, at least he'll be. He wouldn't have to worry so much about him getting constantly invaded or losing so many resources, because it's tough to do that against a Martis.
I mean, reflecting from game 1, it did not survive the second phase, so might as well pick it up in the first phase, right? So
I won't be surprised if he actually begged for it. It's like, can I please play the Martis?
Secure
I don't want that to happen
first.
again.
Secure my hero first, please, coach.
Yeah.
But now, what does Bleed go for, right? Because if they want to go for the Claude to be able to deal damage onto the Farsa, the Claude seems a little bit susceptible, right, towards Vegs.
YZ?
YZ.
Yuzong?
You mentioned YZ earlier.
Kaja, okay.
Pick up the Kaja first. But you mentioned YZ in game number 1. I'd like to see it here for Bleed for game number 2. It just makes sense as the pickup. But we've seen teams not always go for it. It's not as that much of a necessity anymore.
Okay, interesting here. Let's see what will the approach be from Flash, right? Because they have a chance to ban the Yuzong out. Second phase, so they should try to limit the gold lane option here. Perhaps they could ban the
Claude.
Yeah.
Or perhaps if they want to pick up themselves, they can leave it open. But
I don't know. I don't think Claude is as good for Bleed as it is for Flash right now.
You know what? I would want to see. It probably won't happen, but I'd want to see Bleed consider taking out the Claude. If not, Team Flash might take it out because it's good for. It would be a good ban, but if there are a lack of basic attack heroes, like really fast ones, left on the table, Bleed can go Uranus as one of their last picks.
I like it. They need some sort of a sustainability here, but Flash, okay. A little bit gamble move here. They have yet to pick up a marksman, but they already limit their marksman themselves. So 1-1 ban here, Minotaur ban falls through as well. Are they going to commit to a roamer? I think one gold laner here could suffice.
It is shocking to me why they would ban the 1-1. They already have the Farsa on their side. The Franco is still available for picking for Bleed. So the 1-1 ban is shocking, because if ever Bleed did pick that up, there are still heroes on the table, and there are already heroes on the table for Team Flash to, in their lineup that will give hell and counter that 1-1.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Bleed with the final ban. Okay, they commit to a roam here with that Kufra ban. So a very interesting lineup because realizing this lineup, it doesn't really it's not a good matchup going up against Kaja here, Kufra itself, but that means they want to secure a hero like the Beatrix, that someone that is quite vulnerable on towards a Kufra catch.
Kufra banned out. It gives me vibes that maybe Bleed want to pick up an assassin. I'm not really sure, right? Lapu Lapu is a choice of ban here from the side of Flash.
Oh, that's a tell. They're looking to pick up the Melissa later, probably. The Melissa might be the gold laner for Team Flash later on.
Makes sense. Looking at the composition, they can be clumped up here with the Kaja, right? And as well as the Fredrin. So Melissa pickup could come through for side of Flash. Bleed eSports here. What are the options?
Melissa and Claude. Those would be either of those two I feel like already are great for Bleed.
They can pick up the Claude because the Claude is such a nuisance if you have the Valentino on your team taking their time, but there you go, the Beatrix, right? Okay.
Can't go wrong with it.
Another APC.
Okay. It's spicy. I like it. It's up against an Eve. It might struggle, but I like the bravery that they're going for with this Harith pickup.
Is it gonna work though? That's the question.
Yeah.
Right? Oh man, it's so risky.
Yeah, but the lineup they picked scaled relatively quickly. So I like what Team Flash is going for with their thoughts here. They're picking up a lineup that if Bleed aren't careful, this could snowball like crazy. So I like this lineup much better more for Bleed.
So what are they lacking here
Flash.
from the side of Team Flash, right? Roamer.
Yeah.
What can they go for here? Minotaur ban, Kufra, I guess Grok is an
Atlas.
option.
Cho.
Atlas, Cho.
Or they might go for something
Lolita.
supportive.
Lolita, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, they want to add more crowd control. They want to add more cover as well. You're right, Harith just needs one item to scale, so they will definitely play around the early, but they do not mind, quote-unquote, defending because they have a really good high ground in that Harith and as well as in that Farsa. One missing puzzle here in the hands of Bleed. I might say they have Burst, they have also DPS.
EXP or jungle is basically the decision, right? I don't know why they opted to ban for the Kufra. If it's for the Beatrix, all right. But there you go. See, I had a feeling. Assassin pick.
They need more damage. It does make sense,
Yeah, and it does. Usually that's what you pick up against a lineup that has artillery mages. I like this Farsa. I like this Hayabusa pickup against the Farsa, and it's a much better drafting equally for both of these two teams now. I like it. I like what I'm seeing from both of them.
And the true damage, right, coming from the Hayabusa is going to be very, very important to try and stop this Harith from even being able to scale from that mid-game. I like the composition of Bleed. I think they're thinking it through. But for the side of Flash, it's a little bit more difficult for me to execute. There's a lot of room for error. They have a lot of counters on their opponents. So, quick, Gonny, prediction.
I gotta go with Flash here.
Flash, all right, very interesting. Reptar?
Change of heart, Flash.
Flash, okay, I'll go for Bleed then. We'll see how this goes in this best of 3. Remember, one more game for Bleed, and that is going to push them forward to be able to qualify for the Challenge Finals. And with that in mind, let's throw it to our casters.
How you doing? It's match point between Bleed and Flash. We're bringing you game 2 here with a relatively repaired draft by Flash. They're doing much better here, Mirko.
Yeah, Flash definitely, we were kind of weirded out by the draft as well. The setup for the link was just not there. But here in game number 2, it feels like it's much more, it's much better. They have the proper draft in the early phase to really develop on it in the second, and they were able to completely just take control, I would say, of the draft. And I would agree, Flash definitely have a little bit more of an advantage when it comes to these team fights.
Yep, they got the fundamentals down, and here's something we tackled in game 1. Vegs turn to pick up the Arlot. He's rocking that unbending will. So now we can expect for him to not just try to set up an amazing final slash, but also very proactively fight, and he's going up against Sagitnu's Fredrin.
how does this matchup go, right? Oh, well, before that, that's a 4-man dive down below. Good stun, and it's going to be the kill. First blood over. Oh, it's a bit unfortunate that it goes to KZP, but still, a kill is a kill this early on. With a minion, a cannon minion wasted as well down below. It's going to be massive.
4v1 is never good, right? But if you're talking about Arlott versus Fredrin, the Fredrin isn't really going to do. Wait, hold on. They just pummeled through that shield. Sagitno has to repair the situation here. Does get himself that last cart, but I'm not so sure if it's going to be enough. Nope, he's not going to be hitting level 4 when this turtle does spawn in about 2 seconds now.
1k gold lead. In the first 2 minutes of the game, just threw the turret shield down below.
Huge. Plus a first blood.
Plus a first blood. And the Fredrin just loses so much XP. And because of that, Team Flash definitely have more pressure around the neutral objective. Kyrie picking up the bottom lane. Turtle. Very early, very early. They're able to just get such a massive... Again, huge 700 gold lead.
Yep, so here's the difference, right? From game 1, Team Flash invested in the almost ultra late game. Those are the kind of drafts that one would call draft to not lose, right? Not even draft to win, draft to not lose. But here, oh lord, they stepped on the glass, put the pedal to the metal, and said, you know what? We're starting halfway there. And that's what this looks like. Under 3 minutes, 1,000 gold ahead. Wow, FMM with the read.
The juke, but he's still going to be invaded. Delve on now with a feather airstrike. FMM with the slick movement, still able to survive. The Divine Judgment goes on the Shocker. FMM is still alive. He gets out of it, but not for long. The RWM, Kill VJ, is able to step in to find Shocker. But man, what a play from FMM.
It looks like Team Flash love to revel in the chaos. KZP, is this enough to punish him? Still alive, drop into the Z-Force.
Come on, Force now, JPL, a free target, the decimation comes through. Kyrie under the turret looking for the dive, one more mortal coil, and it's a double kill for Kyrie, but he loses his life.
That's his true damage. He took too many turret hits. I myself am guilty for such shenanigans, but wait, Deck got that passive on. Ooh, shadow kill, close call, yep. And again, Deck could have just as well been punished the same way that Kyrie was, right? You see that, but the difference between shadow kill into a shadow out on the Haya and then the Martis, it has to go out the old-fashioned way. West Mode picking up the Calamity Reaper here. In about 24 hours, folks, that item is going to change. If you know what I'm talking about, new patch coming in. Shocker committing the feathered airstrike. Oh, they're still pressuring Sagitno. They go back to how they started.
They understand that they have taken a lot of damage already down below, so they're just going to utilize that, use this winning lane to transition over to the other side, but they got to be careful here. The Divine Judgment and the Wesker, a gun we haven't seen in a long time. Because of that, FMM can now miss. JPL in the midst of it all, caught under the Numenor Blast, and even Kill VJ has to fall here. Decimation, Kyrie looking for the triple kill as JPL in desperation just walks over. Kyrie hitting the wall on that mortal coil, but it should still be enough. No way.
He's going to give it up.
He gets an execute. JPL! No way he got that.
Yeah, yes way he did. And folks, that is how you buy time. That is how you delay. But yes, it was a fumble for Bleed. Now up top the fight, Sagitno's in trouble.
Appraiser's Wrath getting a little bit more HP, but the Feather Airstrike was too much for him to handle. Last basic coming in from West Mode. And it's all Team Flash.
Nowhere is safe for Bleed. Team Flash have taken control of both turtles. They have pressured the XP lane so that they force a switch up even before the 5-minute mark. FMM making the most of the situation. But there's already been kills happening up top. Team Flash about 2.5k ahead. Now it's JPL's turn. How does this happen? Team Flash has orchestrated a 4v1, 3v1 over and over again.
They just really like their dives, Leo. They really like ganging up together. And with a Thunderbelt and an Unbending Will, this is going to be a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Deck, good steal, but no, the decimation! Kyrie knew where he was going to go. He just waited in the quad shadow.
Takes one to know one. I think Kyrie understood how Deck was going to be moving around on the Hayabusa. And with that kill, that pickoff, the rest of the map opens up. Team Flash now 3k ahead in a flash. They have taken control of game 2 under 6 minutes, 8-3. Look at how far ahead Deck has fallen. He's, what, 1,000 behind? Yeah. And no, this is where it started with Vegs. Vegs versus Sagitno. This Fredrin, I don't know how to get him into a fight this time.
But it's Rage though. Oh, good pickoff. Instantly deleting Vegs. With now Blast Flicker combo only onto JPL. Not sure if they use all those resources wisely. Even with the Guardian's Bulwark, it goes through. FMM was able to find a kill. West Mode definitely too greedy here in the mid. Sagitnu just does damage. He's looking to go for more, re-engaging perhaps. His deck is right there. FMM tried to go for a cheeky little shot, but I don't think he was able to find anyone. And even if he did, there's no kill threat.
Yep. So all of Bleed have tasted the bitter bite of righteous vengeance from Team Flash. They've tried their best to shrink this gold lead down to maybe 2,000 and a half, still approaching 3K, but that's not going to stop Kyrie. Kyrie has already picked up his Guardian helmet, already rocking an antique Kiras, so yeah, it's only KLVJ he's really afraid of, but besides that, he can take Deck, FMM, Sagitnu, 1v1. But looking at Bleed, where is the hope coming from? Where might they say, you know what, if we get you online, if you get working, if we can clap back, it's going to come off of you. And I'm thinking it's off of FMM. FMM so far still has a chance, especially if we can get maybe a 1v1 or shut down on West Mode. Or, it's not easy to say, but if they can take away Kyrie, sitting at 6 kills, yeah, that streak's going to be bank.
Thing is, if you give the gold lead onto the Martis, it is, I wouldn't say a full waste, but it is a bit of a waste, right? The fact that he's also going to go for a full utility build, just tanky, wants to just facilitate for his team, it's not really going to be good in the mid to late game when it transitions over. Meanwhile here, Divine Judgment deck as well, now with a Quad Shadow. No Quad Shadow, just a Shadow kill. Vex trying to survive. He also has the final slash. He might be looking to re-engage here, but he's just holding on to it. Doesn't want to go for a JPL though. He wants to go for a 2v1. He thinks he can take it, just whipping away. Abort! But he's not going to be able to.
Mission failed. The 2v1 on Vegs yielded no results. So yeah, that's a clear sign. Yeah, we can't do that quite yet. You're not built up, Deck, and the gold is going to say just as much. West Mode, 6K. Kyrie, 6K. Vegs, 5.7K. And yeah, Deck isn't as far behind, but I agree. I concur, Mirko. Putting money on a Martis really doesn't make much sense, but now Deck gets out of there.
Close one. RWM as well. KZP might be caught here. There's going to be the re-engage. Flicker. Burnt. No Numina Blast Flicker combo. A big blow to Team Flash's team fight prowess.
What a momentum breaker. Team Flash could have sworn that they were not going down in a sweep, not like this. So yeah, this is how they take control. They're approaching 5K ahead, under 10 minutes. Lord spawning at about 15. Bleed eSports, they're looking for a pickoff, and luckily they're built to set up for pickoffs. And I guess in this next Lord, if nothing crazy happens, if a Lord dance is initiated by Team Flash,
wait,
let's say, oh wait!
Oh no, he gets the Shadow kill off, shocked him with a Flicker.
Oh, Deck!
Does he want to go back here? He jumps in with the Quad Shadow. Oh, just barely out of range. Shocker doesn't have the Flicker. Deck jumps back in.
He's got the moves. He's got the moves. Can he? Oh. All right.
Deck might be able to re-engage here.
Can he?
No, he doesn't want to.
All right.
He just wants to leave.
Woo, he got the Deck out of there. Oh, but off camera, the rest of Team Flash started up, and KZP gets a kill!
A good bonk over with the Numenon Blast, and Sagitnu just out of range. Meanwhile, what happened up top? West Mode got caught. Sagitnu now, dodges away from the final slash. He might be able to survive this one. He does not have Flicker. Thanks for the vengeance now. Yep, decimation. Monster kill for Kyrie as they pick up the Lord. But again, they're going to be pushed in. And honestly, Bleed eSports might be able to just clear out all the waves.
All right, all of these kills going on Kyrie, now that you mentioned it, Mirko, is bittersweet. It's good for Team Flash that they're pushing the tempo, but the more that Kyrie gets kills, the more that they build this utility Martis, isn't really helping in the long run. So far, I think Bleed can still breathe through this. They can still weather the tide. And looking at the high ground defense, I think they got this.
Yeah, should be. Yeah, I mean, you can already see FMM on the Bennett now, clearing out this bottom lane. It's only the first Lord, so not going to be able to charge in. Bennett's rage also used up, and yeah, no turrets taken out for now. Mid lane now. With a few more empowered minions, they should be able to take this for free. And Bleed eSports, there you go. Finally, an objective going to Team Flash with the Lord. Picks up top. Deck was able to clear it out completely.
Yep. I wonder if they're setting up for a pincer. This is a dangerous position to be in for Deck. He hides in that bush. I think Team Flash smells something fishy here. They smell some shenanigans, but they let go. It's not worth it. Not to go deep.
Both teams resetting once again. Team Flash were baited, I would say. they were really just baited into a lot of these skirmishes that they shouldn't have taken after getting the Lord. And that's what gave Bleed eSports such a big chance to actually clear all the waves and minimize their loss.
Yep, and it gave them breathing room. And look, Deck held that bush with JPL, just on his tail, protecting him. There was an alternate reality where JPL actually said, you know what, let's go for the pull. We can do this. But so far, I don't say it's worth it. Don't pull the trigger quite yet. I'd say maybe give it 2 or 3 more minutes, especially when FMM is ready. He's currently rocking a Malefic Roar, a BOD, and a Hunter Strike. One more item. One more item, I think. Maybe the Wind Talker, right? Oh, no. He doesn't need it. There's not much damage there. The DHS, yeah, or... yeah, it's still burst. No. You don't need... maybe Rose Gold Meteor. Maybe. Since there's so much pop from Shocker and West Mode. So, yeah, go from there, and then you can pick off the fight. Wait, JPL?
Oh, no, he's going to be caught here, definitely. I mean, there's no...
Is he? No, he's fine.
They didn't want to commit to it. But it's an orange of steal there down below. Deck was able to take it away. Oh, my goodness. Deck? I mean, he saw all of them there earlier. He knows that Kyrie opened it up. Now with a shadow kill, he has the quad shadow to get out, but KZP's coming in. Whoa! It's all a bait, and for the airstrike, we'll take him down, though. Deck buys enough time, but not enough to take anyone down. Ew! Final slash onto kill BJ. Numeron Blast, not with the flicker this time around, and Team Flash timing. Deck really, I feel like it was just such a greedy play to go for that.
I don't know, man. I was saying, again, 2 to 3 minutes, and FMM had to be there. You need FMM there. It wasn't going to work without him. So, yeah, you see the intent. You see that they know the direction they're going in. But Team Flash said, you know what? They're planning for something. We might as well push our advantage and go for a kill here. And, yeah, they found Deck. I think Deck really didn't have much to go with. There wasn't anywhere that was safe for him, especially given that Team Flash knew that he wasn't on their side of the map. So Bleed have to reset again and hope that this next Lord isn't a Lord that penetrates their base, because that's permanent damage going from there. Shocker on top of the damage scoreboards. West Mode as well. I'm surprised West Mode is second here, because we haven't really seen much initiations or team fights that involve the Harith as much as he should have been. So, yeah, there's only, 1 or 2 big Zaman forces in this 13-minute game.
Despite that, though, he does have more kill participation in this game compared to Shocker, so he has been doing work. It's just not visible on cam. Maybe because, again, a lot of these fights are split on the map. There's a lot of fights happening everywhere, even in the enemy territory for Deck.
And I think that's what's making this difficult for Bleed. If they were to somehow pick off and choose a fight and go into it where it's their choice, could be better. Now the push down bottom.
That's the charge down below. KZ's looking for a play, but it's going to be taunted up. Sakiku able to tank up the Lord for now as the mid lane gets micromanaged. Only 2 waves were pushed up. Team Flash didn't utilize all 3 waves, and honestly, this is going to hurt them, giving Bleed more time to scale up. It's giving them a chance to come back in the game.
Yep. Instead of a hemorrhaging blow, Bleed is slowly bleeding, and I think they're working with that. They understand that, you know, it's just a trickle of the waves. They're not all going in from top, mid, and bottom, so we can do this. Now, Kyrie initiates. Watch him. Oh, there's a final slash.
Only on Sakitnu, though. He is the one you want to go for now. Back in the back line. It's going to be Deck who jumps in with the shadow kill as well. They're all caught in the real world inflation. The damage is there. Deck in the back still. Now going to be stunned up as the Bond Force comes through. But there's Passion from FMM. He guns them down. It's a double kill. 4-4-1. Out of nowhere is the recall cancel from JPL. Now walking Kyrie down, stopping him from stopping this play from happening. Bleed want to go for the end.
And in a flash, a 4-for-1. Kyrie's in trouble. Tier 2 gonna fall. Mid inhibitor gonna be up next. Bleed understand this is an endable situation.
5 seconds on the clock. Only Shocker left alone now. Kyrie, 1v4. Can he do it? He buys enough time for Shocker to come back. The Bruce Passion as well thrown out. But the airstrike does enough. The decimation comes through. He buys the immortality. Now Pop, RWM with a snipe as well. He gets it, but Kyrie soaks it up. Shocker's burning with the glowing wand on him, but it's fine. He gets to the base in time. But that has given Bleed more than a chance.
Yeehaw! We've got ourselves a rally. Back and forth. Pop in bottom lane inhibitor. Bleed gets it done. Team Flash recovering from what could have been a sweep. One more Lord. How about it? Let's start a dance. Kyrie here. Where's Deck? Oh, he's taking a Little Wanderer, and now Vegs with an ultimate from that Arlet. Oh, this is a difficult contest.
before they use the final slash. Now, oh, tech found! Shocker in the back, forcing the winner truncheon out now. The Renner, can he do it? Can he steal it from the team? Shocker's down! Who gets it? It's gonna be Kyrie, but he's gonna be caught in the real world manipulation. Bleed are chasing them down. They know they need to get this right now. They need to hunt them down before they get to base. But Team Flash, a bit too disciplined for that, backs off instantly.
All right, this is a trade that has a lot of numbers going for it. Yes, Team Flash got the Lord. It's luminous, but just the same, Shocker got picked off. So there's a lot of fight in Bleed right now. Bleed understands that, hey, that's a huge amount of damage that they're missing out on. They're not going to be one engaging. And the fact that Kyrie here is just going pedal to the metal, I need to defend, and we have a Lord down bottom. Best case scenario for Bleed is they just clear that Lord and then reset. But what's scary is the fact that Bleed have been constantly finding the cores from Team Flash so easily now going into the ultra late game.
Can they do it? Can they defend? I think they're going to have to at least sacrifice one base turret. There's no way they come out of this unscathed, right?
Yeah, best case scenario, they clear the Lord, they keep their turrets. I'd say average case scenario, one inhibitor falls, and Team Flash understand that dynamic. Look at this, they've synchronized mid and bottom.
Wait.
They've done it! That's it!
Team Flash, very, very greedy, I would say. They're not using any of the resources. They did not want to commit.
There we go.
Now they're pushing it in. Mid lane falls. There you go. So it's average case scenario.
Yep, they are skittish, they are conservative, but it's how they should have done it because, again, Bleed have been finding Shocker, finding West Mode more in the past 5 minutes, and they have this whole 18-minute game. 15-11. I'm thinking, with the situation we have right now, Team Flash don't want to pick a fight in mid. If they lose everything in mid again, much like they did about 5 minutes ago, it's over. For sure now I can say it's over. I'm guessing they want to pressure top. Especially since that's the long lane, given this Lord coming in about a minute.
At this point, the gold lead doesn't matter. They need to utilize their... Oh, wow.
Wait.
Final slash onto Sagitnu. I'm not too sure about that. Massive ultimate burned out, and there's no resources yet used by Bleed eSports. A big opening now for Bleed. They know it. Sagitnu's chasing them down, giving them vision.
Not to mention the flicker. They spent it on Vegs. So that's wasted. That's a plastic bag flown in the air. They're waiting for that. About a minute and a change from now on. This is a clear go sign for Bleed if they find the angle.
An attempt there from Kyrie to steal it away. Very well played from Bleed there. JPL was able to pull it into the bush, not giving him vision. But Shocker still, like you said, trying to play that long lane. Thing is, for Team Flash, it's very unfortunate that the base turret that they cracked is in the bottom lane, is where the Lord's going to spawn. So Bleed should be able to still manage this wave whilst also doing the same onto the bottom side. But it seems like they know. They know where Shocker is at.
Do they know? And he reveals himself, spending that big ult.
He finds it! A beautiful feathered airstrike, max range! JPL with the flicker out, no FMM! Massive for Team Flash!
Oh no, what was behind that huge feathered airstrike? An almost fully built Farsa, rocking a COD, Lightning Truncheon, Winter Truncheon, and Divine Glaive, the big DG. And yeah, now FMM built the Athena Shield, but I'm pretty sure he had that already. It was too late. It was too much.
He just now sold his boots, I believe, and it's a bit too late. Once again, he went for a very greedy build, went for all damage. Usually that's what Beatrix just needs to do. Maybe a Wind of Nature somewhere in there. The fact that Team Flash doesn't really have a lot of physical damage, he needs to go for that Athena, but again, the timing was just not at the right time. Maybe he just got enough gold.
Yep. Oh, man. That Heptases, he's playing with the Renner. I'm guessing that's why, but if this were any other build, maybe some way, somehow, if they survive for maybe 2 or 3 more minutes, it turns into an RGM. But is that even going to come into play here? There's going to be a Lord marching through mid, and it is an evolved Lord. Oh, dear Lord. This is tough. All the more now, Vex is going to be super duper game to use his final slash. It doesn't matter now. He has his flicker back.
We'll see how they utilize this. All flickers up and ready, and like we mentioned, Team Flash, this is their team fight composition. They are the ones who can push the pace in these team fights. Bleed need to try to isolate them, but how do you isolate players when they're all in your base? Let's see how they do it. A few resources already spent to clear out the wave. KZP in the back right now, not going to be able to cancel it out. And then we're going to blast onto the front with the flicker as well. Sagitnu is going to be slain. Meanwhile in the back, oh, it's a massive stun! They find it, Vegs! What a play! Kyrie marching forward, still the mini waves have been cleared out. That's the final slash out to kill VJ. He's gonna get dove on! And this should be it. The equalizer from Team Flash. JPO with the Flicker Divine Judgment onto West Mode, but it only brings him back to deal damage onto the rest of the team. FMM in the base, not enough to take this game into his own hands, and Team Flash will force a third game in this series.
Bleed can't believe it. They could have sworn they had it, but look at the smile on KZP's face. Not today.
What a statement from Team Flash after getting absolutely stomped, I would say, in game number one.
Fair to say.
They showed up in game number 2. We said it in the draft. Better team fight composition where Bleed were always just forced into the team fights as well.
An even greater start. If the comp was your main course, that early rotation on XP over and over again, clearing that energy shield, getting that 1,000 gold lead ahead in under 2 minutes was the dessert. Mwah. Kisses to the chef, and I believe the chef here in this case was our good friend Potato. I saw him in the room. That was amazing. Oh wait, Potato's playing for Bleed. Never mind.
Yeah, but maybe Potato definitely. You know, even with the substitutes, they definitely help a lot with the analysis after the game.
Yeah, Potato has to pick up on it. He has to solve the situation here and say, how can we top Flash's dish?
Again, so many prio picks, but also a good mix of crazy picks as well. The fact that they had a Herod and a Farsa, yet they still dealt enough physical damage, was a big blow to Bleed.
Yep, let's see what our analysts think and if they're hungry for more.
The Singaporean civil war continues here as Team Flash force a game number 3 in what it looked like to be a very, very good early game, I would say, right?
Yeah.
This is what Reptar mentioned even from the beginning, right? What could Team Flash prepare from game number 1 is play to their strengths and commit to a better idea in the team fight and in their roster, right? They wanted to play the early game in game number 1, but because they were so heavily punished by using that lane in the jungle, swapping it out for the Martis, who was able to snowball from that early game, just really set the tempo from the get-go. Amazing game by Flash.
Amazing game, but from the side of Bleed, quite disappointing. Looking at their composition, they're really ultimate reliant, right?
Yeah.
Hayabusa, Yves, and as well as that Kaja, where sure, you can somehow gain some control in that early game, but with this composition, you really need to stop your enemy. If not, as you can see here, Flash gains that early lead, take it to the mid. Sure, there was a couple of turnovers from Flash towards the end, but at the end of the day, they have a better high ground. They have a better late game. With the Farsa, with the Harith, you have more to play around with, and that is why the reclaim control by Bleed wasn't successful.
On point from both of you there. I'm actually very glad. Hopefully people understand now why I was ranting and raving like a madman in game number 1 about Flash, please pick Martis, please pick Martis. They pick it here, and you saw that Kyrie, also known as Yon, just knows how to play this hero to its strengths incredibly well. But I also need to give my flowers here to my fellow Filipinos, Shocker and West Mode, picking up signature hero picks for themselves. Again, these are two players who, with some relatively struggling teams in MDL Philippines Season 1, they were the bright spots. Shocker, one of the heroes that he loved to use, is this Farsa. You saw him at times almost able to outplay a Hayabusa and plays with his team so well with this hero. And West Mode, West Side Killer. I actually went backstage to LaFell and Gideon and I told them, guys, I really hope West Mode can shine here in this game so that people understand why he's so great with those gold lane mages, and he proved it here with this Harith.
Yeah, for sure. He was able to bully FMM really badly in the lane. He was able to get those item power spikes a lot quicker than FMM, who is on a Beatrix, notoriously known to get that item power spike earlier on as well. And I think the cherry on top for the composition coming in from Flash was Shocker, right? We don't see a lot of Farsas. It's very susceptible, but the possibility to use that wings by wings to rotate around the map put FMM in a really tough position, and it was very difficult for FMM to scale, not to mention that early burst damage that it had that just rendered a lot of these players from the side of Bleed useless.
And on top of that, his positioning, Shocker's positioning has been so on point. Of course, right? With the help of the cover. Cover by KZP, Splendid Hayabusa couldn't really penetrate with the shadow onto her Shocker in that game, but ultimately it was the disconnect from Flash from Game 1 was repaired in Game 2. Draft twice and as well as in Game Y. So I'm excited to see who will get the MVP.
Yeah, we're going to see in just a moment here. And the MVP for game number 2 is Kyrie on his signature Martis. His decimation was too much for the members of Bleed eSports to handle. They ran away with the tails stuck between their legs. It was very difficult to stop this person. And you can see it reflected, right? 814 KDA. I think I mentioned it. It was at some point 811 really earlier on. That snowball effect that the Martis can have is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and now we see here another story for Flash. In Game 1, they played to their strengths but didn't think about it as a whole. Game 2, they played to their strengths and thought about the overall chemistry of the complete lineup. And when everything is just gelling together, you get MVP performances from your jungler who is packing a Martis, a pick that he absolutely loves. One of the key factors here as well as to why he was able to play this Martis to the level that he did, being able to get the MVP, is because he understood how Bleed were fighting from game number 1. They are susceptible to counter punishes. Even though, because of what Gani mentioned with Bleed eSports lineup being so ulti dependent, Team Flash have more heroes who are not so ulti dependent and can actually thrive in a longer team fight situation. Even with ultimates gone off of the board, Kyrie just made the most out of that.
I completely agree, and that was earlier on your screen here, Renmar, the turnaround, but they managed to find their loophole again, right? Team Flash, it does not matter because within their team fight composition, man, their AoEs are just too much, and it overwhelmed Team Bleed to, again, just have control on the map.
And now we're sitting at a 1-1. From a best of 3, we're sitting back to a best of 1 as both of these teams are fighting, clawing their way for their tournament lives here in SPS. And this is just the beautiful storyline, right? This is one of our first matches where someone actually gets eliminated. So you can see the drive and the fixation that both of these teams are going for. They're trying to repair, they're trying to adapt as fast as possible. And coming into game number 3, the one thing that I really want to talk on regarding Bleed is that I think they really need a hero, a playmaking hero for Sagitno, right? Sure, they put the Fredrin as the first pick. Like we mentioned in the drafts, it was safer, it could be flexed, but the problem is Sagitno from game number 1 was the one on the Arlet who was able to make these crazy plays. Look for the initiating fights, and on something like the Fredrin, who doesn't necessarily has the same tools and the kit like an Arlet, you can see how he was kind of confused what to do. Like, he goes in, he gets picked off first, and then he's like, all right, what? And then he just dies first. So there's not much playmaking potential that he has on the Fredrin.
Yeah.
That needs to be fixed.
Yeah, I completely understand why they picked up the Fredrin, but sometimes I like to take risks. I feel like they could have considered picking up the Yuzhong, a pick that he loves to play. And although they are up against a Harith, it has a Purify, theoretically it will be near impossible to just land on it and then use the Petrify to catch it. I still would have taken that risk, but again, I don't fault them for using the Fredrin. It was definitely safer.
And with that in mind, we are going to throw to a break before we conclude our best of 3 series between both of these Singaporean teams trying to defend their flag. And we'll see you after the break. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud both speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission, and you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on. We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish then push to the limit and work.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Once again, we are coming back to the same series where we left off, 1-1, with Team Flash being able to get another victory in accordance and against.
I can call this the Wild Wild East, right? Singapore versus Singapore. Very, very cowboy style here, but it's 1-1.
But West is the gold laner. It's not East.
True, but they're Singaporean team.
Yeah,
okay.
If we're talking about the geographical, I don't know. I actually see it more as I could be wrong. Geography is not my best suit.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, more on the drafting side of things. Yeah.
Let's see, right? 1-1. It's still
I like how you see Eterna, they're actually really thinking about it.
Wait, because KL is here.
I just gave
so
up.
it's like southwest, right?
West mode.
Is it southwest?
Southwest.
Can someone confirm that to me in the live chat?
I feel like the more we think about this, the more it just shows how weak we are in international geopolitics and geography as a whole. So hopefully the draft comes up in exactly 25 seconds so we can show off our expertise there instead.
Saved by the bell, right?
Yeah, saved by the bell.
And that's why we're casters. So now, coming into game number 3, once again, tournament lives here are at stake. We just want to reiterate the fact that the risk for both of these teams is ever so high. Right now, with Flash being able to get their comfort heroes in game number 2, they were able to win it very one-sided fashion, right? They were able to snowball from that early game. Kyrie was having the time of his life. It was a revenge story to how, I would say, bullied he was from game number 1, where he was unable to do anything in the face of Sagitnu on the Arlet.
I think it's just too expensive now, seeing game 1 and 2. Letting go of the Arlet, perhaps both teams might adjust, but here we go. Flash and Bleed. No changes yet again. Still Flash in the blue side here, with sticking with the Valentina ban. And man, it's just giving respect to Kill VJ.
Yeah. Kel VJ here. I bet he said, oh man, if this is going to be my last series, I didn't get to play my Valentina. Why?
Aww.
But I feel like it's a well-deserved respect ban here coming in from Team Flash. I would not be surprised if the bans here are going to be more like what we saw in Game 2. If I am Bleed though, I am more willing to change my ban from a glue into something else.
Okay. Okay, perhaps maybe they can change. Just ban the, I don't know. Okay, the Heave ban already. Adjustments from their first ban here, right? So what they're saying is, yeah, we want to really change their approach here from the side of Bleed. Maybe they might pick up the Farsa themselves.
I don't know. I feel like Farsa is quite situational, right? I think the only reason it worked because it worked with the composition for them in game number 2. I'm actually eyeing that Joy would be left open this time around to open up more playmaking heroes for both of these EXP laners, right? So with the Kadita being banned once again, the next one is going to be Glue still. And this opens up the question, right? Lancelot was opened up, Fanny was opened up, Arlet, and now Joy are the choices here.
Yeah, I like the approach here of Bleed, changing things up. Actually, I'm running through the heroes in my head of who might be able to shine with the Eve gone. You know what? I'm gonna fearless forecast that might just be completely and utterly wrong. I think Bleed might take away the Martis as one of their first 2 picks. So make sure it doesn't end up in the hands of Kyrie again.
And also Novaria, right? Because Novaria really helped, facilitated Bleed to win that game number 1. In game number 2, they completely ignored it. They actually chose the Eve over the Novaria. So I'm expecting that to pop up here in game number 3 as the Faramis. There you go. They are going to leave the Joy open in order to contest for the Arlet.
Really asking Flash a question. Are you going to pick up the Arlet or the Joy here? But no, Flash will pick up the Arlet because they did success. Bleed now, they can pick up the Joy, and perhaps the Novaria. It's just, it's so open.
Yeah, I am willing to give up the Kaja here if I am Bleed. Give that to Flash. I feel like JPL needs something a little bit more mobile. I wouldn't mind seeing him back on the Cho. Maybe someone who can hop from shrub to shrub like a Kufra. I like the idea of a Joy and Martis pickup here for Bleed though.
Okay. Martis though, right? Does Bleed want to contest it? Do they want to let it go? Because I don't think Martis plus the Kaja, can they withstand that early game pressure, right? So Joy and Fredrin is a choice. Novaria still up in the air for anyone to grab at this point.
Okay, so they left out Novaria and Martis. So, I don't know. I think this is just a straightforward draft here.
Yeah. Although, conspiracy theory, maybe CalVJ might play the Joy in the mid lane.
Oh, so it's a flex, but no, it's going to be the Lancelot. I mean, Kyrie did...
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, right? To be fair, Lancelot is a little bit more sustainable in the lane, right? There's a lot of things that you can work around. You have a lot of more escape mechanisms. You have better control on the objectives on the Lancelot in comparison to the Ling, who's quite fallen off here in the meta. So, still, it's a better pick because now they're assuming that, hey, most probably this Fredrin is going to be the jungle. It didn't work out for Sagitno in that earlier game. But now paired with a Farsa, dude, I don't know.
They need wave clear here, Bleed. Just go ahead and pick up the Beatrix and then Again, if Bleed are just thinking super out of the box right now, you go ahead and turn that into a Joy mid lane, put the Fredrin in the jungle, pick up a Yuzhong later, and then it's up to JPL what roam he's going to be picking up. Something preferably with a little bit more peel. They can save those picks later on. So now I think Bleed's thinking, are we going to pick up the Beatrix? Do we want to pick up the Minotaur now so that maybe later on we can just adjust our gold lane pick? No, they still go for the Claude, however, considering that they're up against the Farsa. I feel like I'm thinking too out of the box here. Just a little
really
bit.
creative.
Yeah, I'm getting like, whoa, what if they do this? A Mia in the roam.
Okay, but I really like this Claude pick, right? It adds more DPS. They lack in the high ground, in the clear. Claude, very good in that clear department. But then again, it's quite vulnerable if you really think about it. Going up against an Arlet and the Lancelot, you know, it might catch Claude off guard. But let's see the mechanics, right? Second phase, they should try to limit the marksman here, but no. They will stick to the Minotaur ban.
That breaks my heart somewhat. I wish Bleed considered the Minotaur, but maybe it's just not in the avenue of JPL's comfort. You mentioned the Novaria earlier, Eterna, and Team Flash are respecting it. They don't want to give it to KelVJ this time.
Yeah, because if Novaria was able to be picked up by Bleed, the problem is Farsa's just a sitting duck, right?
Yeah.
It's just so vulnerable. It won't be able to dish out the damage that was meant for. So I really do think this was a wise ban from the side of Flash. I was thinking maybe next either the Yuzhong ban or even the Grok in order to protect this Farsa a little bit better. But for Bleed, once again, last time around they committed to the Kufra ban as well. But this time around, I'm hoping that maybe Bleed want to pick it up for themselves.
I like that you mentioned that, actually. JPL on the Grok wouldn't be a terrible idea. That would be great, actually. And then with the Kaja, Grok and Martis might actually be two last picks here for Bleed. But again, that is the if KelVJ is going to be rocking this Joy in the mid lane. Considering that it is up against the Farsa, it would be great.
That makes sense, right? Flash should just ban the Grok here. If they really want to secure the Farsa, but no.
I understand this Lilia ban. Because I get it, because they took away the Eve. Yes, it's like a respect, and usually just it's a safe red side first phase ban. But then, as I was talking about it with Lafell backstage, one of the heroes that give Lilia a lot of difficulty is actually an Eve. So I understand it now. And KelVJ, I think he has at least 2, if not 1 game in the MDLPH with the Lilia. So maybe they're just banking that might be the possibility.
So what's the option for Bleed now, right? We have Kagura, we have Lunox, Xavier? I don't like Xavier.
Yeah, I don't like it in the scenario and stuff. Joy mid lane, please. Don't show your mid. Please pick your roamer and then think about the mid lane narrator.
Mincitar roam.
Yeah, that's a Mincitar roam. Oh my goodness.
Okay. This is going to be the debut for Mincitar. Yet again, we see a lot of debuts here today. But with Mincitar, it really negates the mobility of the Lancelot.
Yeah, it could still go into the XP lane though. And
oh yeah, it's still a flex.
It's still a flex. Actually, they have so many flex picks. Fred, Mincy, and the Joy, they're all still flex. So the last pick here of Bleed could completely change how their draft looks. So Flash, go ahead and pick up the carry. They're thinking that Bleed might have one more super tanky hero as their last pick here, so they're considering that possibility. They need the roamer.
Lolita again?
Oh, Lolita.
It works better against the Claude?
Yeah.
Okay, Franco.
Franco.
Just to suppress.
Yeah, just to suppress for the Joy and potentially the Claude when it goes in.
True. So they need that lock-in CC.
Come on, Lunox.
Lunox in this current...
Don't work out.
It can work out.
I'm not going to hit a Lunox pickup. It will be questionable though at that, yeah.
I mean there are not a lot of options left on the table for that mage position.
Yeah, I mean why Lunox, right? Good wave clear.
Yeah.
Very, very sustainable. I wouldn't say sustainable, but has a little bit more room to work with, right? Especially with her chaos. She should be able to negate that pressure, right? Coming in from the Franco, the damage coming in from the Lancelot and the Farsa.
I wonder if they'll consider add. Oh no, they have heroes who will pick up Purify. So it could be a Grok, and maybe what if a surprise Jawhead? Or no? No.
Oh,
what? Yes! Oh, it's
Julian.
a mid lane Julian. Okay.
Wait, let's see the roster swap here just to lock it in. JPL Rome, Joy Jungle, Joy EXP, yeah, Kill VJ, Julian.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting. Very interesting.
So it does make sense. It can burst off Farsa instantly. It can burst off Carry instantly.
Yeah.
But again, the wave clear though.
No. Julian does have the wave clear.
Yeah.
My main problem about Julian is the range and the all-in that the Julian gives.
Yeah,
right?
and maybe that's why they sent Sagitnu to the XP lane with the Joy, just so that you have someone who will like send the Farsa away. Like when they want a team fight, so that KLVJ can shine. All right, I'm gonna fight. Sagitnu, please look for that Farsa so that I don't have to worry about it.
Oh.
It's juicy, right? It's so interesting.
I'm just so down to get into it. And I'm not going to say it again because last time I was like, Bleed, and then Bleed lost. So I'm not going to say anything, but quick predictions from our analysts.
Flash.
Bleed.
Let's go. Casters, take it away.
I say Bleed because there's a Julian. I like Julian.
I like Julian too. I gotta correct Eterna. No. Kill VJ cannot clear waves. He can only wave clear.
That's right.
Same thing. Sorry.
Going into the match here, it's a best of one now. Only one lives on with a chance to go into the challenge finals. Only one Singaporean stands. It's Bleed versus Flash. And I have to say, that pickup on the Franco and KZP last minute, I think that was key. If you want to make this as close to a 50-50 as possible, you give him the Franco.
Absolutely, and with those iron hooks, he's going to be able to grab a lot of chances to win. You guys can grab tickets right now still and enter the raffle later on as well. It's going to come up very soon to get yourself some merchandise, plus tickets as well.
Here we go, a much slower Game 3 as compared to Game 2. So it's clear that Bleed, despite the very quick interval between this game and the last, was able to reset. Team Flash started up so quickly. And right now, Deck in the middle of all of them, there's a knockup forcing out a Phantom execution. Oh, but wait, off camera, what?
Kill VJ, he can't kill players, he can player kills. No, it doesn't work that way. But first blood, Bleed eSports, now with a very good zoning hook, I would say. And this is the power for the Julian. You hit your power spike so early into the game, level 3, and you have your ultimate.
Yep, I love me some Julian. And given that, we have aggregated our win probabilities here, and crowd is with me here. Bleed is looking like the victor. Because again, even if there is a Franco on Team Flash, JPL's Mincit are so good. KLVJ a third of his life right now. Skirmish up top.
Both not level 4 just yet. I think Shocker might get this a bit faster, but Deck is already on the turtle. Should be a pretty neutral objective. Meanwhile, Kyrie there in the top trying to go for it. Finds a purple buff. A Bloody Hunt comes through, but there's no intent to kill. It's just a defensive one used up. Enhanced Sight with a chain to lock him down. Kill VJ. Locks him down for FMM.
All right. I would have said that was a worthy trade. Turtle to purple, right? Because if you can't do anything with the turtle, it's not worth the trade. What are you doing? But here, they lost a member, and then they got the trade, and then, whoa. Eventually, it wasn't worth it. Is this what Doctor Strange sees?
Maybe. I don't know, man. I mean, we're in some Marvel stuff here.
All right, we're back.
Okay, we're back.
All right. So talking about the trade, right? That's why Bleed Esports was able to do as much with what they got. They got a kill, they got a buff, and did they say Deck stole the orange? There's a pull.
Massive one. Oh, Pork and Beans, the Franco just got pulled.
Howdy.
What happened there?
Right? Again, as a Franco, it's weird that you're playing with the same range. But yeah, if you miss your hook, and then JPL finds his, the Spear of Glory gets you, man. And Spear of Glory, I gotta say, sounds better than Iron Hook.
It does have a fancier ring to it. Maybe that's the reason. It has a bigger hitbox too. Sagitnu now jumping forward against a Vegs on the Arlet. Kyrie's just waiting in there. I don't know what he's waiting for. Maybe a bit longer for Shocker to come through. There you go. Feather Airstrike chained in together. But the vengeance from Sagitnu, not the vengeance from the Arlet, gets him out.
Just to be clear, all right? And I think Sagino would have survived, but yes, the most disciplined way to survive there is to use your resources. Better you use your battle spell if you're not going to fight with it. And what a Chad. You see how KLVJ saw that coming? He's like, nope.
Just dodging by a pixel. Oh! Spear of Glory, but good reactions from Kyrie.
Close call. The SOG has found a lot of its targets. If I were to call a accuracy counter on it, I'd say maybe 60-70% so far in the 4 minutes we played. Second turtle up already. Big presence by Team Flash up top.
A lot of good pressure placed down top side. Not cleared up just yet. King's Calling coming down, but it's going to be a whiff there on the abilities. A good stun onto Kyrie, but it's going to be a killing spree ultimately for Kill VJ. Kyrie unable to get out, and this is another free turtle as Rhythm gets popped in. Better airstrike as well. Ooh, okay. Deck finds it with a red tree. I thought for a second.
Nope, not like this. And now Vegs in trouble. And there's a hook, and no way Deck survives. Finally, KZP finds one.
I don't know how you survived that. Iron Hook into a bloody hunt under the turret with a Farsa and an Arlet. But it does give Team Flash a bit more of a chance once again to come back in this game to turn the odds around. Enhanced side, a lot of damage. Pure Glory not connecting, but just the basic attack will do it. Impure Rage, doing the damage. JPL now trying to zone the other members away as Kyrie dodges way too far. Good damage from the Thorn Rose. The Blazing Duet gets placed down with a BMI defensively. FMM doesn't want to go too ham here, but Sagino does. He jumps in with a vengeance as well. Oh, it's a King's Calling Flicker, and he pulls one back in. West Mode taking it in the east side.
Hey! And now they're going to make the most of this, converting into a few hits, and now Sagino will make it home. KZP says no, stay here. All this while, Deck was working on this mid lane turret, but Beggs finds one up top. So yeah, no, this is what you do. This is an MPL SG special. If there's a lot of action elsewhere, you trade for things across the map, but clearly, Bleed eSports are winning the economy here. Objective after objective after objective, and a kill, and then the stolen purple. Now Vegs trying to keep Deck in place, but no, here comes the King.
Not an honorable 1v1. No, no, no. It's always Kill VJ coming in to deal some damage, and it forces out a flicker from Vegs, who, whoa. Wait, I just realized this. Went for Tenacity instead of Unbending Will. He was the one who went with Unbending Will.
Yeah, no. So it's clear now that Vegs has a direction. Vegs knows that, all right, I need a little more damage. We're going to be fighting a lot. Or I need to be the better setup. And here, I get it. I respect his choice. It's for the setup. Because you already have damage from Shocker. You have damage on West Mode. You have damage on Kyrie. He's the one who's actually going towards a Thunderbelt and a War Axe to start. So yeah, he needs a great final slash. Now Bleed eSports about 3K ahead here, 7 minutes in. Trying to go for a pull. Great bush control by Sagito and Kiel. But KZP, oh, this is a scary hook if he finds one.
Oh, I don't think he's going to be able to find one now. He is within the vision. Oh, Kyrie with a good steal, but now it's going to be locked down. Phantom Execution, but it's only onto the King's Calling. Oh, the hook does not connect, but Kyrie should still fall here. Kill VJ picks up an Unstoppable. It's 1-for-1 turtle for the jungler. 0-3-0 for the Lancelot now.
It's tough to be Kyrie right now. It's tough to be the Lancelot. It's not that there's too much lockdown from Bleed, it's just they know how to play around it. Now, JPL in trouble. There's a hook.
Yeah, but Deck is still going to be able to just munch on it. It's actually Vex who gets baited, and oh, a good Spear of Glory. Bringing KZP in. There's a little bit of an Appraiser's Wrath there from Deck. They might just look to steal this purple buff, but they're backing away, no? They're going to go for another jungle creep.
Team Flash shouldn't be fighting. That is my honest opinion, my humble call here.
3K gold lead?
Yep, 3K gold lead. You're obviously outgunned. Your jungler isn't as farmed up as he should be. He's on the lower half of the gold leaderboard. The opponent cores are on top. I think it's a miracle that West Mode is sitting this close, right, to FMM, but now there's a fight in bot.
Vengeance now on the back as well. West Mode getting chased down on the carry, still able to escape, but KZP took too much damage from the turret. Shocker now might be stunned. Spear Glory, great pull in, and it's Sagitnu who picks the kill up now. Uh-oh, Kyrie and Deck both have the Retribution, but they're not going to go for it for now. Deck is trying to just zone him away to get a free one. Oh, it's still Deck who wins it anyways, and Kyrie now is just going to be stuck in the King's Calling. The ego fight to go for the orange buff ends up with Kyrie losing his life.
He had no business staying there. And again, on a macro scale, don't fight. Team Flash fought.
1v1.
On a 1v1 scale, don't let your ego get the best of you. That's not your buff right now. You have to play the map. But wait. Woo!
Oh, even the sprint committed there.
Yeah.
After battle mirror imaging out.
All right. So again, this is why you play
Respect.
tenacity. And yeah, no, Vegs is really holding this down. You're looking at Vegs and West Mode to find a window of opportunity to maybe close the gap. But Bleed, it looks like they're not letting up. They're not going to slip up. Not like both of them did in game 1 and 2. It looks like they want to move on. They want to stay alive in this tournament.
It's crazy to see because in game 1 it was such a dominant, whoa, final slash from Vegs. Why? I have no idea. Maybe again, just trying to open up that bush, thinking someone is there, but it's a very valuable resource already burnt out. And eSports knows it. That's why they're trying to get it as low as possible with the Lord Dance.
Yep, here we go.
Oh, good hook.
He finds one.
It's a taunt though. JPL is trying to run away right now. His deck is going to be targeted down, but Sagitno in the back once again with a vengeance as well. West Mode gets out. The bloody hunt on towards Sagitno, and that's a kill. Oh, Spirit Glory with a flicker. West Mode flickers out perfectly timed out of the King's Calling. They're going to go for the Lord now. No Vegs.
No Sagitno, it's an XP trade, but look at Kyrie. What? Oh no, don't go into 4, not like this!
Way too early now. Oh, the defensive execution too! He didn't want to go out, he didn't want to escape, he just wanted to get his hands on the Lord.
Honorable effort. I see the intent, but not in that situation. He just gave free gold over to Bleed. And now this is a 7K gold lead at 10 minutes and a half. KZP is just protecting what's left. When Kyrie comes back in under 10 seconds, maybe there's still a purple, and they made a call. West, just take it. West, where we're still holding out hope for you. This carry currently has a golden staff, a corrosion sight, and a DHS. I like the item builds. I like the direction. But compared to FMM right now, who's rocking all of the above, plus a Haskloss or a Wind of Nature on the way, much better shape. Oh, wait. Vegs picking a fight.
Not too sure about these final slashes, only connecting onto JPL and Deck for the most part, right? I think it should, at this point, it should probably just be used to cover up when FMM used the Blazing Duet, right? It's trying to just cancel it.
Yeah.
But it seems like he just really wants to go for these pickoffs with that final slash. It's on a low cooldown, so you can still afford to do that.
Yeah, but all the more, FMM just picked up his Wind of Nature, so he's going to be picking fights. Kyrie comes in.
Oh, good hook. Wow, FMM. What? He's able to get out of that BMI. Tough boots, I'm guessing.
Yep, or maybe just at the right frame, he clicked the clone out. So at least Team Flash was able to defend. 8K gold lead. Bleed eSports taking the disciplined route. A lesser team would have forced the push here, seeing that that inhibitor is at half health. They do have a wave down bottom. Tier 2 still protected. Looking at the item game here, Kyrie has actually closed the gap. He's just down by maybe 600, 700 gold away from Deck. That has forced him to build more defensively now. He's on his way to a Guardian helmet. But the biggest gap still is between Shocker and Kiel VJ. They played each other in MDL Philippines, and you see the effort. You see how Shocker just holding on. He doesn't want to die anymore. He's only sitting at 2 core items, Mirko. 2 core items at 12 minutes.
Not a good performance right now from Shocker with the gold, the farming department here in the mid lane especially. The fact that, again, Kill VJ, how much gold is he ahead? 3,000 gold ahead.
3K.
Oh, it's going to be nasty, man. Farsa is already so vulnerable. The fact that he can't even deal damage with the range advantage is going to be massive for Bleed eSports.
Even Vegs can feel it. Vegs and KZP, right? That's a lot of magic damage. KZP only rocking a Radiant Armor. Vegs also has the Radiant Armor, but the thing with Radiant Armor is you should have already taken the damage, right? So you have to have stayed there, but you're gonna get melted not just by Kiel VJ. FMM is there. Even Deck deals a lot of damage if he's able to put some stacks on his Crystal Shield. So yeah, we've seen this across SPS so far. If Deck plays it right, he can force West Mode, he can force Kyrie to put stacks on him and go for the punish. This is Bleed eSports game to lose.
Carry spotted up top instantly. Bleed eSports, you can see the transition into the Lord. They want to just fully commit into it. Even, I believe KZP was visible there on the map, but Bleed, they're not committing. They still don't want to go for 50-50. Kyrie, oh my god, it's a steal from Kyrie! He gets locked in now with a Blazing Duet on the back as well. FMM trying to kite away. He gets forced out. Sakitnu gets out as well with the King's Calling. They're placed down. Deck finally gets a kill back. KZP with a flicker out, but Kyrie's done enough. They even got a turret up top.
That's right. The man who Phantom executions into 5 and a Lord is only crazy except for one time when he actually steals it. And here he did. So that's going to empower Team Flash's minions, going to help the map be a little more controllable, a little safer for both Shocker and West Mode to build up more items. And just to say, maybe extend their life here, give them more of a chance. If earlier we saw it was possibly 80-20, maybe now it's closer to 60-40. And I'm being very generous. This 7k gold lead for Bleed is still going to be massive. So yeah, Team Flash have to learn how to play this position very well. They're going to be pushing bottom lane, sending up a Lord on top. And mind you, this is Luminous. Lord's going to crash in if Team Bleed eSports doesn't protect it.
That's right, they're already clumping up top there to stop, to prevent this enhanced Lord from crashing in, but it seems like they're going to be zoned away. Deck is still holding his ground, but the rest of the team, it's a disconnect completely. Deck is isolated from the team, but he's still able to just clear it out. But Team Flash really just wanted to commit into the top side of the map. And because of that, they're not going to get any turrets on the board. King's Calling onto Fuller! The Bloody Hunt comes down, Kill VJ comes in late. Oh, it's an enhanced chain to knock 3 of them up. Vex going deep, Deck is still alive. Vex is going for the minions to get some sustain. 2 for 0 with a Lord on the hands of Team Flash. Bleed somehow, some way made it work.
Even the bottom lane tier 2, which we called, given the long lane wave, should have gone down. They even managed to control that. Oh my goodness, that was just JPL and Kiel VJ being in total sync. I could have sworn they were born in the same womb when they did that move, right? The perfect chain, the knockup plus the flicker, King's Calling. Oh, that just might have won them the game. That was an amazing sequence from up top. They did not only defend the Lord, they didn't stop the penetration from Team Flash, but also they won an amazing team fight. And now we're back to the 2080. I do believe we're still sitting at 2080, especially with the Lord coming in half a minute.
That was the biggest chance for Team Flash to come back, but Bleed eSports, again, calm, collected, knew how to deal with Team Flash's onslaught.
Calm, collected, and connected. Earlier this week, we watched Bleed eSports. It looked like Sagitnu and Kiel VJ were playing their own game. The rest of Bleed eSports were elsewhere. Here, oh god, their roamer and their mid laner, that mid duo. Oh, what? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. KZP flickers out. That was such a good prediction from JPL, but man, 16 minutes in, 17-2. It's really, if you look at the scoreboard, just the scoreboard, it will be unbelievable for you to think that Team Flash still has a chance in this game, but looking at their positions, they have a chance.
Oh, concealed play from KZP. No one home. Sagitnu gets that recall. Lord at half health. They're doing the dance right now. Where's Deck? Oh, they're threading the needle here. It's a 5v4.
Final slash, King's Calling can be placed down right now. Look at the flank stuff. West Mode is there. Oh, the feathered airstrike comes down. FMM with nature, still able to sustain, still able to kite away as JPL's immortality will be popped. It's still going to be Deck who secures it somehow. Kyrie running away. West Mode with a shutdown now onto Kill. But look at KZP with Bloody Hunt. Dex is coming in. Oh, good flicker with a conceal as well. Now in the back, Sagitnu trying to gun or run West Mode down, but the Rose Gold saves his life. Bleed eSports still trying to fight despite getting the Lord.
Yep, Deck's gonna fall here. It's a 2 for none, but they do get the Lord. FMM finally gets punished. That's a lot of gold going over to Team Flash, which explains the 4K gold lead, which was about half diminished. And now it's endable. 2 defenders left.
It was 70-2, but now it's 17-6. Make it 7 as they clear it out. Despite a horrible early game, Team Flash, in an instant, found a way back into the game.
Even KZP can't believe it. What's going on? Team Flash moves on. One more life, one more go for a chance to make it to the challenge finals in Jakarta.
It's a rematch up against Archives eSports, a team that was able to send them down in the first round of the challenge season here at SPS Snapdragon Pro Series, and it's going to be a rematch that is definitely hyped up here with Team Flash's determination, the mentality that they were able to show. They're strong.
Oh wow, bleed. I can only imagine what's going on in their heads right now. Dude, we talked about this.
I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, but again, we can think of really 2 or 3 moments wherein it could have been Flash. Again, I'm thinking about the Lord Steal. Yeah. I'm thinking about how KZP found that angle with the conceal. But just the same, who would have thought that those were enough to actually get them the dub here?
It was 17-2, right in the 16th minute of the game, right as the Lord spawns in. And literally, I just mentioned it. It looks, if you look at the scoreboard, there is no way that you would think there's a chance at a comeback for 17-2.
No way. No way. You show people watching screenshots of these games, of these moments, and you're like, look, KLVJ, JPL jumping in, all of that. Look at the steal. And you wouldn't have said, yeah, that's definitely Flash. So yeah, they're proving the doubters wrong. They are tilting the odds towards them, and they're still alive. GG well played, though, to bleed. And let's have our analysts work this game out.
Figure it out.
Turna, talk us through.
Thank you, casters. Wow, what a comeback victory by Team Flash. Against all odds, like they mentioned, 17-2. At some point, it was an 8,000 gold lead already. And once again, Lancelot, right? Kyrie was not having a good game. They start to go for those 50-50s, and somehow they were able to turn it around. Let's start to our analysts here. What happened?
One word for me, right?
What?
Overzealousness.
Okay.
It's just more of Team Bleed setting up failure for themselves. They were looking for unnecessary fights, invading in unnecessary situations, and of course, Team Flash will punish you for it.
If your word is overzealousness, my word is paranormal. There were so many things in that game that my eyes just could not believe. Certain interactions with abilities, decisions. It was a paranormal game for me, but you know what? Team Flash, what a comeback to turn it around suddenly. The fact that it was Kyrie who was able to steal the Lord at 13 minutes and 40 seconds in, that was massive. Going back in the replay, Deck did not get off his retribution in time. Actually, it wasn't even on cooldown, so that means he just missed his retribution. There was no controllability on there. Bleed eSports, they still could have made a win for this, but then that's when the overzealousness kicked in. Their decision to continue fighting as long as they did in that last Lord came back to bite them.
Look, it feels bad for Team Flash. No, for Bleed, sorry. For Bleed eSports, that they take all these categories. They win on every trade, but they lost it in the most crucial moments. Their reigns were taken back by Team Flash, and you can see all of that just reflected on these statistics.
Yeah, I have a fun fact. I don't have the exact numbers here. I just want to share. In MPL Philippines Season 10, Kel VJ from time to time would play the Julian mid. And there was this weird tendency where his team at that time would be able to take all of their conditions, lead by an insane amount, but just somehow end up getting it reversed in their faces.
So it happened again.
It happened again. For some reason, history repeating itself. There's something with KLVG. No matter how amazing he was in this Julian pick, I don't know, is it cursed at this point? That's why I call it paranormal. I cannot believe it.
Oh man, I have no comment as well, but it's just outranged. So with that in mind, who do you think is MVP?
Oh man, it's tough. Okay.
Okay.
We'll give it to Shocker, right? 1-1-5 on the Farsa. But I gotta say, right? The Farsa, okay, seeing as how far behind they were, being able to just lose one life in that 18-minute game, that's something that you, Reptar, would give flowers to.
And to that, it's giving more salt to the one, adding more salt to the one to Kill VJ. It's his head-to-head who got the MVP. It's one wife 100% KP, by the way. But yeah, you're right. His positioning, perhaps his timing, that feathered airstrike towards mid and late was just, Yeah, the damage is somehow incalculable. That Bleed eSports was just caught off guard right here.
Yeah, looking back, actually, it was in the last Lord fight, the crucial feathered airstrike land hitting FMM, which set up the stun from Ven so that FMM would be the one getting taken out. As you see on your screens, I believe that's why he is our MVP of the game. Taking away the Claude meant Bleed eSports would not have the firepower in the fight that Team Flash decided to push forward to. Shocker, shocking Bleed eSports. You see now why we the storytelling for Shocker, him being an anchor, someone incredibly dependable for a TNC Neo MDL Philippine squad that struggled. He showed it off there. One tick of the feathered airstrike on FMM's Claude just spelled doom for Bleed eSports.
And yeah, the Claude, there were considerable amounts of moments where he made interesting decisions, right? I mean, that
Yeah.
last part where he got picked off right before they went in for that straight push into that mid.
Yep.
Why was he there? I felt like that was too greedy.
Again, overcommitted, right? Overcommitting move, not necessarily, just some miscalculation. So it was just perhaps his impatience. But then again, of course, Team Flash saw that opening, punished for it, and suddenly 17-2. It was an even game. And of course, from that end there, momentum was on the shoulders of Flash. They took it well, they respect it, be responsible with it, and mechanically, towards the end especially, they were just better.
Mind-blowing.
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 It's that
Paranormal. Mind-blowing. What was your word again?
It was overzealous.
Overzealousness.
I like it. It's a big word. I have a hard time saying it sometimes.
Overzealousness.
Yeah.
But yeah, here are the brackets here for Group A, right? We concluded that match between Flash as well as Bleed eSports, with Flash being able to come back with a 2-1 victory against their Singaporean counterparts. They do move forward once again, going against ARC. So this is what we said, right? A rematch for them. It's a huge storyline here. Do they have what it takes to repair their loss? Because that loss wasn't a 2-1. That was a 2-0 where they got knocked down to the lower brackets.
Yeah, and it was a Team Flash where we were not able to see enough of. Just like how good are they, their limits, their strengths, their weaknesses. Let's see if Team Flash learned from their lessons against Archives. If anything, maybe Vegs might end up becoming the biggest X factor this time around with lessons learned with their first matchup against Archives. It's going to be an interesting one for sure.
It is going to be an interesting one for sure. So we'll see here how it will pan out. But yeah, overall, an interesting two matches already in store, right? 2-1. Earlier, it was 2-0. But with that being said, I mean, we have to say, nice try, Bleed eSports, right?
Thank you, Bleed.
2-0, 2-1. You're a new team. Figure out that formula. Find your identity. Perhaps from then and there, use this as a learning lesson, as a learning curve.
For sure, for sure. I always say L is not for loss. It's always for learn, right?
That's a
How
nice
these
mindset.
teams should and will be able to adapt to their mistakes, how they are going to refine their identity, their team style, their play style, their just everything. Just all the factors that make up a really good team. And we saw that precision, right? The potential coming in from Bleed. So please don't be disheartened. We're so excited to see your performance in the next upcoming tournament and your growth. I like that. And with that being said, before we head to a break for the last match of today, we do want to thank our sponsors. Thank you so much to the Snapdragon Elite, because we know without this, once again, right, these players wouldn't be able to play as top tier as they were already here. We're coming into gate day number 3, and it feels like that microchip, man.
That
it's
microchip.
able to accentuate their play style
elite.
to even better heights. And of course, that wouldn't be possible as well without being supported by one of the best gaming phones there is in the game, which is of course the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, that I'm so thankful that I got one as well, right? Perfect for me as well. It's blue. I love making content. It's so good with the camera. Just everything is great. I love it. And of course, if you guys want it, you can share the epic and of course level up your game. And to level up your game, You can't just use a good device.
Yeah.
There's something else.
The fuel.
That X factor, the fuel, in order to recharge when you play your ranked games as well. For those of you at home, and that is Monster Energy. They come with several different flavors. My personal favorite was the one that I tried earlier. I took 3 today. It was the pink one. I'm not really sure what flavor that is. I think it's
Matches your suit though.
really?
It matches your suit.
Oh, well, it was super good. I liked it. So now I can go to a break because I want to play the FEBot DHL game, guys. Now, I think yesterday I got to level 13. Now I'm level 10. So I'm getting closer and closer. And of course, I'm sure you guys don't want it to let it slide to me. 5,000 euros are on the line. And I can buy so much ice cream if I get my hands on it. But last final words here, gentlemen.
What a day. Larenmar, you're a happy dude. You're a happy guy. Those 2 matches were just happy matches too.
Yeah, it was.
Not for bleed.
Did you just call me Learnmar? Did I hear that right? Why do people always mispronounce my name? You know what? CFU Gaming RSG, that's going to be a really good one. Gonna be a really good one. I'm going to love that. Learnmar.
I can't over.
Oh my
Stuff
god.
like Gotti says, man. What? Okay, but ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned because we do still have one more match and it's gonna be a big one. And with that being said, me, Eterna, Gotti, as well as Learnmar, we'll see you after the break.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling.
We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Thank you very much, A Turner, for keeping the floor warm. My name is Afel, and they're doing this the entire day.
Yeah.
Ramar, Gani, shout outs to you guys.
It's still with me and Renmar. Yeah. Man, thank you, Lafel. How are you feeling? How was your break?
Oh, it was so good. Watching that game, I feel rejuvenized.
Yeah, rejuvenated.
Energized. I feel relaxed.
Energated.
I feel hydrated.
Refreshed.
I feel like I could buy tickets now. Which is something you guys should be doing because only the Legend tickets are left. Grab it now before someone else grabs it.
Okay.
The tickets. Yeah, the tickets. The tickets.
Yes.
Like, you don't want to miss out on that. Speaking of which, you guys can try your luck. Join the raffle. You guys can get the tickets as well as the t-shirt, which is pretty lit, which is pretty nice.
It is pretty lit.
I'm waiting for mine, by the way.
Yep.
Just saying, we would appreciate some merchandise as well.
Yeah, we've heard Eterna say.
Rumor has it, yeah.
Rumor has it that she has a shirt. She got the phone. So, where's ours?
Honestly, like, the phone is here. I could mess with her FEBot rankings.
Oh yeah, you can. You should. That should be. You should do that.
I will do that. Now we gotta check the games here. CFU Gaming going up against RSG Philippines. It's gonna be a very interesting match. 2-0-2-1. I don't know how to feel about this one. Are we even ready to even talk about the lineup here?
Oh man, I think we are.
All right. You know what, Renmar? You called it. So we're gonna introduce CFU Gaming. Let's go. You know what? I love you guys. You guys have been working so hard. CFU Gaming, let's introduce Wadu Detective ZX3 Sing
Ozo.
Sing.
Ozo.
Huh?
Sing Ozo.
Sing Ozo and Flamesy.
Well, looking at CFU, right, the rep from Cambodia, man, Z has surprised me personally in that mid lane position, but what really caught my eye is the way Flamesy handled his mid lane, because he got an MVP, and if he stays consistent, you know what, Renmar? RSG needs to be nervous.
Oh, and you're telling me that as you're tapping me on my shoulder? Is this a threat? Is this a threat, Gani?
Hey, you know what? If you're calling it out, let's see if they should be nervous. Let's introduce RSG Philippines. Let's see the roster here. Let's see if it's over. It looks like it's Nats, Irad, Aqua, Eman, as well as Light. How are you feeling about this lineup going up against CFU?
the opposite of what Gani tried to make me feel. You see light on
really?
the
Lato
corner
Lato?
there right now? That is called a Lato Lato.
Yeah.
That is a popular toy right now in the Philippines. And look at him. That is a man who uses the Cho. That is a man who knows how to set up and he knows how to Lato Lato as well. How are you
The balls
not
are small,
afraid
though.
now? Oh, yeah, because if they were
Because for me, like, my balls are bigger.
Oh, here in Malaysia or like when you in other countries?
No, the Lato Lato.
Yeah,
Yeah, in
exactly.
Malaysia, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you guys have that too here in Malaysia.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. All right.
You know what? I've got to be honest here, Raptor. I'm not
Where's
putting any shade.
their Lato Lato guy?
They're laughing.
Where's their Lato
They're
Lato
laughing
guy?
fine.
Listen. In Indonesia, Lato Lato was trending like a year ago. That's
Yeah.
all I gotta say.
Oh, now okay.
They started it.
You're calling me slow now?
Hey. You know what? Actually, you know what? You guys can continue. I don't mind a little bit of violence.
All right.
I'm a little bit different from Eterna. You know, like she's a good host. She'd be like, guys, calm down. And I'd be like, no, pick it back up. But now looking at the team head to head, looking at the average damage per minute, damage tower per minute, gold per minute, all of the numbers except for average kill participation is over for RSG Philippines side.
Yeah, and that average team KP comes from the fact that, yes, CFU Gaming love to mirror the Blacklist playstyle, the Ube, the Cambodian Ube. They play the Esthesis. They rocked out the Guinevere jungle. They see Blacklist International as a team they would like to emulate, but also make their own identity. And I like the CFU Gaming version of what the Blacklist Ube is. There's just a little bit more aggression. Not as solid as Blacklist, but a lot more room for surprising, chaotic moments that work out well for them.
But let me just ask, did the Guinevere go full damage?
It did not.
It did not.
It did not do what
Go just did.
Go just did. Yeah.
Just did. But yeah, with that crazy ube style, they add some sauce there. Cambodian sauce is what I could say. So they have their own style as well. As we take a look at the head-to-head here between the mid laners, right? Z and as well as Aqua. Sure, KDA-wise, Aqua just played 2 games. That's why it inflates. But overall, actually, both of the mid laners are actually reliable anchors.
Yes, Aqua and Z here is the focal point of this matchup. Which one of them are gonna get the Valentina? Who's gonna steal a key ultimate away? Is Z gonna be willing to play the savior again against a team like RSG who just love to dive back lines? Are they gonna give the Eve to Aqua? Are RSG gonna give the Novaria to Z? The mid lane picks here and how they're gonna draft around those that hero and position specifically can be massive.
You have a lot of questions, don't you?
Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
you have so many questions. I'm the host. Excuse me.
I'm a curious boy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but like, I'm pretty sure they're like, they were about to answer, man.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm sorry.
Curiosity killed the cat, Raptor, alright? So
Now you're calling me a cat.
Well,
You've called me so many things here. Slow,
cute,
a
though.
cat.
I'm pretty sure he wants to call the different thing that does resemble a cat. But speaking of which, guys, if you guys are watching over at Twitch, make sure you guys give us your prediction. Who's gonna win this one? RSG Philippines or CFU Gaming? We love
Oh
to
my
have
God.
fun here at
Yeah.
Snapdragon
Oh my
Pro
God.
Series.
Yeah, we do.
elite Snapdragon, right?
Yeah, and oh man, this matchup though, it's gonna be. I wonder how well RSG are gonna fare against the CFU.
You still wearing your RSG slippers?
You want me to show it off?
Again.
Show it off. Why not?
Fine, let's show it
Yeah,
off.
show it off.
Bam, GGRSG.
GGRSG. What
I
did
saw
I vote
the
for?
prize.
Oh, I voted for CFU. Wow.
Whoa.
Gani's been fighting me this whole time, but you also
Yeah,
voted
what?
for RSG.
What is this consistency?
What is up with you today, man?
I did not fight Raptor,
You just
alright?
want to take fights.
I just love to add some spice in the dance.
You're
of course.
hurting
Are
my
you
feelings.
wearing an RSG slipper as well?
I
No,
am
it's
not.
not. It's, you know,
It's this.
it's still pretty stylish though.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Thank you so much. But yeah,
Something Billie Eilish.
yeah. Oh,
remember
yeah.
what's at stake
Good
here,
talk.
right? Remember what's at stake?
Okay, what's at stake?
One team that
that
wins
makes me
this
hungry.
match will qualify to Jakarta.
Yeah.
Yeah, going to Jakarta is great.
You miss Jakarta?
Oh yeah, I do.
I've never been there. I'm excited.
You want to go there?
Yeah.
It's good. The food is okay, but you know, it's
Ouch.
great.
Ouch.
No, because Malaysia, Indonesia, we have to have this banter, right?
Oh, really? I didn't know. Is that a thing? Is there like a food pride war?
Yes.
Cool.
It's
Okay.
like Malaysia does the war with Indo and Singapore. Because we're in between,
In the
so
middle.
we gotta go for all of them. Yeah.
So the Malaysians are just fighting everyone when it comes to food.
Just food.
Just the food.
Yeah. I mean, MLBB, we haven't been that great, so food it is.
I see.
Not gonna lie, Malaysian food can't complain.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. I'm gonna fist bump you off screen so people can't see it.
Yeah, a nice, good old fist bump to the face. Oh no, it was an average
What?
fist bump.
It was an average fist bump. Why'd you have to go for violence?
What?
He's been going after me all day.
You think it's a Paquito?
Maybe.
I'm not a
he's supposed to
bruiser.
Go after me. Oh, and you see the boys of RSU.
They're
on
having
screen
fun.
right now.
They're relaxed.
Yeah, they're
They're like
fun.
us.
I just hope.
I wonder if they know our jokes.
Yeah, maybe they can hear us.
Maybe they can hear us. Guys.
Can they hear
oh,
us?
see, they're laughing even more. See, oh my God,
Wait.
they can hear us.
They can?
Can they?
Wave 5 fingers, please. Anybody, wave if you can hear
Wave
us.
5 fingers. Wave 5 fingers. That's such an odd thing to ask.
Wave one hand.
Wave 5 fingers.
How do
That's
you
one
wave
finger.
usually? Okay, no, they don't hear us. They don't. I thought they
Yeah,
did.
I know, but that's such a weird thing for you to ask. Okay. If you hear us, wave all 5 fingers. Not 3, not 4, not 1. I want to see all 5 of them up. In fact, if you have 6, just show it off.
You just said it. You could have said wave your hand.
Yes!
True.
Why'd you have to go the extra mile? Let's go into the draft.
Because I'm
RSGCFU, what are we looking at? Are we looking at a 5-finger ban?
Yeah. That would be. I mean, there are only 5 bans and 5 picks in this game. I'm looking at RSG considering if they're going to ban out
Oh my God.
heroes like Diggy and Estes. Heroes they would usually ban when they're going up against Blacklist International.
In the first phase? Wow.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
That's what they do.
Oh,
Yeah, they'll
okay.
take away the Fredrin,
Yeah,
which
no,
we
no,
know
no, no, no.
Detective's so good at it.
They banned the tank, hero, Fredrin that can be Flex, EXP, or jungle. Go full detail. Do the Ghani.
Oh, that's true.
Do the
God.
full detail.
You do it, Ghani. He's the Ghani. We got the Ghani right here.
They banned out the Lancelot, assassin hero that can be used as jungle, damage tank, and etc.
You've got his analysis style down.
Oh yeah, I do. He goes in.
Yeah, really deep dive analysis.
And he doesn't know when to stop. That's why we're talking. We're not letting him start. That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay. Junglers ban. Well, you know, Frederick can go either way.
I wonder if they'll ban out the Valentina. Oh wait, no.
No, first pick. They might as well just take it, right?
Yeah, they'll just take it right away.
Honestly, I don't know. I kind of feel like first phase, I almost like to ban the Joy. Because taking it first when like the Kaja's open, the Franco's open, it's kind of like a little bit dangerous. It's still worth it. It's still worth it, definitely. But still, you know.
Somehow vulnerable, right? So,
Yeah.
CRFU here with the commitments on the assassin ban. So I guess with this, they might actually commit to a Martis ban early in the first phase just to really secure their jungler position here.
Martis pick, you mean?
Yeah, Martis pick,
Martis
rather.
pick. Oh yeah, that makes sense. It's interesting because like, see if you are drafting like how Blacklist would draft if they were up against RSG. But RSG are drafting more very like their own understanding of what CFU likes. I think they might be limit testing here. They might open up an Estes as a possibility for CFU. They'll take away the Valentina because, well, we were talking about it earlier. You can't give that.
The hero's kind of good.
Yeah, his hero's kind of good. It's fantastic.
It's kind of good.
In Z's hand,
in
it's
MLBB Malaysia,
really great.
I think it had a 100% win rate for 2 or 3 seasons.
Wow, what?
Undefeated?
100%
No, wait,
win
is that
rate.
a legit stat?
It's a legit
What?
stat. I think
Wow.
for 2 seasons straight, 100% win rate.
Oh, that's so cool. I
That
never
says
knew
something.
that
Yes.
about Valentina in Malaysia.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
to be fair, during that time, it was like top tier, like always pick or ban. And then you know, there are teams where like, we can let it go. But then the moment they let it go, no matter which team picks it up, they always win. 100% win rate for 2 seasons combined.
That's crazy. That's all I gotta say. That's
I'm crazy.
We all
Joy's
are.
open.
We all are in our own way.
Joy is open.
Joy's open. Yeah, you'll pick that up. And then you go,
Arlott?
Kaja here? Oh, yeah, you wouldn't want to give the Arlott to
Arlott
Nabs.
Kaja.
Yeah, like Kaja seems. I mean, to be fair, does Irat play a lot of Joy jungle?
No.
So maybe you could delay the Arlott?
Oh, they tried it out before. I can't remember the exact win rate on it, but it's a possibility. It's still flex.
It's a possibility.
It's still flex.
Okay, with that in mind, right? So the safest way, the safest approach from CFU is just to pick up the Arlet and add that Kaja because of the suppression. This makes sense. If not the Arlet, potentially they might go for the Martis.
Is this a bait? Because they're like, we're picking up the Joy, so they have to pick up the Kaja, so they wouldn't pick something like something up like an Estes then.
That's
Right?
true.
Is that like the bait here? Is like you have to pick up the Kaja because if you don't, I'm gonna pick it up. So this in a way makes it so they're banning out the Estes without
actually
banning the Estes. They're
Wow.
clever.
That's very clever.
You know what? I'm cleverer because I saw through it.
Yeah, you are. You're cleverer than
Thanks.
I am.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
You're an intelligent person, Lafel.
See, he goes in deep. He could just be like, you're smart. You're an intelligent person. He goes in details.
Yeah, I love it.
You are too.
So, for him, you simplify it. Okay, Joy being picked up.
Ouch.
What is a good mid laner here if they want to pick it up early? Like, is E a very good pickup right now?
Yeah, I mean, they have the Joy on their hands already. Let's see if they will go for it. Oh, go for it right away.
All right.
On top of the Kaja, that's
Honestly, I like the
ballsy
Kufra
move.
pick. I like the
Ballsy
Kufra
move.
pick. I get it, ballsy, because Kufra.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I didn't.
Well, you know, that's why you have me. I bring out the obvious.
Yeah, that's why you're cleverer than I am.
Yep.
I like the Scooper pickup because now
I like you.
Yeah, RSG. This is the second time you've said that to me today. RSG doesn't need to
old.
worry about having to miss out on really great picks for light in the second phase, because usually we've seen that as a trend. If Kufra's open going to the second phase, it's usually banned out anyway. So at least if ever CFU also wants, like, Flamesy will play the Joe, he'll think twice about it. Oh wait, no, there is already a Kaja. But you know what? I'm not turning off the idea that this Kaja, who knows, might even go to the jungle.
You know what? That's actually a good. You know what? That's fair.
It's a possibility.
Honestly, that's fair. Now, I just want to ask. Remnar, Reptar, Renmar? Renmar.
You're playing with
Charles. Here's the thing. Charles, do you think that CFU will respect a Harif pick and ban it out?
A Harith for Eman? They already have the Kaja.
No. Eman. Like, does Eman play the Harif?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so do you think they would ban out the Harif after this? After banning out the Leslie?
Yeah. Honestly, yeah.
They might.
Because like they already have the Cloud on their side.
Yeah.
And then if it's a Harith paired up with a Joy, with an Eve, a Kufra that can honestly just dive the Cloud, give him hell. CFU, that Harith is just gonna scale up really quickly. And this is a lineup, especially with the Cloud. Every time you see the Cloud, you're just gonna think, okay, it's mid to late game. Let's cross the mid to late game. But they take away the Melissa instead. I mean, it makes sense. It is a safer option between that. But now it makes the Harith look even better for their lineup.
Yeah. They really might pick up the Harith here in the second phase. Looking at their composition, though, I like that Claude pick because Joy will target your marksman. But then again, with the mobility that Claude has, it's going to be tricky for that Joy to really target that Claude.
No, here's the thing. That's a funny interaction. Claude wants to go in, Blazing Duet. Joy just uses the Vengeance, and then he just shoots himself.
It just bounces back.
Yeah, it just bounces back at him.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if RS. Oh wait, no, yeah. Jungle XP. It's still such a flex.
I don't know, Akai or something.
Yeah.
Akai Martis, yeah, just been on a jungler. Oh, what the? Why do we always forget the Novaria?
True.
We just assume
because it's a new hero.
We just assume it's not there.
Because it's a new hero.
All right.
It's such a really good pick. It just keeps going over our head.
Why did they pick it up?
Like, I'm thinking, what does Z love to play again? And it was featured in the graphic earlier. So now the only other hero of his that
we're bad at this
we
game.
don't see our Savior. Savior's still available, but honestly, it might not be a good time for it.
No, I don't like this. It's just too vulnerable going up against the Kufra. You're somehow forced to use a Purify.
Yeah, up against a Joy. It's going to be difficult. Wow, RSG drafted this in such a way that it will just end up becoming a farce, which with a Joy around, it's just going to be even
honestly,
not that great.
We haven't seen the hero for a while, but legit, I kind of feel like it might have been might have even been okay to pick up something like a Lunox.
You know, in this scenario.
Yeah, in this scenario, it might have been okay because the Joy is going to go after you. As a Farsa, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
As a Lunox, you just prepare your brilliance.
Yeah, you use it, and then by the time that Vengeance is down, or maybe the Beats only has like a
Go back in with Chaos.
Yeah, and then the Joy will be able
and then
to
spit on her face.
That's
okay.
That's what Lunox does, yeah.
True.
That's the animation. With
Yes.
hands, though, with hands.
True. Let's see the 2 picks here. I still like Martis here. Don't know
I
why.
like the Yuzhong.
Yuzhong. Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
put the Joy in the jungle instead. It could be a good option.
Okay.
I know it's a
Martis.
Martis and a bit.
You know what? Gani really likes the Martis, and the teams are giving it to him.
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
I appreciate it then. I appreciate the teams.
3,000 worlds, and not a single worthy foe. But if there's
really
5,
good.
then there's a problem.
Yeah.
Beatrix Claude Classic here in this first game.
No, I think it's tournament. Not classic. Not even ranked. I think it's tournament.
I wonder if they're gonna consider the Barretts.
What? Whoa.
Or
Barretts?
maybe even,
Actually, it might not be bad.
or
Yeah.
just end up picking a Kai
Akai,
Farsa.
yeah.
The classic combo. Akai Farsa, and then you'll have the Kaja as well. Yeah, I might just end up becoming an Akai. The push would be a great help to just mess up. Yeah, there we
Oh,
go.
great call.
The Panda.
The Panda
You're a
comes
great
in
call.
Again. He's the great call.
Okay, what we're thinking. I really just want to pass to the casters.
Draft wise, still RSG.
All right.
I'm leaning towards RSG, but yeah, the how the main middle three
Hey, you
of
know what?
Sifter
I'm
are gonna
throwing
play.
over to the casters. Remar, you can take a break. Let's pass it over to Gideon as well as Leo.
Hi, this is Gideon.
And this is Leo.
We're about to get into game 1 of RSG and CFU.
Please, sit down and relax and enjoy, Weary Traveler.
They drafted very well, and we think that RSG is going to put up a great fight and actually sweep CFU.
But in our predictions, it tells us otherwise. CFU 2-0, both sides, definitely a possibility.
We got to get a good talk with the prod later on, but I'm pretty sure the matchup will do more than make up for it, all right? Looking at how they have prepared for this, especially with Irad coming in, boy oh boy, the mechanic sure owned his moniker.
Let's see whether or not that's going to be the real case once we start jumping in towards this game. Remember, this is a qualification match. Only one of these teams are going to be moving on. And now we drop the NPC energy.
Oh, wow. That was difficult. Man, love your NPCs in your video games, especially your buffs.
Yep.
See here, a purple mirror start for Irad and Detective. I'd say maybe half a second faster Irad is.
Yep, ever so slightly, right? And those seconds are going to eventually accumulate and start to build up. However, we're seeing quite volatile lanes, right? I mean, it's Yi versus Farsa, and let's not forget about topside, Nats versus Wadu in this Arla versus Joy battle.
Oh, looking at Wadu, he is rocking the Tenacity Arlet, which I personally think I like more. Just for me, I like the fact that I'm expected to do just one thing, and that set up an amazing final slash. But if you're going up against Light, look at that jump in.
He knows his angles, right? But it's also just to kind of keep CFU in check. This could be a potential dive on the bottom side of the map. Let's see whether or not Zing is actually going to make that mistake. He's going to go for that recall while Irad instantly looking to invade. Ooh, that's going to be a retribution battle already won by Irad, but more importantly, Detective gets to hold on to his own.
I don't think mistakes are what we're looking for here because RSGSG are just forcing CFU Gaming to respond a certain way. Folks, you are not confused. We just have to switch up the sides, but you know who's who. RSGPH, the reason why we're so hyped for them is because this is the return of the MSC 2022 lineup with an updated jungler. This is Irad. His mechanics are on point, and who'd have thunk the young man who chose to start a rivalry with Carl TZ the GOAT would be back so fast.
Some people say, is he done with his break? Others may say otherwise. Nat's already coming in with the electrifying beats, getting at least 2 members under 50% HP. They're dropping down their ult to the artillery as well. Irad able to walk away out of there. Wadu's getting a bit low. Decimation from Irad with a heavy spin from Detective. A little slow, but Z now trapped in the corner as Irad chains one.
No.
He's looking for the third. Maniac! He's getting more than what he's asking for. Wait, hold on. Imagine though.
Z.
Imagine though.
it would be very funny if he ends up going down. But now that the cooldowns have reset, they're going to start backing away, and I don't think CFU is able to punish this any harder than the amount of gold they've given over to RSG.
Gideon, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the biggest 1,600 gold lead at 2 minutes? That's really quick. Look at how we started here. The note that Detective kept his heavy spin just so that he can use it to disengage means that he knew somehow he's going to get the retribution, right? But the fact is, the turtle take isn't going to lead to much if you can't use it. So yeah, that's what led to the early Maniac and then the eventual snowball by RSG. Again, 1,500, 1,600 at 2 minutes.
And this is all about just, clapping back. 2-level lead coming in from Era compared to Detective right now, driven down to 1. But that 4 kills, that's so much gold, right? We all know that Irad at this point in time has it. Flamesy in trouble now. The decimation still available for Irad. Finds it again, looking for a second, even going for the retribution. Goes underneath the tier 1 to make the attempt. Z wants him. Ooh, Feather Airstrike being committed as well. Irad barely takes any damage, hardly feels it.
Yep. And now, with that, there's still something you have to check for in the XP lane. The fact that Irad spent so much time there, despite seeing that it's the long lane compared to where the turtle actually is, means he trusts Light. Light has been super hyperactive this early on in the game. And I have to say, it's been a while since I've seen Light on the Kufra, and this Kufra has won him championships. MPL Philippines Season 9, MSC, and has gone deep in the past couple of seasons, 10 and 11. So yeah, CFU Gaming, they have to find a way to shrink this 2K gold lead. Eman with the pull.
They're going to start things off. Light charging up, doesn't connect just yet. They could look for a punish, but Light isn't exactly the main target. RWM's already up with the Feather Airstrike to return. It's going to be RSGPH who walks away with that turtle, but Nats is ahead enough with the glowing wand to chunk out Detective. We didn't even start talking about the effect of those 4 kills and the assists that went to Nats.
Yep, we talked earlier, that series between Flash and Bleed, right? How putting gold on a Martis isn't as great as it usually is, or when you're snowballing, but here we go, Zengozo. This was what we saw earlier, right? From that jump down bottom. But yeah, back to it. What's that gold lead going to do for a Martis? Well, it can help you push the tempo. You have to find a way to make yourself such a big threat like this. You live in your opponent's jungle and that's it. Grand Theft Purple. Irad is guilty of 1 charge.
Absolutely. He's going to go for more, right? Like, look at him. He's trying to deny options for vertical jungling for CFU. And more importantly, so Zing has not actually transitioned down to the bottom side of the map just yet. He's holding up, making sure that he can look maybe for some goal. This could be easier for him than dealing with the Beatrix.
That's right. I reckon he's going to become a repeat offender. If the speed continues, right? If they keep pushing this tempo, they're going to grow this 2K gold lead to about 3,000, and they're approaching that. And so far, CFU only had 1 kill. So yeah, again, the fact that RCPH have such a great front line, and they're already threatening these weird angles, means Zengozo, yeah, he hasn't died yet, but he's not exactly farming as fast as he should be. Looking at his gold right now, it's 4,000. Yeah, he's down 500.
Yep, he's down 500. And so far, I think we're really seeing the value of the mystery shop coming in. Like, Nats has bigger items. The same can be said about Aqua as well.
Yeah.
Very cost efficient so far. And this is where they're starting to feel the pain. Light setting things up. He's going to try, but misses. But still is going to flicker forward to ensure that the kill goes over to Iman.
Yep, and that's an easy turn take up top. And in mid, yeah, they're just not fast. Look at this. 3v1. Nats is just going to clear this wave, and then there's a rotation. Huge. Oh, wow. 6 minutes and a half, we're approaching 4K. And they're not even going to think of taking this turtle.
The problem is this was supposed to be a make it or break it moment for CFU Gaming. From here on out, RSG is going to start dominating for the next 6 minutes of the game until maybe something goes wrong.
Whoa! Did he?
No. Detective still has it.
He's good. He's good. He's good. He's okay. He's all right. And he didn't even need to use the retribution. So, all right. CFU Gaming, their mechanics and their game sense still on point. You were saying.
Yeah, so it's all about just dominating this section of the map. And RSG is going to escalate things for the next 5 minutes or so. Irad, once again, invading into enemy space. The Detective does have his retribution, but he's 2 levels down. You sure his aura looks good, and it's going to be Irad who wins that. Oh, yes, it is Irad who wins the retribution battle out. Really unfortunate.
What I say, repeat offender. It doesn't matter what kind of buff it is. He'll take everything. And that's what put Eman on top of the food chain when it comes to gold earned, second only to Irad. And then, yeah, Zengozo, he's holding on. The fact that, there's not any fights he can take means they have to just hunker down. And look at Zingozo here. He's going up against Nas. Oh, you see that? Oh, it hurts.
Yeah.
He has to hit, though. That's the thing, he has to hit because of Avarice.
Yeah.
He can't just go home.
It's a frustrating situation to be in, but there's nothing that CFU can really do unless Flamesy finds an insane catch. Zing just taking hit after hit after hit.
But the thing is, Zingo's already picked up a pair of pants. So that's why he's able to stay in. That's why he's able to take a hit from the Renner and say, ooh, that hurt, but at least it didn't kill me. Right? So he understands the current tempo of the game. He knows that 4,500, approaching 5 is huge at 8, but it's not over yet. They haven't really given anything up. Right? They haven't really lost many fights. They've actually slowed down. But what that does for RSG is for them to revert over to the fundamentals. Check it out. Purple in jeopardy.
They start walking away, and Irad is going to take it no problem. You know, the more I look at this composition, the more I'm realizing this is probably... Wait, hold on. RWM is already coming out. The mid-tier 1 might actually fall here. As Light is able to stop Wadu. Heavy spin, not going to do too much except disengage. The rest will body block the shots. But coming back to what I was talking about, right? Isn't this the exact same composition that they won a championship with? Like for MSE 2021, if I remember correctly? Oh no, it could be 2022.
Close, but not with Joy. Very similar, right? You might have been able to change the jungler because Mars wasn't as hot back then. But yeah, very, very similar. And this is how RSG has come back. This is their comeback season, right? They're now approaching 6K ahead. Oh, wow. No, look at that jump, 7K ahead. Woo!
Yeah, I mean, they cannot do anything wrong at this point, right? Unless
they shouldn't.
They shouldn't technically. Ooh, the shot almost connecting onto Zing. Z, unfortunately, has to wait his time. Light finds one. He's going to be locking down this counter as soon as possible. Feather Airstrike to try and disengage, but Irad is still able to secure it. Chains 2 instantaneously, but you're not going to stop him. Wadu looking real juicy. Light just tanking the shots, gets back into the fight. Mortal Coils to try and get on out, but Wadu still holding on. Triple kill finally to chain the last one. Give it a second. Maniac. This is Irad. This is your prodigy.
All right, Gideon, what would you rather have? 2 Maniacs or 1 Savage?
Ooh.
Krite versus Irad.
I mean, I think I would go for the Savage just because we haven't achieved it just yet. But 2 Maniacs is still impressive.
2 Maniacs in 10 minutes, fam.
Like, how do you lose from this position?
The Raiders are going crazy. Oh, wait, Zing, this is 2v1.
It's not looking good so far. Zing is trapped, and Nats is going to hold him hostage for as long as possible to give this kill over to Aqua. And finally, that boy Blast is going to take him out. So far, so good.
Aqua is crisp right now. It's like he never was gone. The first time that Aqua took a break this previous season was his first break in his whole MPL career. So the fact that his senses are so keen right now and so sharp is just amazing. Tier 2 goes down up top in RSG. Oh, 10K ahead. They have lethal thoughts.
I don't know about you, but don't you get a little nervous when Light's just charging up, ready to go in? He's got his flicker available. Like, he can see the angles. He knows he can catch 3 people at once. It feels like he's holding himself back.
Yep, I'm blessed to say that I've seen this in the real, in person, and now RWM.
Yep, it's going to start things off. Wadu with a final slash to try and clear everything up and just catching just the minions. See, he is taking more and more damage from 45 to 50% to now 65% of his HP.
All right, so we've been singing the praises for RSG all this time, but the fact that CFU Gaming are holding on so well, digging deep into their roots, this very Blacklist International-inspired squad, you can see that they know how to defend. They've seen this about 1,000 times before, and they know how to dig themselves out of a 10K gold deficit, right? Looking at the items here, Thunderbelt and Radiant Armor currently on Wadu, and you can see that Zingozo, when we last checked, 3 core items, right? And a pair of tough boots. So he should be fine. Oh, but wait, there's a jump.
They find the initial catch, but Light, he's not going to fully commit on it. It's not a primary target, and I think that's very good decision-making, but let's, as we brought it back to Zing, 3 core items, one of which, it's not a corrosive side. He decided to go for the Winds of Nature, so building defensively is going to help him out a lot.
And that's good, given that I'd say a good number of marksmen in the SPS challenge season have fallen into the trap of maybe I won't build Wind of Nature first, or whatever the defensive item that's equivalent is. This is good. So great sense of awareness, great game sense for CFU Gaming, and they had the sense to say, you know what? we shouldn't really get out of our base here. What little buffs we can give to Zing, or what little buffs we can get Detective to confirm, is what we should be happy with. So yeah, they understand the situation right now. RSG with a free Lord, a Luminous Lord at that, and oh wow, they're just juggling this 12k gold lead.
They're trying to synchronize the waves, and I think it's really important that they do. Let's not forget that CFU does have some decent high ground defense. However, it's going to need a commitment from Blazing Duet, Final Slash, and even a Feathered Airstrike, and there's only one Feathered Airstrike. So here we go. The siege begins with Lord crashing into the mid inhibitor. It's going to crush it down, but on bottom side, they can even struggle to clear this wave. Top side has been untouched this whole time, so that's a guarantee of 2 inhibitors falling into the hands of RSGPH. And now we think about the second wave.
And they do get that. Bottom lane, though, is safe. So CFU Gaming have that one last bastion. They can at least say, you know what? Long lane. Oh, luckily enough, long lane from the Lord coming up next is what's safe. So there's very little management we need to do. Irad coming in, dive into it, the jump!
Yep, he gets it, but this Rage is looking so good. Heavy spin to try and disengage, but Light, he's already tanked too much. Blazing Duet as well. With the Winds of Nature, keeps Zing alive. Z flickering in to secure the kill on towards Light's side. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Wadu and Nats are trying to back away. RWM coming at the last moment. Zing can only take so much damage. He's able to juke it in time. And now Iman left by himself. He has got the Haas Claw, flickers away just in time. Dodges Z's last auto, and more importantly, dodges the damage. Nats, don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh!
He's got immortality. He's fine. Unless Iman? No. Okay.
But respect.
Respect.
Respect. Dear Lord, that was all Zing. Zing was threading the needle. In, out. Weaving and bobbing, left and right. Could have sworn he was going to die, but he said not today.
Not today. He's going to see the Lord at some point of his life, but it's not today. More importantly, I will say, this is the biggest lead we have ever seen at SBS. 13K? You usually never get to see these numbers in professional play.
I concur, but just the same, Gideon, this is the biggest lead we've seen with the opposing team on the losing side still putting up a fight.
This is like endgame stats, right? This is what we expect to see once we get into the postgame. But 14-2, CFU Gaming, if they can survive for another, I want to make an estimate about 4 minutes, 5 minutes, it will take about, like, what, 2 Lord defenses? Second one, but probably going to be easier, but for now, CFU, they can't really walk out of their base.
Yep. But again, good news is that's where they should pick the fight. That's how they ended up in this situation. That's how Zing wowed us, right? By surviving for that much longer and even threatening a wipeout on RSG. Do you not agree that that could have been a wipeout?
It could have been.
If they forced it.
Absolutely. And that's why you got to respect all of your opponents, but you still have the mentality of fearing none of them at the same time. In this case, let's see. What's their decision-making for this upcoming Lord? It looks like CFU is just going to give it away.
Yep, that's the play. That's the play here. Let's stay inside the base. We know what's coming. It's the inevitable. Let's plan for this rainy day to come because Aqua decided to come to play. Man, with these 2-star mid laners coming back, not so much of a result for Haji and Black International, but yeah, Aqua coming back here. It's like he never missed a beat. It's like he pressed load game on a game that he's left for like 6 months. That's how long the break has been for this young man. And it's like, yeah, hey, look at MLBB. I'm glad I'm back. What's up, Snapdragon Pro Series?
He went on a vacation, never missed a day of scrims. Despite that, that's what it feels like right now for the side of Aqua. CFU Gaming, on the other hand, right, if they're going to come back from this, they have many different ways to actually delay the super minions from actually getting it in towards that building. That heavy spin, very powerful tool.
That's right, but the thing is, in that last engagement inside their base, I saw that he tried to isolate Nats, but the fact is the kit of One Joy was just too much, so maybe Detective should isolate someone else. Change the zip code of one of these members, but right now there's a defense.
Yep, Irad is getting chunked down. The Divine Judgment already coming and forcing out the immortality. Nats is jumping onto Zing so far. Wow, instantly getting shot down by Iman. Quick flicker and the flick of the wrist. They've already ended this fight. 2 are down, third about to fall, but they go straight for the crystal. Disciplined, sharp, and a break that honestly didn't feel like a break.
Yep. Just under 17 minutes, RSGPH able to draw first blood in this series. Match point.
Already. They're looking so clean. They are dominating this early game. We haven't seen an early game like that in quite some time. But more importantly, I think even for CFU Gaming, they got to rethink the draft at this point, right? It feels like this is the comfort of RSGPH.
And it's not like they didn't try, right? They took away the Lancelot. They took away what mattered, especially in the second phase. They read into that. But just the same, this is RSGPH. Death Ball, check. Pandamentals, check. I think they put on a showcase of what RSGPH are known for and what they do well here in this game one of this series. And you were there, Gideon, when RSGPH won MSC 2022. And you also mentioned, isn't this that lineup? Isn't it that same hero lineup? And they're like, yeah, very similar. So I'd say CFU Gaming, despite this being a struggling matchup, I'm pretty sure they had fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a learning experience at the very least to kind of understand where it all went wrong and how micro mistakes can really lead up to something so much more.
Yep, let's throw it over to our analyst and, of course, our host to break it down. Lafel, your turn.
Thank you, casters. That was an amazing game. Erod got 4 maniacs. No, 2.
Yeah,
4 kills each time, but 2 maniacs.
Yippee-ki-yay. It
Yippee-ki-yay.
was a great match. Well, great game, rather. But Irad was the vocal point on why they won that game.
He started off. We talked about this, Lafayette. We talked about this. I said 4. It was close. 2. It was 2.
He didn't even have a damage item. I mean, but if you remember, that was not when he got the 2 maniacs.
Yeah, when he got the 2 maniacs, it was all defensive at that point.
You know, NPC energy was so difficult.
It's very hard to be committed in that persona, man.
And it was difficult for CFU. Imagine starting off this game, giving your opponent, who is a Martis, a maniac, in less than 4 minutes. That just spells doom. Again, you are a lineup with a Claude. You need time. But they ran out of time before even minute 5 came in for CFU. You saw them try to make a comeback for it, but at that point, it was just like, it would have taken a massive RSG error for them to make a comeback.
I mean, rotation-wise, it's all RSG. It seems like the map was just, it was just so... It was so visible for the side of RSG, and in CFU, they got predicted. It wasn't really... There wasn't really much that can be played around with by SCFU, but take a look at the Breadmaker and Annihilator. Man, respect. I'm on with the rotations.
Honestly, like in the mid game just now, I think just after the second maniac, Ira has about 5,000 goal lead over Detective.
Yeah,
like a goal difference between junglers. That's way too much.
Yeah, it's rare, especially that massive in the time it was able to be achieved. It was...
The gap was 4 levels, EXP-wise. 4 levels. 3 levels, impressive.
Someone has to stop the Filipino junglers, man. Why do you guys keep getting EXP more than you should?
Yeah, advantage. It's always like 2 or 3 level gap. There's just something about the rotations of Filipino junglers. But again, I mean, think about it. He did start off the game with a maniac. Of course, he was going to get the EXP.
You know what? Let's go to the MVP. If it's not Irad, we can be angry. All right, we can calm down. All right. Oh, wait. NPC energy. Congratulations to Irad. 9-1-5. Only 2,000 damage per minute. Kinda low, but it's okay.
That is actually huge considering.
I just said that's kinda low, and then you said it was huge. Why are you contradicting me, man?
Contrast.
Okay.
It's called contrast.
I call it contradicting, but go ahead.
2 maniacs and then just a kill. So 8 kills and just 1 saucy kill. But yeah, again, rotation-wise, this guy was... What is he on?
I don't know. All I know is he finds his moments, he finds his time, he just somehow makes the right decision at the right time. Again, it's very important for Filipino junglers to be above in experience, and I think it does greatly help that it wasn't even before 4 minutes. It was before 3 minutes that he got that maniac.
And then this is the second one?
Yes, this is the second maniac that he was somehow able to connect. Oh my goodness.
Honestly, I did not like, the Decimate ended so late. I thought by the time he went for the third one, it's like, oh, it's probably on cooldown now, but nah, he still went for it.
Yeah, when he hit that there, I thought it was already off, but I think that was like the extremely last second of it.
Yeah.
Because no way it lasted that long, but yeah, he got it. And then the thing that you mentioned, LaFell, would happen, wherein at some point, when Sing would want the Blazing Duet, but then that's just going to be Nas bringing up his vengeance.
This.
Yeah, exactly that. It happened, and that just set up Eman for success.
Because, I don't know, but besides the Joy, not a lot of heroes use the Vengeance. Arlet uses the Vengeance, but not the spell, the skill, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like a lot of people would forget how much the reflect damage really is. Yeah.
The bounce back is just huge. And you mentioned it already. You specifically mentioned that Joy on the Vengeance is also just, Joy without the Vengeance is just not good.
Yeah, it's sad.
It's sad.
Yeah, it's not
sad
Joy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's get it because Joy is.
Because her name is Joy. Oh, yeah. That was great. Thank you for that. It was excellent.
Amazing, LaFell. 8 out of 10.
That's what I'm looking for, baby.
That's how supportive we are here at the SPS.
Not like it turned out. But anyways, going to game number 2. Do we really have to change things up? Because looking at the draft, the only thing that I would kind of change, I guess, would be the far side. But other than the far side, it kind of looked pretty solid in terms of the drafting, at least.
Yeah, it's just incredibly unfortunate that that's how that game started, because immediately they lost their condition.
The moment you get Maniac, you'll be like,
oh, we have a Claude.
Under minute 4, right? Under minute 4?
How do we
minute
get back
3.
into this game?
Yeah, and you see them thinking deeply. Actually, you just see a story of two very different teams. One very confident. You saw earlier RSG were very light-hearted, and then CFU this entire time has just been very, very hard-focused in this.
Speaking of which, behind the scenes, you were talking about it.
Yeah.
Why did Light play the Lato Lato?
Okay, so I think he was already practicing for the Kufra. That's why he was playing the Lato Lato. And then, of course, we know Kufra has the bouncing ball because he wanted to be the Laito Laito.
Genius.
Thank you.
Genius.
I'm clapping directly to the mics just in case anyone can pick it up. But again, I just feel like it is honestly quite unfortunate, that Maniac. Because I kind of feel like, even the casters mentioned it, that Detective was holding his heavy spin to be like, I can secure this without using my heavy spin. But by the time the second turtle came up, he used the heavy spin, but the level difference was 2. So the retribution battle was not really 50-50. It was like a 70-20. No, 70-30 maths.
Yeah, 70-30.
I'm an analyst, by the way. Analyst.
You don't need to be good at math.
Yeah, you don't need to be good at math to be an analyst.
The numbers are all on screen. Just know what the heroes do.
Yeah.
I mean, unfavorable trades indeed. So CFU decides to stick on the blue side though.
Yeah.
With the same pants as well. No, I don't know.
Oh, they switched sides.
Oh, they switched side.
Yeah,
okay.
they switched side.
I'm colorblind, so I
jersey
didn't know anyways.
mixed
It's
me
okay,
up.
I got you. Oh yeah, they both have very similar looking jerseys on screen actually. It's like the colors. Are you okay with that, LaFell?
Don't ask me questions.
Okay. I wonder if RSG are gonna bat out the Joy.
They
I
should.
think Wadu would be okay with it though.
They should, and there you go. Just in time, the
Respect
Joyman
it.
comes through. The question is, what should be the approach from CFU after that game?
Well, they banned out the Lancelot, thinking that this will slow down Irad. So either they ban it again, or they pick it up themselves, or they'll be like, okay, you know what? At this point, does it really matter? He picked up the Martis. He got 2 Maniacs. Be like, you know what? I think at this point, just give Irad anything and he'll probably do well. But they're like, no.
They still don't want to give it.
Respect to the Lancelot.
Yeah, I think that just means CFU might actually just first pick the Eve instead of the Kaja or the Arlot.
If Fredrin is open, maybe pick up the Fredrin?
Or the Fredrin would be great too, because then, the Martis and Eve will be available for RSG again.
Oh yeah, that's kind of bad.
Yeah, and they felt that. And I think Z is still most definitely at home with mages that are just long range. So I wouldn't be so remiss if they pick up the Eve
first.
Yeah.
Okay. Honestly, that's very fair. But again, RSG now, in terms of bans, it's kind of weird, but now I'm actively thinking about Novaria. I don't want to forget about it again.
Oh, then thank you. They might actually first pick that instead of the Eve. Okay, thank you for the reminder.
Yes, based on what happened, it's like, okay, actively remember, Novaria is on the table. Fedrin first pick, as I mentioned, a lot of teams have been doing it.
Yeah.
So now RSG, Novaria, or Eve. Yeah. I mean,
I lean more towards Eve and Martis.
Eve Martis.
Yeah.
Does Light play a lot of Enchanter type of role?
No, it's funny because there was one point in Season 11, Light played a really great Diggy roam game.
Okay.
And then never again for some reason. Or maybe just like one more other time. So he definitely has it in his books to play something like a Diggy in the roam.
I mean, like, I think the way RSG plays, there's this very heavy dive kind of situation. It really does rely on Light, because if it's not Light, he has to be Nats or Irad.
Ah, that's true.
Oh well, okay. You asked Enchanter style. I guess Mage is technically Enchanter, so a weird way to answer your question. But thank you, players, for listening. Thank you for participating. We appreciate it.
This is rare. This is actually quite rare for
Kadita
RSG. Maybe I'm just remembering RSG from Season 11 much more differently, but Light on Kadita to me seems relatively new.
Okay, it's a peculiar pick.
It's a peculiar pick.
For RSG.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it could be an Eve roam. I watched Toda games. That happened before.
What?
That also happened in MPL Philippines, but with Blacklist.
I mean, they did it at MSC.
Oh, right, they did.
They lost, but they still did it.
Yeah, I think this is still gonna be a Kadita roam.
All right.
Oh, that's interesting. I like this. I usually just like Minotaur pickups.
Very heavy front line, gotta say.
Yeah,
straight off the bat, very heavy front line.
That means they're setting up for something big in their gold lane.
I'm actually thinking, Nas, do you want something like a Yuzong that don't care about the front line, right?
Yeah, because everyone's just gonna be
or
diving.
Benedetta?
Yeah. Oh, the Benedetta would be good. But then I'd want Nats to pick up something that has more sustainability.
True, right? I mean, the Minotaur was picked up because perhaps reflecting from game 1, it was banned in that second phase. Perhaps they really like that Minotaur. And you know what? Let me just secure a hero that can stop the mobility perhaps from Kadita, or don't mind soaking the damage from Kadita. So it does make sense with the heals as well. But there you go, the hard counter for a Minotaur.
Yeah, take out the carry.
It's a little bit too premature then.
Yeah, but then RSG...
Maybe they're worried it will get banned?
Potentially. Yeah. Well, yeah, you did point that out. Where that means they wanted to pick up the Minotaur anyway. So RSG, I'd ban out the Brody. Or the Claude also. I'd ban the Brody and the Claude. You already have your marksman. But then they'd give something like the Leslie up, which I feel like they still have the Nats pick that hasn't been shown. So I feel like if it is a Leslie, he has the hero pool to just answer it. So I'd rather ban out Brody here if I'm RSG.
Just makes sense, right? A lot of potential engages maybe from Carey, who has that DPS. They need to somehow stop it. But Brody...
What about a Harif? What about seeing also just like, yeah, I'm just going to pick up a Harif.
I wouldn't be surprised if he actually hands it on to him. Doesn't have a... Oh, they take out the Yuzong. Yeah, and you wouldn't take out a Yuzong if you are going to pick up a Harith.
No, I mean, like, here's the thing, right? The moment I see 3 very heavy front lines, it means you want to protect something.
Yeah.
That's why I was bringing up Yuzong, Benedetta. They're like, you know what? I don't care what you're doing. I'm going straight to the back line. So either a very long-range marksman / mage, or just someone that can...
They read
into it. They read into it.
They read into it.
Thanks for listening. Thanks for participating. We're here...
for quite some time.
Yeah, we're here for quite some time, I think.
Wait, okay, so with Harith gone, it could be a Savior plus something else?
Savior.
Yeah, because, I mean, Savior usually rocks sprint anyway.
Yeah.
So then, with the heavy front line, it'll be well protected. Savior plus another marksman. That's why I like the Savior and Brody, even though it's up against an Eve.
We're forgetting about something again. Novaria.
Oh, all right. Thank you for reminding us. Novaria.
For the left side, right?
Yeah.
For CFU.
So Novaria and Beatrix will be their last 2 picks because they needed the wave clear.
Oh, that would actually be pretty solid. Yeah. And that would kind of play around like a Blacklist, like you were saying, right?
Yeah.
Clumping up together and then just attacking from afar.
Yeah, and since they're clumping up together, I want to see Nas pick up a Paquito.
Wow.
That's burst damage combos. That he hurts when he lands those knockout strikes.
60 hertz, 120 hertz.
Yeah. 105, a lot more numbers. Yeah, just like paper.
And will he pick up the Paquito, the on towards Minotaur, Arlet? Questionable, but okay, glue.
Okay, yeah, that
Not
makes
too
more
hot.
sense.
Not too hot on the glue, honestly, because again, I just would
I prefer
prefer.
Lapu.
I would just prefer someone to just go to the back line, just ignore all the beefy boys.
Yeah, I think they thought about protecting their own backline.
Oh, perhaps.
But then because they do have a Kadita, you do need to get your frontliner from somewhere. Because Kadita's just there to set up for someone.
True. Everyone from RSG is blue.
That's true. Maybe they're following a theme. Who's a blue jungle hero? I really
Gushin, Amon?
Gushin. Oh. No, Gushin here doesn't sound good. And
Amon
though, if it's up against Beatrix and
okay,
Melissa and Novaria. Oh, the Melissa's in my mind. It might be Amon. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Amon. But then they've never showed that before.
Yeah.
He might just match the tankiness of
Bane isn't blue.
Bane isn't blue.
Bane isn't blue.
Bane looks good here.
Yeah, but Bane isn't blue though.
Yeah.
But you know, if you because it's a tournament, you want to win and stuff. So
Yeah.
Bane might be good here.
So no concept here, but yeah, I mean, Bane, good disengage from the potential 3 engages here from side of CFU,
Be so
right?
happy if it's a blue hero or a purple. I can
Let's see.
differentiate between both.
Let's see
I've
here.
learned something new today. But yeah, you're right. The Sharks will really be great against a lineup here, Gandhi.
Disengagers,
Yeah.
right. So let's see here. What will it be?
In before it
Locking
becomes
it
a
in.
Haya.
Ling.
or a Ling.
Oh,
as
Ling
Gandhi
is
said.
bluish purple.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
the
it's Bane. It's Bane.
I mean, we called out the Bane. You know,
You call out the Bane.
he wants to be different. It's like y'all can rock blue. I'm gonna be orange. Is that orange?
Yeah, the color contrast
Yeah.
is jarring, and you're right. It's orange.
You know what?
Orange.
Looking at the situation, I kind of feel like we need more NPC energy.
Okay.
So NPC energy, I want to throw. I mean, you guys just switch to us, but just switch the casters. Just
Boom! Welcome to the desk. I'm Leo. I'm Gideon. And let me tell you about RSG's lineup. It's deceivingly peely, but real quick, you gotta see how much damage comes through right out the gates.
No. Don't listen to him. Right now, CFU on sale. We're going big boys. We're getting Novaria this time round, and this time, nobody forget about it.
Hey, have you ever seen Irad play a Bane? This is the day. This is how they win via sweep. Into the Land of Dawn we go. Let's see where the junglers start, though, because that's going to be key. Yep, there's a quick leash up top, so it's a vertical mirror.
Yep, vertical mirror, that's exactly what we want to see. My only concern for RSG is the fact that it's very combo-oriented, and CFU, they've got so much CC, like an unbelievable amount of CC.
Not just, I have to admit, despite the amount of peel that RSG deceptively has, there's more big boys for CFU. So, yeah, up front, if you don't get it the first time, you try the second time, and then see if you can keep going, given the motivational roar, bro.
Of course, they want to escalate things, right? But I'm keeping my eyes on Lai because I think he's going to be the big difference maker here. Like, it's straightforward for what Nats has to do, what Iman has to do in Aqua, but like he can get creative with it.
Yep, and just to build on that, not just straightforward, very honest. They picked the Kadita and the Eve in the first phase together, and very few teams do that. And look at how forward RSG is. A deadly catch just to take that small camp.
Exactly. You got to be fast. You got to be quick. You don't want to be staying in a place for too long. And Light, he's already going to find the initial hit, but you know, just judging based on the damage, 50% HP with the help of the Void Crystal as well.
Looking at the first items built up. Aqua in trouble.
Oh, that's some big boy damage, forcing Aqua to actually have to flicker here. I'm getting those vibes of MSC all over again, right? The only time we see RSG really struggle is when Aqua is struggling.
It looks like both teams understand that, yeah, there's a solid amount of CC being presented by both. So that explains the 2 early tough boots from both sides. Wadu and Detective already has theirs, and then Irad and Aqua. And that's weird. it's Aqua who built his first. As a mid laner, as a core damage dealer, you kind of want to invest in that early, COD, an early Enchanted Talisman, early Ice Queen 1, but no, here he says, you know what, I might die soon. Oh, quick turtle fight.
Yep, Nats is already flickering, quickly gets on top of Detective so far, and it looks good for RSGPH. They are able to secure the turtle for themselves. Navari won't be able to do too much, but no kills have been translated just yet. Nats still tanking, gets knocked up, and it's not looking good anymore. Light's in trouble, RWM on top, a Detective, but he isn't enough. A quick thread of the needle from Z. Great skill shot coming out of him.
I give the dub over to the Kamai. CFU Gaming, yeah, they missed out on the the turtle, but they got 2 kills on the other side. So yeah, turtle doesn't do much if you're not able to capitalize, and that gives them, what, a 500, 600 gold lead here, about 3 minutes going in, but that doesn't stop Irad from farming up. Irad here understands that, hey, if I let go, Detective's gonna start taking my buffs, because I did that to him too. So I gotta stay back on it.
Yep, they gotta make sure that they don't get that quick retribution from game number 1. They gotta keep that momentum up. And more importantly, I think for CFU, right, they don't mind losing these neutrals. RSGPH, they have a lot of displacement. They have a lot of zone control, as they like to call it.
Yep, and that's page 45 of the Pandamentals printing of 2023. As compared to CFU, who is digging deep into their roots, again, very Ube-centric. So if you're going to take both lineups and have CFU be all 5 and then RSG be all 5, I'd give 4 out of 5 team fights to CFU. So RSG has to thread that needle down bottom. Ooh.
Wadu, the split stacks have already got right on top of him. Even the deadly catch to make sure there is no means of escape. They will be able to get the free plane down on bot side. Rough waves coming out from Light to clear up that top, making sure they maximize the economic damage they can apply to CFU Gaming to regain that lead.
All right, across the map, this is best case scenario for RSG. Again, what they're very strong at is the re-engage. You see how they're very slippery, and you see how they're deceptively peely, how they have sustain, but they have to thread their sustain here and there. Flame Z, Detective Z versus Nats and Irad. Oh, they kick him out of not just the turtle pit, but that bottom lane.
Right, should be getting his rough waves relatively soon. This turtle is looking a lot harder to get. Deadly catch is already out. Minoan Fury jumps right on top of Irad, and CFU finally get a neutral for themselves.
No.
Nats in the split is able to get a little bit of health back, pulling him back in towards Irad's light side. The rough waves help secure the kill on towards Frederick's side, with that real war manipulation, making sure that nobody else is able to really support him.
Yep, and they spot Nats. Will Z want to finish? Looking for
Smart
it.
call.
Yep, split. He's safe, even with an Astral Meteor shot out. Now Flamesy, oh, you're not supposed to be in here. Not this jungle. Irad's in trouble.
Yep, Wadu almost getting the initial catch with Final Slash. Irad is able to zone everybody out by himself. And once again, we're seeing a much better showing of CFU Gaming.
Yep, CFU pulling out the Ube where it matters. And it's not even like a full Kamai Ube, right? It's like 2 or 3 dudes at a time, maybe 4 tops. And that's what's allowing the space for Zingozo to build up this quick. We're looking at 5 minutes in, halfway through his second core item. He's already built up his Corrosion Scythe, as compared to Eman, who's actually struggling. Eman here already has his Corrosion Scythe, but he's far from his second core. He's actually on his way to a casual pair of pants.
A casual pair of pants. Honestly, I don't know about you, but I've been waiting for Panda's book for a very long time. I was stuck with just Sun Tzu's Art of War for the longest, and we need an update, right? We need to know how to actually maximize the economical damage, and so far it's looking great. Well, maybe not for Wadu's side, but RSG pulling it back, making sure no momentum is built up by CFU is a very good start.
Yep, it's still anybody's game here in Game 2, which is a great way of resetting and a great way of actually showing some presence, putting your foot down and saying, nuh-uh, not a sweep, not tonight. And this is exactly what CFU did to Dewa. Yeah, we know you're the newest MPL ID member. Yeah, we know you've been doing great, kicking butt in MDL, but we are grand finalists in MPL KH. Know your place.
Yeah, the Kamai are particularly scary on home ground, but even when they're coming on to these online tournaments, we can definitely see moments of aggression coming out of them. And Flamesy, he's been finding some really good Minoan Furies thus far. The question is, how long until we see the adjustment from RSGPH?
Yep, RSGPH currently, I'd say the most bank on paper, right? Eman. But this is a very key build-up. Pair of pants and brute force breastplate on Irad. This is going to help him just keep pushing the advantage. He doesn't even need mana. Mana can come from the Litho Wanderer, and then go from there. Brute Force Breastplate, move speed, everything but the kitchen sink. I love it. This is an item that you always build on Bane, especially when you're winning. 70-80% of the time, it's coming from a Bane main.
Exactly. And honestly, it's really good to mention that Brute Force Breastplate is one of those items where you're like, you like power farming? Get yourself a Brute Force Breastplate. If you want to go even further, you can get a War Axe, but I think at this stage of the game, right, it's still a little too volatile to make that call.
Yep, he still wants to build up to the sustain Bane. He wants to keep going up against the big boys of CFU, who so far currently has half-built Cursed Helm. You have Wadu, who is still thinking of what his next item build will be. He has a pair of he has a Fury Hammer, and we have Flamesy, who is just waiting to build up to. Could be anything. Could be an Athena shield. Could be a Radiant armor. I think it's a Radiant armor.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be Radiant armor as well. They're giving a lot of respect to Aqua after game number 1. But I will mention that at the very least, right, Zenozo, he's going to have a lot more space to work with. And I think it's going to be extremely key that he has that space, especially when you are playing as something as highly volatile as this Melissa.
Yep, and let's talk about our mid laners, right? Let's acknowledge them. Ice Queen 1 already on Aqua, and for Z, he has a COD and a little bit more. So yeah, that's about 300, 400 between the mid laners, with slight advantage going over to CFU. But if there's anything I know Aqua to be, it's thrifty. He knows how to make the most of this kind of situation, especially given that he's rocking Bargain Hunter, and they are up about 400.
They're trying to punish Light here. They've already gotten the taunt off here. Could disengage. Yes, he gets it. The Minoan Fury comes on now, but at the cost of the deadly catch. But still, Iman is able to win his 1v1 somehow, despite Z trying to get in the middle of the mix. Aqua slowing down Detective. Even Retribution being called down from Irad to try and punish him. Flamesy is going to take his time. Good shot from Z's Astral Sphere. It looks very, very good. Flamesy is going to take his time. He has adapted defense. I don't expect him to die, but Aqua has something to say about that. The RWM, Flicker coming out of Flamesy. Are they going to go for it one more time? Even the deadly catch as well. He manages to get out. Aqua flickers for him, and he's still alive. What a game. Light coming in for the full combo, gets right on top of Z. What was I telling you about? It's about the supports.
Yep, could have sworn it was Flamesy was going to die, and Z was like, hey, why me?
Wait, Iman. He does not win this 1v1, especially when he goes down like that. Aqua sticks around for a little bit longer. When is this man going to recall? He needs that mana.
Yep. I guess when the tower's down, and they eventually get it. And off camera, it was Irad working on that turtle. He's threatening to take on the orange forces. Detective to answer. And yeah, it's Wadu doing work here. Wadu's protecting this tier 1 down bottom with his life, and he's actually going to save it.
Now they're going to take their time, right? I think RSGPH wasn't expecting it to escalate like that, but for the next 90 seconds or so, we can expect that CFU Gaming is going to start ubeing it up, right? Top side already collapsed. Bottom side, it's a safe lane if they want Melissa to kind of farm some gold. But in the meantime, RSGPH, keep your eyes on line. He's looking for it. Nats walks up. You see the War Axe already coming out Irad's side. A deadly catch as well. Nats is in trouble. Flickers out of there with a split. RWM from Aqua making sure that nobody else is able to follow up, and this should be a clean disengage from RSG.
Yeah, but I think CFU want more. Look at the back line. CFU did not expect for Z to go so quickly. Light gets the pick off, and all this while, space for Iman to push.
Yep, I mean, Iman, he doesn't need to rotate at all. Gets a free tier 2, and more importantly, again, that's why Light has free reign. This is international waters for him. He can do whatever he wants.
And down bottom, not the same situation, I'm afraid, for Nats. Nats has been having it hard. It's a difficult life for one Nats, but just the same way. What did we miss? How'd that happen?
They found the initial catch, right? We saw, once again, blowing so many ultimates, and especially since they have Iman nearby, he is able to cut him down with that true damage. You can see Irad, he's literally a walking ward. He's getting so much vision for the team. Sees all 3 members, decides to walk back out. Muddles is still, wow, Irad. He's still gonna drop down the deadly catch. No. Okay. Force is detected to at least use some Retribution.
Yep, so the secret behind Eman's damage right now, which propels him about 1,500 gold ahead of Zingozo, is the fact that he has not just the Corrosion Scythe, but also the DHS. So yeah, all of these chunky boys from CFU Gaming are just boys now.
Yep, I mean, Iman, basically Pinocchio. He can't tell lies. He has to be honest. He has to be true.
Nope. Just there. Just right there. And that's what's forced CFU Gaming to play this way. They have to keep one of their big boys on Zingozo. They have to make sure that Light doesn't get there, that maybe Nats doesn't ride down on Zingozo, and that's what's compromising this Melissa. It was great in the draft, but oh wait, here's a jump in by Flamesy.
Yep, Iman is able to flicker on out of that. Irad take that damage for the backline. Somebody's got to block these shots eventually. Oh wow, the bounce dealing quite a bit of damage to Zing so far. Irad is still alive, holding on, but Light gets into the backline, gets the secure kill on towards Melissa's side. RWN to follow it up. Iman with a fadeaway, and now getting on top of Wadu. He's going to get the hit by the Breath of the Ocean, allowing RSG to PH to steamroll their way down to the tier 2.
3 for 1. Here come the RSG Death Ball. How they debuted in Season 8 of MPLPH is how they're playing right now. Running you over and taking objectives while they're at it. 3 for 1 plus a deep turret push down bottom. Lord is up, and they're not even taking it. They know that there's something more important elsewhere.
This is starting to look like a chainsaw massacre here. They just keep on going. When you think that you have the upper hand, RSG finds a little gap between the armor. They continue to press forward. I feel a little bad for Z, right? Because there's only so much that he can do.
Yep. Good news, bad news is for Z to get to do his job, the rest of the front line of CFU have to be there. So there's a risk involved. It's not as easy to just get these free Astral Echoes and Meteors hitting. The good news is once they go full Ube, maybe they stand a chance. It's not so easy for Light to pick off whoever's in the back line then. But I don't think RSGPH is going to let that happen. RSGPH lives for Ube. RSGPH was bred and born to defeat the Ube. So that's what's happening here. That's what explains the 7K gold lead 11 minutes in.
Exactly. So keep in mind that Detective and Wadu have to play this interchangeable role. Somebody needs to stop that Ocean Oddity from getting into that backline. Flamesy, it's clear what his job is supposed to be. Just look for those big engages, help our team at the end of the day. Notice that on bot side, Light looking for an opportunity to go for that big one shot. Doesn't reveal himself just yet.
So patient.
But he has more than enough information. And that's why RSG are actually taking space on the top side of the map. He's gonna go for it, and he secures it again!
Wadu, the enforcer, the security guard. For Zingozo couldn't do anything, and now he's sent home and sent into the air.
Yep, he's gonna get immobilized for a very long time, and Irad decides to show up and join this party. Light laughing to himself, wait, hold on, the revenge is getting very, very good here. Vengeance, no more stacks to actually work off. Light decides to back away and finally falls down to the hands of Irad.
Yep, the damage from Irad coming from that War Axe, and he's on his way to a second damage item. Yeah, Wadu didn't stand a chance. He only really had a Thunderbelt for physical defense. He's rocking a Tough Boots and a Radiant Armor. Yeah, the Bane has deceptively good damage, and that's what's making his comeback into the metagame so perfect. 12 minutes in, this is Luminous Lord, Nats, and the rest of RSG just working here, making so much space, securing this major objective.
Yeah, Nats is such a big wall, and I think at this stage, with a 7.7K gold lead for RSGPH, he's gotten past of getting bullied to now standing up against CFU Gaming as a completely hard brick wall.
Yep. And that's what allowed that 6K gold lead for RSG to now grow to 2K. And oh lord, you see that?
I did see that. I thought he was going to go for a Malefic Roar just to be a little more cost efficient, but no, he goes for the BOD.
Sad sword on the walking crab, man. This is scary. Irad can have his way now with not only Wadu, but also whoever he finds up in front. Even Flamesy's gonna hurt, because Flamesy's also just rocking an Athena shield and a Radiant Armor. No physical defense.
Yep, Deadly Catch is gonna come out to begin this siege. Muddles is in good position, but nothing to auto-attack. You can see that Zing is getting harassed, even though he's not in place. 2 Crab Claw cannons connecting, putting him down to lethal. Look at Irad go. He is not scared whatsoever. The wave's a little bit out of sync, but RSGPH can correct that with the second wave collapsing. They want to be able to start a fight, and here comes the RWM with the Deadly Catch once again. Back off cooldown, and they should be able to crack the mid tier 1. Nats continuing to zone, blocking every single one of these projectiles. And I think this is enough for RSGPH. They're going to walk away.
Yep. Death Ball all up until now. It's the Pandamentals. They're switching up on the clutch. But again, it's not all over for CFU. This is where they can go all in with the Cambodian Ube and they're locked inside their base, yes, but just the same, Zingozo is on his way to his 4th core item. He's rocking a Corrosion Scythe, a DHS, and a Golden Staff, so maybe one more. How about Z? How's Z doing? I think he's on his way to a Dura. Oh, nope, that's an Ice Queen Wand. Okay, he just built up an Ice Queen Wand, folks. So, he's looking at the DPS from Zingozo. Yeah. That's it. They're relying on Zin so much.
RWM already coming out comboing. Oh, Zingozo almost getting hit, but still the Crab Claw is so good. Nats trying to get an opportunity, but standing under the turret is going to cost him his life. He's able to split out of there, but at the cost of his flicker.
And it looks like CFU Gaming are alive for here and for now. Zingozo down about 3,000 gold, give or take. But look at this. It's Z who's still farmed up. He's the only one who's winning the net lane per lane.
Can we... Oh, Light? Don't show yourself. Please. Don't show yourself. Mr. Light, please. He gets spotted out. Wadu is quickly going to get right on top of him as Irad bails out his roamer. They start moving away, but RSGPH, they could take advantage of this, forcing the conceal out early on. Z gets on out of there with the Astral Recall and using the Echoes to get that information. Now forcing them in. The death ball continues. The RWM captures one. They go back in for a monster kill on towards Minotaur's side. 3 for nothing, and Iman free hitting 4 days. Zingozo cannot just sit inside that crystal, that void crystal. Nats gonna flicker right on top of him, and that's gonna be the end of the game. Please, Mr. Irad, please let us play the game.
GGRSG taking the series here via sweep. Akun, the CFU Gaming, but RSG are feeling it today.
They are looking really polished, to be honest, right? I was expecting for a team that has just come back together, played a couple of scrims, being a little bit, a little rusty here and there, more susceptible to mistakes.
Yeah, Coach Theo feeling it as well. I wonder where Oppa is. There he is, that's Coach Panda. And CFU, for all of you fans out there, Kamai or otherwise, it's not over just yet.
Yes, it is not over just yet. They still have an opportunity to make it into the LCQ, otherwise known as Last Chance Qualifiers, to making it to the Challenge Finals.
But with that being said, I'd have to agree. Let's bring it back. It's been a while since RSGPH was seen on an international tournament much like this. And yeah, this is a relatively new lineup, but Coach Theo and Coach Panda have done so well to whip them back up into shape. And boy, oh boy, I don't know what to expect. This confirms it for Jakarta. Oh!
Yep, this is a qualification game. RSGPH has now secured themselves a spot to go to the LAN Challenge Season Finals all the way in Jakarta. Exciting stuff for the team.
This will be a first for Irad. And I'm excited for the young man. Yeah, it's his first big international event. So yeah, all the Raiders watching from Jakarta. Let's go. Get your tickets. Again, we've been talking about how there's only Legend tickets left.
You got to be able to purchase them fast as possible. With that being said, this game can be broken down in many different ways, but we're going to leave it to our analyst back on the desk to take it away. LaFell, what do you think?
GGRSG, eyes on the prize, Panda Manos fries. Let's go. We're going to Jakarta. They're going to Jakarta.
That's really close to your face. Doesn't it smell?
It does, incredibly so.
All right,
sacrificial.
You know what? You're willing to commit to the bit.
Yeah.
And I respect that.
I'm a committed man.
But the casters wants us to break it down. I gotta say, in this game, we were questioning, can Light play the Karita? I'm guessing he can.
Yeah,
no doubt, right? I mean, we thought, well, you mentioned it, Reptar, that he has yet to play Kadita game. Maybe...
Or very rarely
does. Very situational. Maybe this is one of the situations that he is willing to play the Kadita, and take a look. He popped off. Even on his way towards Holy Crystal, my goodness. But I do want to say this, though. Early game, CFU managed to somehow get a hold to the ground. But after Carry gets those items, man, DHS, Golden Staff, Corrosion, it was just all over.
Yeah, before we praise RSG for that dominating performance, yeah, good thing you mentioned their early game, man. The fact that they knew that they can play around the Minotaur, chaining those knockups, and that Detective, because of the Appraiser's Wrath as well, they have that source of early game damage out of nowhere that might surprise RSG, and they did surprise RSG early on, but once Light got into those key positions, once he was comfortable with playing the map, playing the field of battle, every time there was a skirmish or a pick-off that he was going to go for, RSG just, again, deathballed over CFU.
Honestly, looking at the items, it's kind of curious. Irad had a Blade of Despair, but then he sold the Blade of Despair for the Malefic Roar.
Oh.
I kind of wonder why. Like what's the decision making there, right? I mean,
yeah. It's probably because once they started seeing the immortalities up, then he decided, oh, I'll just pick up the Malefic Roar so that whoever I'm gonna hit, it will still hurt. And then we saw once he changed to that Malefic Roar, those Crab Claw cannons really hurt Singozo.
Man, I don't know. Yeah, I think the BOD was built. I thought it was both. No, it was just one,
yeah, no,
one or the
it
other.
was built, and then he sold it,
Okay.
and then changed it to the Malefic Roar.
Okay, well that's.
I mean, maybe Remar could ask a bit later if
Yeah.
there's gonna be
Yeah,
an
if.
interview. Yeah, I don't speak Tagalog. I'm so sorry, man.
It's okay. I don't speak Bahasa.
I'm a useless host.
Hey, don't drag
Wow.
yourself down like that. You're an amazing host.
Ira's the bread maker and annihilator.
As a joke.
5,800
Wait.
damage per minute. Almost 6,000 damage per minute.
He even has the most assists.
True.
What?
3 titles to his name.
Yeah, now I know how you feel asking that question. What is up with Filipino junglers?
Yeah. No, I mean, like, here's the thing, man, because we've seen Bane basically just go full defense. It's like, okay, I'm just going to add a War X, and then, you know what, at this point, we're going to look at the MVP. Do not make us angry. Show us the MVP. Okay. Almost 6,000 damage. How is... Oh, dude.
That is a lot of damage if you're counting like he is building hybrid.
Yeah.
Right? So again, with that BOD early on and then towards the end it was a Malefic Roar, he is able to just find the right angles to disengage but also engage.
Yeah, I'm thinking, did he suddenly spike once he finally built that War Axe? Or was he just consistently already that good when he only had the leg plates and the brute force breastplate only?
I mean, like, to be fair, building physical, your passive as well as your first skill will hurt a lot. And you know, the passive is AoE damage. So you could spike up your damage very, very highly because of that. And we all know that the War Axe initially does not have the most stats, but once you ramp up, then you have the most.
Yeah. And we wouldn't have gotten to the point where Irad could have had an MVP performance if we don't acknowledge the performance in Light and Aqua, bridging the early to the mid game here. Arguably the best Kadita performance I've seen from Light. I'm used to seeing him really play those set-up hard tanks, but now as a Kadita, wow, RSGPH have just grown their list of strategies here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just on point, right? Timing-wise, from that, Kadita just sets the team up just right. And here, towards the end, yes, CFU just got overwhelmed. RSG with the right mechanics, managed to find the right angle bot side.
Oh,
yeah.
I saw that. You know what? Ira, probably cheeky play. When he was ending, he sold the BOD and then the Malefic Roar. So maybe he just doesn't want to show people. But we got eyes. We got 8 pair of eyes here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
6. Oh yeah.
Who's the fourth? Is there?
Wait, what?
Nah,
8 pairs. 3 pairs of eyes.
No, just 2, 4, 8.
8.
Okay.
Okay.
But you know what? Congratulations to RSG Philippines for making it to the challenge final. At the end of the day, that was the one that really matters.
Yeah.
So it's official. 2 PH, 2 Indo teams has been qualified.
Hey man, we're still holding out hope a Malaysian team will be included there so that they're joining
There
Kodak.
is still 2 slots. There are 2.
So that might feel very lonely. I'm just saying.
Man, y'all still got homeboys?
Yeah, I mean, like, I can hope. I hope.
So got
now
Red Giants?
you understand the 8 pair of eyes.
Yeah, I understand it. Thank you for
Alright,
explaining that incredibly well.
I hope a Malaysian team goes because
you got Team SMG as well. You got HB.
Yeah, but honestly, I'm just hoping for homeboys. At this point, I'm hoping for homeboys.
Okay.
But that was an amazing game. So I kind of feel like this is a good moment to talk with the dude that brought in the Kadita. Let's get Light on the show here. Let's ask Light some questions. Light, how are you?
I'm good, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Charles.
I'm not Charles. Okay, no, I feel like Light is pretty proficient in English. I think you guys can
You know
ask
what?
him a few
Okay.
questions.
Like, here's the thing. We need to ask you, how many times have you used the Kadita? Because, you know, we're not Filipino casters. We don't watch you guys play all the time, but usually you pick up the Cho, the Franco.
The Kufras.
Yeah, the Kufras. Like, and then suddenly a Kadita? What's going on?
I've been spamming it in ranked games and also in stream. Then it goes pretty well. So it added it in our hero pool.
Oh, and
You
it
know
translates well in game 2,
Yeah.
right? I mean, just that killer instinct with the right spice of mechanic as well. But yeah, I mean, Light, I do mean to ask you here, who do you got here in SPS? Which team, which one team do you want to beat?
I think it's Onikindo and Echo. Because they're the
I asked for one,
finalists
but
of
okay.
MSC.
Hey, buy one, get one free. Light is a very generous man, right? Speaking of which, Light, I gotta say, throughout this, I would say entire run for RSG, no game made it look like you guys were sweating. Were all of the games relatively easy for you guys? Because it looked easy.
You the Red Giants challenges. So
Buti sinabi mo yun, Malaysian yung nagtanong sa'yo. Buti sinabi mo nahirapan kayo sa mga Malaysian.
You know what? I'm happy. I don't need to ask any more questions. Thank you.
You're okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
All right.
I'm gonna clip that.
I wanna ask though, Light, nandiyan ba yung lato-lato mo? Pasample nga naman.
Wait lang.
All right. I asked him to get the lato-lato. I asked him for a sample.
The Laito. That sounds Japanese.
Yeah. Laito.
Is it called Laito or Lato Lato?
It's lato-lato.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
This is my pre-game warm-up. So.
Pre-game
warm-up.
Wait.
Okay, one more time.
Hey.
Balance.
Oh, dude, that's insane.
The no look.
The no look from Light.
Lato Lato. Style point.
I think that's how he plays the Cupra.
Yeah,
the bouncing ball. Nah, fam, lato all the way.
Just the bouncing ball. Okay. Bago natin ito tapusin to, Light, isang mensahe para sa mga supporters mo at supporters ng RSG.
Maraming salamat sa pag-support sa amin sa game dito sa SPS and gagalingan namin sa group stage. So yun, continue to support us.
Okay. Thank you so much, Light. Congratulations.
Thank you. Arigato.
Arigato out of nowhere?
It's the thought that counts. He understood what I was saying.
I get it. Yeah.
And I gotta say, Light's a good sport. He didn't hesitate. It's like, yeah, let me just get my lato. I mean, you know, like
he looks so excited to do it. Too.
Yeah.
And the fact that he did it with and he had to show off too as well.
You know what?
I've never seen that.
You know what? The end credits. That should be in the end credits. Production, get it done.
Add it to the place of the day compilation.
You know, in fact, include it in the next season of SBS. Just to be like, yeah, this is one of those things that happen. But we gotta look at the schedule on the 30th. So this is gonna be on Friday, day number 4. We're gonna have a break for all the teams to study up the patch, but after the break, it's gonna be Team SMG going up against Regum Hyun, RQ, and then Blacklist International will be going up against Alter Ego. They will unite the eSports will be going up against you, the Red Giants.
Well,
two Malaysian teams will be playing that day. Oh, I'm nervous.
Well, mind you, all 3 matches are elimination matches.
Oh, yes,
right?
that's true.
So 3 teams will have to say bye-bye to, but the other team will move on towards their journey.
The 5-finger wave.
Oh.
The five finger.
That's another word for goodbye.
Imagine waving while micromanaging all 5 fingers to be like, okay, I need to make sure all fingers are moving.
Wait a second. I feel like that's what the human brain does normally. That's the
way that he said it is like trying to think about blinking.
Oh, okay, I get. Oh, it's hurting my brain.
Yes.
It's hurting my brain. Gani, what have you done to us?
Gani.
Sorry.
This is what happens when he works the entire day. Now, let's look at the brackets again. EVOS qualified to the Challenge Finals. Now, SMG or RQ, whoever loses, sure, 5-finger wave. The winner has to go up against Homeboys. And if RQ wins against SMG, it will be a rematch of basically the day one for them. But if SMG goes through against Homeboys, then that's a revenge of MPL and MY.
Oh, right.
Right? So either ways, I would say Homeboys is familiar with both teams.
Right, it was SMG who knocked out Homeboys in the lower bracket finals?
Yes. And they went all 5 games, so
it's revenge, like really.
Yeah. If it wasn't for SMG, Homeboys would have gone to the finals. Now we're gonna look at Group C here again. Gotta say congratulations to Aura for qualifying to the Challenge Finals. Wow, that was an intense match, by the way. Cause
very.
I don't know, man. Something up with Aura and BTR before I was strong. I expected BTR to win.
Yeah, I think a lot of people did.
Right?
I think even you expected it, Gani, right? Based off their performance. But then the story Aura and BTR have told here through the SPS.
Best of 10, man.
The best of 10 through the other tournament they were involved with alongside it. I'm excited to actually potentially see BTR and Aura meet up, if ever, in Jakarta, because the story those two have told has just been beautiful.
The Red Derby.
Oh, you guys call it the Red Derby.
The Blacklist and Alter Ego will go each other here. I have to say bye-bye to one of those teams. Let's see Group C.
D.
Group D, rather.
C was just now. Side, you know what?
It's all good.
We love you the way you are. Don't change, Gani. RSG will be qualifying to the Challenge Finals. Then we're united against Eudora Giant. CFU, good and bad, because I think now they also see like where they're lacking, and then they can improve on it. Honestly, we could say the same thing for all 3 teams, because I kind of feel like the potential is definitely there in their matches. It's just like, okay, now we see. Eudora Giants will be like, maybe defense isn't that bad.
Yeah, maybe some few defensive items here and there.
Maybe it's usable, you know?
Yeah, not a full damage win.
I mean, like,
hybrid.
if Era gets 2 Maniacs with no damage items, maybe you could do it too.
Maybe that's applicable.
You know what I realized, though? All of these teams trying to fight for their slot in the last chance qualifiers, or to even fight for the chance to fight for the last chance qualifiers, they all have to do it in the new patch.
Yeah, my God.
Hey, you know what? Here's the thing. Bad for them, great for us.
Really?
Entertainment value, people.
That's true.
EV.
Snapdragon Pro Series. Right? This is where you're going to get your entertainment value. Sure, the teams will be like, oh, I have to learn new things, but come on. It's all good for us. Speaking of entertainment, speaking of good for us, good for you, let's check out the top 3 plays of the day.
There's been a lot all throughout the day, honestly.
I've already forgotten most of it.
Ooh.
Okay, that was... Okay, I have mixed feelings on this, because like, it's good and bad, and then JPL pulled. Hey, man, it's like... There's a lot going on in this one clip, because it's like, oh, first is FMM surviving, and then I don't know, at this point FMM, I'm kind of feeling like he had a 150 heart rate at that point.
Yeah, like right, just one more hit. Honestly, yeah, if that happened, it would have been great
I
for
remember
him.
this one.
Oh, what's this one?
Shocker.
Basically gets
the passive, the stun.
No, at this point, I kind of feel like FM would be like, there's no way someone's there, right?
Oh.
It's safe to go here, right?
It wasn't.
It wasn't.
Nope. It sadly wasn't. And of course, I think we all know what this is. I believe this is the Maniac.
The 4 Maniac.
Yeah. The 4 Maniac. I mean,
know what?
technically, you're not wrong. It is a Maniac, and you do need 4 to reach Maniac.
Yeah, but that just spoiled our whole NPC bit.
It's okay, man. I felt like it made it funnier.
I rehearsed the 2 Maniac, but then I said 4. I don't know what's wrong with me.
It was great improv comedy.
Thank you very much. You know what? I only made it work because of you guys, but I kind of feel like out of all of those, I would vote for the Iran, man.
Maniac.
Maniac. How can you top that? Well, Savage, but you know, we don't talk about that, all right? Savage was yesterday. We don't talk about that.
Oh my God, it was 2 Maniacs on top of it, but wow, what a day.
Yeah.
That was
Are you counting? He's counting.
Octa.
That was a Octaniac.
I thought you were gonna say Octa kill. Why Octaniac?
Because it's 2 maniacs that he got. You're not gonna say maniac. Yeah.
Oh my god.
You know what? I'm done. I'm just gonna say thank you to all the sponsors for making the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy actually happen. Thank you very much, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. If you guys want to play like all of these players, you need a good chipset for your phone. Speaking of good phones, thank you very much, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. If you guys aren't sure which phones can actually get you guys to great games, get the Galaxy S23 Ultra. Now, games are great. They need battery. You need battery yourself. You need a lot of energy. Get Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Once the beast is unleashed, you guys will be great. And then once you have the beast unleashed, then you guys can get 5,000 euros.
Yeah.
Affibot. Thank you very much, DHL. Affibot Dash Cup. Win 5,000 euros. Go to esl.gg/Affibot. I'm all over the place. Guys, anything last things you guys want to say to everyone? And by the way, get the tickets. Buy the tickets. Only legend tickets are left.
Yeah.
Even though you're a mythic, get a legend. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. If you are you telling people who already have tickets to buy more tickets?
Yeah,
do it. Yeah,
why not?
I mean, why not?
Why
Buy
not?
it for your friends.
Join the
Buy
raffle.
it for your family.
Join the raffle. Exclusive T-shirts. When you say exclusive, it's like really good.
Yeah.
Because not everyone can have that. We're gonna see each other Friday. Anything you guys you want to say to the folks?
See you Friday after the big patch.
Yeah, it's big patches tomorrow. When we come back, it's gonna be a whole different playing field. So thank you.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? He the favorite, any race that he enters. Look at their face, they all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This might be it. Here comes the Tyrant's Ray. Gang the backside. Shizo
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Rhythm and I'm on the beat. When it all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Mad up the beat, with it all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, with it all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Do it all day.
call out for the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will